My gosh. Good morning. Good morning. Die Sonne scheint. Bald. All right, it's a beautiful day. Welcome to the show, everybody. You don't have to be a loner. You don't have to be a loner. You don't have to be a loner, but you do have to be a rebel.
Get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Bong. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is it. This is happening.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn.
New dawn.
Every headline, every story. There's your morning, some glory. Stay informed, stay
Let's get some stylophone in here, huh?
new blue. Good morning, headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. Morning show, you need to know. Join us on the
Hey, never had one lesson.
with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan.
Start your day just fine.
Information for you, darling.
Yes. That's the show. All right, everybody, welcome to the show. Thank you. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and a coffee addict. But today I'm drinking tea because I'm out of coffee. I'm out of coffee. What am I going to do? I'm drinking tea with mint from my sweetened with mint from my garden. Do people move potted plants? Like, I'm looking at I've got all these potted plants. I even have a couple of trees in pots, like big pots and little pots. Do people move potted plants? Like, do you tell your mover, hey, I'd like to have all of these potted plants packed up and taken? Do people do that? I don't know I don't know how people do. I've only used a mover once in my life, and we were going a very short distance. I don't know how people do it. Do you know? If anybody knows, please let me know, because I don't know how that works. I don't know how it works. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you, Sky City Rebels. You are the miracles that make this thing happen. No idea, says Kathy. Yeah, me neither. I don't know anything. I'm just along for the ride. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything. But I'm moving to New Mexico. It's a long ways away. And I don't know. Do you just pack up all that stuff, or do you just leave it? I don't know what people do. It's hard for me to know. What's up, Christian Zinsen? Is Skyjack a vegan activist? That's a good question. Am I? Some people used to think so. I don't know if I'm a vegan activist. I would say that I'm an activist who's vegan. Or maybe I'm an animal rights. I'm a total liberationist, is what I usually say. I'm a total liberation. I believe in liberation for all. I loathe slavery and think that liberty is for everyone. I think that freedom is for everyone. I hold these as principles. I believe in freedom as a principle. I have the principle of liberty. I think that everyone should be free. Total liberationist. Now, I think that's what a vegan is, but most people don't think that. Most people disagree with me. So you could call me what you will, but just don't call me late for dinner. And don't call me a cab. Don't call me an Uber. I prefer to walk. Don't call me late for dinner. Yes, I gave my plans to neighbors when I moved. Everybody does that. They give their plans to neighbors. Why don't they just Why don't they just move them? You would not leave one of your plants. I have an African violet. That's pretty cool. Anyway, so I was thinking, I was watching all these things about people coming to America. Apparently, this is the first time anyone's come to America. I think it's hilarious that the World Cup, people are like, this is the first time anyone's ever come to America, and they're making videos about it. And it's mostly about like shit that Americans buy. What kind of shit do Americans buy? And I find it really unnerving and a bit insulting because it's like, look at the big pizzas Americans eat. Look at all of this hamburger patty you can buy. I mean, it's just like, look how big, how many types of bread they have, and none of them are real bread. It's all garbage because it has so many ingredients. This would be illegal in Europe and all this bullshit. And you know what? I've been all over the world, and people have always asked me, dude, do I miss America? And I'm like, miss America? No. I miss Americans. I when I'm abroad, I miss Americans, and I think that that's what makes America. And I think that sometimes it could be troubling, and sometimes it can be violent, and sometimes it could be scary. But I like Americans. I like that somewhere deep inside there's this revolutionary spirit. There's this kind of like, don't fuck with me, man. I won't fuck with you. Just leave me alone. I kind of like that vibe. I kind of like the idea of Americans kind of, you know, I, I I know there's a lot of snitches these days, but I feel like this is a new development. And I don't think that's very American, this MAGA way of snitching on everybody, just snitches and hall monitors and bootlickers. That to me isn't American. Um, that seems like Germans really like to snitch on their neighbors. I can't imagine Americans doing it until now. Until now. And it sucks because I think that, well, I think we're different. I think that's special. Yeah, America's one big novelty. It's a little upsetting because like we aren't just one big novelty. There's something I think there's some nobility in being your own king, being your own king and not having King Trump or anybody else. It's bizarre to me that now people want to have King Trump, and they think that Trump's going to be the best boss ever. That's the worst for me. I do not want a a new boss. I don't want a boss at all. And I feel like Americans used to all feel that way. So I guess like that's the thing that keeps going through my head every morning when I'm watching. I don't know if you're getting the same kind of thing in your algorithm, but I'm seeing that a lot. Like people in America going, "Oh, look how much coffee or you get free reels on Coca-Cola." I saw this Italian guy going, "I could drink Coca-Cola all day," or people in restaurants being like, "Oh, quesadilla! Oh my god, a quesadilla!" And it's like, and they're eating it like, "Oh my god, quesadilla!" It's like, dude, going out and eating shit and buying stuff is not all American. That's not what America's about. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe COVID made it so that that's all we're about now is um eating shit and buying shit. Is that what we do? You suck Trump nuts every day for 20 people? No, I don't suck Trump's nuts. No siree. No siree. I don't have any room in my ballroom for Trump's nuts. No, thank you. No room in my ballroom for you guys. Thank you. Well, where do you get that? Done told you so. Where did you come from? Done told you so. You just got here? It's your first time? It's your first time. Look at Donald Trump. Here he is. Here, so you want some nuts to suck? Here he is, right? Oh, maybe you don't. Maybe I should introduce myself. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, anarchist. The Republicans and Democrats both hate me. I hate both of them. I don't think that I don't prescribe to any stupid party affiliation because I'm against cults, because I'm a total liberationist. Somebody already asked me, are you I'm a total liberationist. I think that everyone should be free. I don't think you should be in a cult. I think you should be free thinking, open-minded, and do your own thing. Absolutely. Thank you. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. That's so funny. I did that once. I once did that. I had this I had this project I worked on called Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition. Indeed. Most people think I'm a gun nut these days. I must be a gun nut. Yeah, everyone's got a label for me these days. It's really nice. I like it. Talk about the blue reflecting pool. Oh, well, the green reflecting pool. It's great. Yeah. What's sad is you're too smart to be a lefty, but there you are. I'm too smart to be a lefty. I'm far, far, far left. I want to have a revolution and abolish money and have no borders and destroy, just dismantle capitalism. I mean, I don't know if that's where the smart people are. The smart people are on the extreme left, the far left, the alt left, if you will, the real left, however you want to call it, or just anarchism. Yeah, join the book club. We're reading Surfing with Sartre right now by Aaron James. The next one, I think we should do Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread. I think that would be really good. I'm reading that one anyway. It'd be nice to do a book club, have a conversation about it. Don't you agree? I think it'll be fun.
Because I need to come to Brussels. So first, do you have bilaterals being organized?
Damn it! I missed what the guy was saying. It was a hot mic moment with Donald Trump. What did he say? Oh, here we go. I'm having a good time with this algae thing. The algae, Donald Trump said he was going to be the greenest president. No, he didn't. He hates anything green, right? But he made a green reflecting pool. And, they have these engines that run on algae now. Maybe that's what Donald Trump was all about. He wants to have an algae engine because he's sick of these Teslers. Teslers, I love Tesla.
You left. You lost.
You understand? Because I need to come to Brussels. So first,
there you go. Suicidal empathy. Exactly what Donald Trump, exactly what the Nazis said. The empathy is suicidal. Yeah. The empathy is the downfall of America for sure. Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Greenland, you understand? Greenland.
So first, do you?
Greenland. This guy's got Greenland on the brain. Can't get enough. Greenland. Go to war with Greenland, man. Article 5 of NATO says if you attack Greenland, then the rest of the world attacks us. All of our friends have to attack us. Very cool.
Have bilaterals being organized?
Is President Trump? Yes. He said if you want to meet, we can with more respect.
So we will have.
With Modi. They want all these hot mics. I love this shit. They want to have hot mics with Modi. Donald Trump's going to meet with Modi. Modi, by the way, is the top dog over in Iran, in India, and Modi, he's a funny guy. You're gonna love Modi. He's a little religious.
This window now, but as you stay longer, let's say around between tonight you are free.
I love tonight you are free. I like how the Europeans have to both speak English. That's their lingua franca now. Tonight you are free. Yeah. Avec moi. Chez moi ou chez toi.
CNN has obtained the text of a 14-point memorandum of understanding.
Okay, so the MOU has been leaked, of course, and CNN is the first one to report on it, which is kind of nice. Trumpets can defecate without help. Yeah, I mean, of course not. I mean, how can he defecate without help? I mean, he's got a diaper.
Between the U.S.
He's like my dad. He's got dementia, man. He's got a diaper on. He's got a diaper. That's what people with dementia got. They got diapers. They got diapers. It comes with the dementia.
And Iran. CNN's Kevin Liptak is in Geneva, Switzerland. Kevin, can you tell us about what you've learned so far?
Right. And
don't forget to drop an emoji in the chat, drop a like in the chat, hit that like button, all that thing. We got to get some people in the chat, make sure that we got the algorithm on lock, baby doll.
This text, Audie, has not been officially released by either side of this. We've heard from American officials over the last couple of days that they were planning to release this officially after it is formally signed here in Switzerland on Friday. But now CNN has obtained a copy of it. We've gotten a copy from a U.S. official. We've gotten a version of it from a diplomat diplomat who has seen copies of it circulating here at the G7 summit, and 2 additional sources. So we have 4 sources from which we have obtained the text of this document.
4 sources, man. This is leaking like a sieve. What is this thing?
In some ways, it does reflect how American officials have been characterizing it over the last several days. It is vague in a lot of its terms, particularly when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. It lays out in broad terms.
Dude, Sayard Yan, depleted uranium is the new. That's my new punk band. I'm gonna name my new punk band Depleted Uranium. Do you think it's in use? We are depleted uranium, and we're here to depress the shit out of you with dark lyrics and fast music. What do you think? Depleted uranium. Our first song is going to be the dogs of Tehran. No, our first song is going to be Ode to the Dead Children in that school that America bombed. The American bombing of a children's school. Of a girls' school. The American bombing of a girls' school is the first song on the first album of Depleted Uranium.
How the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened, how the U.S. will lift its blockade on Iranian ports, and it does spell out what the financial relief that Iran can expect as part of this deal if it meets its commitments. And so it does specify, for example, that Iran will be able to gain access to a $300 billion development fund. American officials have been explicit that the U.S. will not provide the funding for that, but that $300 billion figure is included in this document. It also specifies that Iran will be able to start exporting oil, and that the U.S. Will lift it will issue waivers for some of the sanctions immediately upon the signing of this memorandum of understanding. And so those are some of what is included in the document. It's 14 points long. And I do want to pull out one of those 14 points specifically as it relates.
So we will be giving them money. Okay, cool. So that's rad. I'm really glad that we're lifting the embargo on Iran and we're giving them $300 billion. I mean, who else would we give $300 billion to? Most experts think that American healthcare system would only cost $50 billion a year if it were single payer for every man, woman, and child in America. I think that's a pretty conservative number. I think it should be about $100 billion a year. Double it, it's still only $100 billion a year and only a third of what we are giving to Iran. Why don't we give them $200 billion? Let's keep $100 billion for ourselves, and we'll have healthcare like they have in Iran. In Iran, they have a constitutional right to health care. Not here in America. You do not have a constitutional right to health care in America. You got a constitutional right to shut the fuck up. Walk it off. Walk it off.
To Iran's nuclear program, because I think this is important. And this, at the end of the day, is one of the reasons that the president has said that he started the war in the first place, is to eliminate Iran's ability to obtain a nuclear weapon. And this is what the Memorandum of Understanding says on this point. It's point number 8. It says the Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of enriched material and the fate of all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in a final agreement. The final agreement will confirm.
So that's literally exactly what was in the JCPOA, the one that Barack Obama got done. So they're saying they wrote down that they won't seek nuclear weapons. Cool. That's happened before. Good job. This time we fought a war to get them to do exactly what we wanted to do, exactly what we knew they would do.
The provisions of this article. And so it is what we expected. It's punting the really thorny issues about enrichment, around the fate of Iran's nuclear stockpile, to these future technical negotiations. The memo specifies that those will last 60 days, but that they could also be extended. We have been talking to American officials about the language in this document, and in a lot of ways they have been downplaying it. They have suggested that this is essentially a political document meant to create the conditions to get Iran to the table for these much more technical negotiations going forward. But I still think the lack of specificity around the nuclear issues, I think, will be a surprise to some people who have been following all this, and in particular the fact that it doesn't say anywhere in the document that the United States will be involved in the destruction of Iran's highly enriched uranium. President Trump has been saying that for the last several days. What American officials have told us is that they have confidence that Iran has agreed to some of those provisions because of these back channel commitments.
And the JCPOA said they'll never produce them, seek them, ever want them, never wish for them on a shooting star, never ask the fairy godmother for one. I think they put all of that in there in the original one. They'll never beg for them, never steal them, never look for them, never trade Pokemon cards for them. They went through it all in the original.
They've received as part of putting this memorandum of understanding together. And what one official told us,
I thought the Pokemon thing was a little, but these days Pokemon cards, they go for a lot of money, and so I'm glad that the Iranians put that in there. Like, We will never trade Pokemon cards for nuclear dust. Nuclear dust is the nuclear dust is a...
Yesterday is that, quote, people shouldn't read too much into the language of the MOU, and that's what's more important than the actual document is the understandings that we have with each other. Of course, all of that is, I think, going to risk some backlash from Iran hawks, even from some of the president's own allies who will argue that the U.S. is putting too much faith in the Iranians' word in all of this and not necessarily in what they're willing to put in writing in these documents, but certainly
who cares what they put in writing? The Iranians actually have stuck to what they've written down in the past. We have not. Donald Trump took our contract and ripped it up. So what's this one worth? People are like, well, in 5 years they might rip it up. What, like we did? You fucks. That's what we did. That's exactly. Except I think how many years? 4 years. 4 years, and then Donald Trump ripped up the original deal with Iran. And now we got into a war, and now we have a worse deal with Iran. Great job. Great job. Way to go. If only we had a real if only people would stick to their documents. If everybody would just follow the contract. Contracts don't mean anything in America anymore. And for the United States government, they never have. Ask the Indians.
You've heard from the president over the last days, including here at the G7, is really proclaiming this as a triumph, talking about how he was able to secure some of these commitments from Iran and suggesting that the future negotiations will, in fact, be easier. But just reading the document and reading all of the issues that are left to those future negotiations, I think it's clear that there are still some very difficult.
This is funny to me. The President Trump has gray hair. According to his tax returns, he spends $70,000 a year on that hair. And let me tell you, $70,000 a year for hair, I would expect better. I would just expect better. 70,000. Like I pay nothing for mine, and it is what it is. $70,000. If it still looked like this, I'd be pretty pissed. You know what I'm saying? Create a problem, force a non-issue. Yeah, that's called a racket. That's called a racket. You create the disease and you sell the cure. It'd be a real shame if something happened to this beautiful place of yours. Be real shame. They got a lot of hoodlums in this neighborhood. They might come in here, rough up your guys, mess up with your girls. Your girls that just standing around over here. You want to keep the pretty faces pretty, right? You want to keep this beautiful place you invested all this money in. You want to make sure it's right. But if you stay in this neighborhood, we got a lot of problems around here. A lot of unsavory types, if you know what I mean. And if you want me and my boys, give us a little piece of the action. We'll make sure we keep it real nice. Make sure you keep it real nice, Everybody knows us around here. We'll make sure everybody stays real copacetic. You know what I mean? Capiche? That's called a racket. It's extortion. Create a problem, sell the cure. Brilliant. I am the savior now. I am your only salvation. Beautiful hair. Well, thank you. Thank you. I cut it myself. I cut my hair. I don't dye it. I just cut it myself, and I think it's all right. I'm pretty happy with it. At my age, I'm pretty happy with my hair. I'm grateful. I have an attitude of gratitude, baby.
Talks to come.
Beth, to you, U.S. officials saying that the text itself is intentionally vague, but one of the things that appears to be the case is that Iran, upon signing this MOU, can start selling its oil. What stands out to you about this 14-point memorandum?
I think the main point here is that we're paying Iran to open the strait.
Yeah.
So we're literally giving them sanctions relief. So they have the ability to sell oil right away. 2 super tankers already cleared past the U.S. blockade yesterday, Iranian tankers. So this, I think, has already begun with maybe the docu-signing.
Great. They did a docu-sign, man. Now the Iranians can trade their oil with whomever they please. Awesome work. Awesome work. So now they're making money off their own oil, which, this is all they ever wanted. And so he lifted their sanctions there. And, they don't need to charge tolls on the Strait of Hormuz if we give them $300 billion, Oh, they were frozen assets, money that we actually stole from their guys. Oh, but that's our money. If we steal it, it's ours, right? So is it our money or is it their money? After you steal Iran's money, whose money is it really? You know what I mean?
On Friday.
And what even is money? What even is money that other than the faith that we have that someone's going to make good on debts based on this piece of paper, what is money really other than a measurement tool of the labor capacity of any given nation or any given person at any given time? What is money really other than a tool that the oligarchs use to separate us from the means of production? What is money really other than to simply rectangular pieces of paper and smashed metal balls that look like discs, little metal discs and rectangular pieces of paper that we spend over half of our lives chasing around the planet, trying to make, I don't know, find self-worth in them, only to realize that it's our connections with one another that fulfill us and not pieces of paper and little metal discs? What is money really but pieces of paper with old dead people, still pictures of them on there? I mean, no, sometimes they're not dead. Pictures of ugly people on our rectangular pieces of paper. Isn't that what money is? What is money really?
But I think that the other parts of this in terms of complete sanctions relief, about release of the frozen assets. So that could be anywhere from 24 billion to 74 billion if China releases all of the 20 to 50 that they have. And then the promise of a 300 million reconstruction fund and the parameters of that agreed within the next 60 days. So all of that relief happens within the 60-day ceasefire and opening the strait, whereas all the nuclear information and discussion is literally said will be done in the next phase. So I'll stop there because Peter, I'm sure.
So they went from 2 weeks to 2 months. That's pretty nice. That's a development, really. You know, Donald Trump said everything was going to be done in 2 weeks, and now instead of repeating 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, now it's 2 months or 60 days, but 2 months. It used to be 2 weeks. Now it's 2 months. A 2-month ceasefire. Nice.
I do want to ask you, Peter, you know, as you know this region so well, it doesn't take
This guy looks cool. Look at him, man. He looks like he looks like a cartoon character from the 1930s comic strip, Beetle Bailey.
Intelligence agencies to tell us that Iran now has
he looks like the sergeant in Beetle Bailey.
Demonstrated it can shut down the Strait of Hormuz kind of whenever it wants to. Did this war, just in the immediate term at least, give Iran a new power?
Well, short answer, yes. I mean, this was a spectacular own goal by the Trump administration. Not only can they close down the Strait of Hormuz, but they could theoretically also get their Houthi proxies to close down the Red Sea approaches to the Suez Canal if they really wanted to up the ante.
I do love, I hate seeing English people on American news networks, but I do like it sometimes they say stuff like that. They go, this is a spectacular own goal for the Trump administration. America would never say that. America would never say this is a spectacular own goal for the Trump administration. Rather embarrassing, isn't it? I would say so myself if I wanted some. Spectacular own goal. It's a rather peculiar situation they've landed themselves in, isn't it?
And I agree with everything Beth said. I think this is an agreement that is pretty favorable to Iran, particularly these waivers on the existing oil sales and also waivers on their banking system that allows them to really pick up their economy, which is in free fall. The last time I checked, inflation in Iran was at 67%. So they have some really economic.
Oh, look at those mines. We got drifting mines, moored mines. We got seabed mines. We got Minecraft. We got all sorts of Minecraft going on over in Iran. They're taking Minecraft too seriously over here.
Problems that this will help them with.
A limpet mine. Is it like the spectacular Mr. Limpet or fabulous Mr. Limpet? Does anyone remember Don Knotts when he turns into a fish and he's called like Mr. Limpet? I love that fucking movie when I was a kid. Did you love Mr. Limpet? Don Knotts turns himself into a fish. Oh, well, I wish I were a fish. They don't make kids movies like they used to, I swear to God. Mr. Limpet, man.
The other big thing is, in this agreement is that
can someone please tell me in the chat that we have someone remembers Mr. Limpet? Jack is prejudiced. I'm not prejudiced. I love British people. Don't say that, Nurse Rod. That's not nice. I'm not prejudiced against British people. I just don't think they should be working on. Look, I lived in England and I didn't see not one American ever as an anchor, hardly ever as even like a visiting expert or something. I never see Americans when I see British news. You know what I'm saying? I never turn on the BBC and see an American sitting behind the desk going, yeehaw, now it's time for the news, boys. I never see that shit. But every time I turn on American news, I'm like, oh, well, let's check back in with what's going on in Washington, D.C. what the hell? Like, okay, John Oliver is kind of a funny Englishman. He's an American citizen. You know, I like John Oliver fine. He's a comedian. It's funny to see an Englishman behind the desk. I can't take him seriously. I'm supposed to think that these English people on CNN and Fox News and MS Now, these guys, I don't know. I'm supposed to take that seriously? Oh, yes. It's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa. I'm supposed to believe that these fucking Harry Potter sounding motherfuckers are supposed to be taking the Strait of Hormuz seriously and Americans' foreign oil interests. Am I supposed to really understand? Am I supposed to believe that someone like Piers Morgan has some kind of skin in the game when it comes to the Second Amendment? Am I supposed to believe that Piers Morgan gives a shit about the First Amendment or any of our amendments or in our Constitution or anything? Or Kevin O'Leary? Oh, he's Canadian, Emirati, and Irish. You know what I mean? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not. No one remembers Mr. Limpet, but everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say, oh, okay, the incredible Mr. Limpet. You remember it. Okay, some people remember it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not the only person. I loved Mr. Limpet. I thought that was an amazing. When I was a kid, I was stoked. Don Knotts. Now, Andy. I don't know, Andy. Opie's got stuck in the well, Andy. Like, what the hell? You know, Jack, he might be a little like at Three's Company. He was always sniffing for some reason. For some reason, it was like. For some reason, he was sniffing more than Donald Trump when he was in Three's Company. I never understood why they always had him sniffing. Yeah, Limpet Scut. I'm gonna sneeze now. Because I sniffed so hard. Harry Potter. How did he always do that and not sneeze, man? Harry Potter reference. Yeah, everyone got the Harry Potter reference. Nice. This guy's it's spectacular own goal for the Trump administration.
War will stop, including in Lebanon. Very clearly says that's the first point of the agreement, which I have in front of me. There's a reason that CNN reported that Israel didn't get a look at this agreement when it requested, because of course Israel would not be happy with this. And Prime Minister Netanyahu faces a dilemma, which is he has an election coming up. The people on the right in his parliamentary coalition want him to continue fighting Hezbollah in Lebanon. At the same time, he wants to placate Trump, who's been very clear that he wants this war in Lebanon to.
How can I take anybody serious as Lebanon? Come on, man. You're on CNN. You know we say Lebanon. Lebanon.
Stop. And Trump is quite popular in Israel. So this poses a bit of a dilemma for Netanyahu, and he's going to be presented with a fait accompli, which is that the United States has said that the war should end in Lebanon.
Yeah.
Although I do love that the British always say things like fait accompli. You know, it's a mixed bag, bro. Like Americans would never say it's a fait accompli, isn't it?
I mean, does he, upset the far right in his party, or does he upset the United States? Those are two things as he is facing re-election that he has to.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Yeah, Gomer Pyle was a spin-off of the Andy Griffith Show.
Grapple with. Beth, I'm curious, so far the administration has not actually released this. This is reporters getting a look at drafts. What would be the reason not to release the text?
Yeah, well, unlike J.D. Vance, who said
I don't know. Why not just stop the oil completely? Honestly, what if this is? If there's a piece of me that was like, when things like this happen, doesn't it feel a little bit like maybe this is the Band-Aid moment? Rip this shit off. Let's switch over to electric. You know what I'm saying? Let's just switch over to electric, please. We all get solar panels. It wouldn't be that hard. It would hurt for a second, but we all get solar panels. We get a bunch of wind turbines in the middle of nowhere. All of a sudden, we're all driving around on electric cars. We switch over. We have electric buses and electric light rail all over. We reinstall the light rail that was in Los Angeles so that the biggest city in America has the biggest public transportation. We could do it. We're Americans, man. We built the Golden Gate Bridge in the middle of the Depression. We could do it. But instead, we're like, no, let's open up the Strait of Hormuz. You should check out the Dre Dossier's new stuff. Who's that? Who's the Dre Dossier? I don't know who that. The Dre Dossier's new stuff. I don't know who that's it. Who that
Can't
is?
understand why
Motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre. I don't know who you're talking about.
there's so much sensitivity.
Nowadays, everybody wants to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the list. It's a bunch of gibberish, and the motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre.
And the mediators don't want to release it, and he didn't really understand that. Well, I think it's pretty clear why. As Peter said, Prime Minister Netanyahu would break a gasket if he saw this, and could very well upset the apple cart.
I mean, everyone knows Tesla, blah blah blah. Tesla sucks. Tesla's a piece of shit. I don't know. Everyone thinks Tesla's cool. It sucks. They're ugly. They look like retarded dolphins. I don't know why people. These cars are so hideous. And if you're gonna drive a hideous car, you might as well drive one of those cute little Chinese ones. They got those Chinese electric cars that are a quarter of the price of a Tesla, and it's illegal to buy them in America. Not because they're unsafe, not because of any legitimate reason, just because of Tesla. Because Tesla has taken lots of money from the federal government, and he's given lots of money to the politicians. So we just keep it so that we can't buy Chinese electric cars here. It's really stupid, but why not? Wouldn't that be great? Let's just build all this stuff. It's American, not American. Exactly. What happened to America? I'm an American, not American. Independent journalists uncovered Trump meddling with federal websites and sidestepping congressional authority and oversight. Oh, yeah. I saw some of that. I've seen some of that. Thank you, DS King of Kings. Where's my... There we go. Thank you so much. They can get some jubilation for all these amazing super chats I'm getting over here, please. Someone supporting independent media and this morning Sky show. Consider becoming a Sky City Rebel. You'll get extra footage, extra streams, and extra love in the chat. Extra content, extra streams, extra love in the chat for all Sky City Rebels. Thank you so much.
By maybe doing more action in Lebanon. We already saw a continuing bombing in Lebanon today. And so that is huge. But also in Iran, this isn't a complete fait accompli in Iran. And their hardliners, certainly, I will call them ultra hardliners.
So you add a little English there. Now everyone's saying fait accompli.
Because all of them are hardliners. They are not easy to deal with moderates, as the president has described them. But they're ultra hardliners who absolutely don't want this deal. And then in the United States, right, we've already had even Republican stalwarts support.
All right, well, you know what's annoying is that they leaked the fucking thing. They leaked the deal, and it's just a bullshit deal. We all knew it was all bullshit. U.S. government is cooking proprietary browser spyware. Oh no! How do I get? What about Brave? Can I do Brave, or what's DuckDuckGo? How do I switch browsers? That would be not. Actually, you know what's funny? I don't even think I use any browsers anymore, except when I do this show. I don't even use any browsers. I basically use Gemini now for most of my search. Now I use Google Gemini for all of my search. I don't think I use Google even anymore, except for Gemini. Wow, I think maybe I've switched over, man. I've switched over to a fully AI model. I only use AI to search for anything these days because I just get an answer. Usually when I'm searching, I just want an answer. I don't want the whole, I just want a goddamn answer, Slave labor is using BYD factories. For now, slave labor is used in Tesla too. So who gives a shit? Those robots need freedom. No, I mean, for now, does BYD have slave labor? Let's check it out. I mean, in China, slaves are a problem, but do they use slaves? BYD has faced serious official and legal accusations of exploiting forced and slavery-like labor, primarily centered around its international construction projects and supply chain transparency. While the company denies direct involvement and blames its third-party contractors, international watchdogs and government authorities have heavily penalized BYD for these violations. Oh, in Brazil's factory, they have, man, this sounds exactly in European Union scrutiny in Hungary, BYD's expansion into Europe. This sounds exactly like the problem with GM, Xinjiang aluminum, battery materials. I mean, the battery in my phone is made from slaves. How does this differ from so many other tech companies using slaves in their supply chains, especially in battery technology? You see, this is what I like about using like a Gemini. I can just, what about this? You're entirely correct that modern slavery is a deep systemic crisis across the entire technology and battery sector. Many major tech and automotive companies, including Tesla, Apple, General Motors, and Volkswagen, suffer from the forced labor exposure. Man, didn't I just say Tesla and General Motors? But they threw in Apple and Volkswagen as well. However, BYD's situation differs from Western tech peers in 3 structural ways: the directness of their ownership, their corporate transparency, and how they utilize state-backed labor programs. Oh, most Western tech brands do not own the mines. Oh, so they're only because you don't own the mines. So BYD owns the mines. So that makes them, okay, got it. They're a little closer to the slavery. When international human rights watchdogs flag modern slavery risks, Western Chinese tech companies operate under completely different legal and political guardrails. Exploitation of labor transfer system. Almost all tech companies utilizing Chinese battery components, aluminum, lithium, or battery foils processed in the Xinjiang region, which makes up roughly 9% of the world's aluminum supply. So Western risk is, so they're all guilty. Summary: while the Western tech company is usually guilty of willful ignorance, wink, or bad auditing of its distant battery sub-suppliers, wink, 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 BYD's forced labor issues are uniquely systemic, domestic, and directly tied to the company's core infrastructure and expansion projects. All right, so the BYD does slavery like the others, just a little bit closer. Cool. I got herpy lips? No, I don't. No, I don't. Nothing to do. No, I don't. Thanks, baby doll. Thanks for asking. Why are you DTF? You worried about it? Nope. No, I'm herp free. Pretty happy about it. I'm lucky that way.
Out of the war.
I've been lucky though. You know, I'm just a lucky guy.
In Iran, the war with Iran, and President Trump's still secret proposal to bring that war to an end. The president in France for that major meeting of world leaders promised once again that the deal rules out a nuclear weapon for Tehran. But some of the president's allies aren't so sure. Here's Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes.
We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people.
A surprising turn of events today as President Trump praised Iranian leaders while slamming his closest ally in the Middle East.
I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon.
This is what
Lebanon. It's every browser. So if the average American wanted to renew their passport or check their voter registration, it could send a copy of their traffic to someone assumedly in Trump's Oracle pocket. That doesn't surprise me at all. It's TS King of Kings. I think that's all the fun. I think that's why these theremins were always used in the old days. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They say don't put anything in your email that you wouldn't want to see on the front page of the New York Times. Don't put anything in an email that you think that you wouldn't want the government knowing. Signal, though. They're spying on us, DS Kings. Is it over? Is the game over? We have no privacy anymore. Is it over? We sold out our privacy so that we can look at hot chicks and cute outfits on Instagram. Is that what happened? We all wanted to look at hot chicks and cute outfits on Instagram. And don't tell me, ladies, that you're not doing it either. I've looked over your shoulders at cafes. I know you're all looking at hot chicks and cute outfits on Instagram. Everyone, that's what Instagram is. It's just looking at hot chicks and cute outfits. And I mean, the outfits are different depending on who's looking, but it's all just hot chicks and cute outfits. And we sold our entire sense of security and privacy for that. Cool. We did it. Go America. God bless her and all who sail in her. Thank you. Jubilation for DS King of Kings. Thank you so much, everybody.
Him. Israeli strikes.
Don't forget Morning Sky, #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name's Skyjack Morgan.
On Beirut Sunday, aimed at rooting out Iran-backed Hezbollah fighters. The Iranians said the ongoing fighting in Lebanon could jeopardize their fragile new agreement with Trump.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody.
But Israel's prime minister is vowing to keep forces in southern Lebanon.
Why is Donald Trump talking so much shit on Israel all of a sudden? I think that's weird. It's almost like, isn't it weird like at the end of World War II, America was like, you know what, these USSR guys, we don't like them so much. Fuck these guys, right? And we're like, we just beat the Nazis with these guys. Yeah, but I really like the Nazis these days. I'm liking the Nazis more and more every day. Maybe we should join teams with the Nazis. And after all, we got a lot more in common with the Nazis here in America than we do with those those Soviet guys, right? Fuck those guys. Sir, the Soviets just helped us beat the Nazis. Yeah, I think we're going to switch sides. I think we're switching. Let's join up with the Nazis and fuck with the Russians. What do you say? Yeah, I guess. I mean, they do have good scientists to build rocket ships. Yes, they do. I've noticed that. Maybe they can help us develop more nuclear weapons at a pace that will never be matched for the rest of history. And we'll be able to we'll have an arms race and we'll win because we join forces with the Nazis. What do you say? Great idea, sir. Do you feel like that's kind of what's happening here? Like we're best friends with Israel, and then we're like, now we're best friends with the Muslim countries. Do you think that's weird? You think that's weird? We're best friends with the Muslim countries, UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Those are all our friends. Now, this is at the end of 1984, when they take all the posters down of the enemy and they put the other posters up of the new enemy, and the enemy that was our enemy is now our friend, and it just switches and everyone's like, yeah, go kill those guys. It's like everyone forgets immediately that those guys were our friends 5 seconds ago and those guys were our enemies a second ago. Remember that at the end of 1984? Did anyone read that book?
Lebanon, as long as Hezbollah remains a threat. The struggle, he said, has not ended. Here on Lake Geneva, Trump.
I think Benjamin Netanyahu is going to find out the hard way that Americans cannot be trusted. You cannot trust the American government. Like, I think Israel's about to find out a real hard lesson that Israel will be the enemy, and Iran and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Oman, those will all be our friends. We'll be in cahoots with them against places like Russia and Israel.
Is insisting his new agreement will prevent Iran from ever getting a nuclear weapon. But the document has not yet been released, and even some Republicans say they're withholding judgment.
We'd all like to see the terms of the memorandum and hopefully end up with a real deal.
With the Strait of Hormuz starting to reopen, the price of oil fell below $80 a barrel today.
Like, don't you guys, nobody else is saying this is crazy that Donald Trump is talking this much shit on Israel. So far in the last month, he's called Benjamin Netanyahu fucking crazy. He's called Benjamin Netanyahu, said Benjamin Netanyahu would be in jail if it wasn't for him. Now he's up here saying, oh, well, the Lebanon's a problem, but you don't have to blow up a whole apartment building every time you attack a country. First of all, pot calling the kettle black a little bit there, Donnie. I mean, didn't you bomb a school and say it was no big deal? These things just happen. Now, Israel's like, all of a sudden, Donald Trump's got a distaste in his mouth. He's got a bad taste in his mouth about a little genocide now, Donnie. All of a sudden, Donnie, all of a sudden, you don't like genocide?
For the first time in 3 months. But most shipping companies appear to be watching and waiting, despite Trump's assurances that it's safe.
Ships are starting to move now. We're going to have it fully open by Friday. The ships are starting to move nicely.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this. See this? See this? See what you're seeing right here? You see this? Just forget who's who. Doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump or this other dude. I don't know who this guy is. These people, the guy in the suit and tie looking like a Westerner, probably with more reasonably shaped shoulder pads, because like a normal man doesn't wear shoulder pads like this. This fucking ridiculous looking buffoon up here with this clown suit on, this oversized suit that makes him look like he's a linebacker. Like that guy in a Western suit sitting next to a guy with the head covering and that ring and the kind of muumuu. That's gonna be the normal. Okay, this is the new normal. Get used to it. You're gonna see a lot more of this. That's Habibi. Habibi just means loved one, right? Darling. Doesn't Habibi just mean? I'm just gonna start. I usually call people darling and baby doll. I'm gonna start calling people Habibi. because I just want to fit in. People who dress like me are going to start. You're going to see a lot more pictures of people who dress like me sitting with dudes that dress like that guy. I'll bet you $5 million.
Trump says the strait is going to reopen toll-free as it was before, but the Iranians claim they're going to start charging new service fees. Just one example of the many conflicts that remain, even though the fighting has stopped, Tony.
Keep following it. Nancy, thank you very much.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. The desire to create a slush fund to reward political loyalists doesn't appear to start and stop with Donald J. Trump. Shocking new reporting by MS Now's Ken Delanian finds that embattled FBI Director Kash Patel stands accused of using more than $1 million in taxpayer funds
Whoops!
to reward the FBI agents who went after Patel.
The FBI? No, the FBI is doing bad. You mean the same organization that murdered Martin Luther King Jr. is stealing money?
Enemies and who covered up Kash Patel's misbehavior in office, weakening our nation's chief law enforcement agency in the process. Our Ken Delanian.
Oh man, I think he might be on that chopping block. I think Kash Patel. They got rid of all the women in the cabinet. Maybe they didn't get rid of all of them. We got a couple ladies left, but I don't know. I don't think they're going to get rid of AgSac, but they might start on the brown ones.
Reports this about a letter that ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin, sent to Kash Patel. It reads, quote, the letter says the money went to special agents serving on his director's advisory team, which Raskin's letter describes as, quote, a curated group of agents who are willing to carry out your unlawful partisan and personal orders. It went to agents on Patel's security detail, quote, circumventing the mandatory maximum pay caps established by statute. By issuing these side payments, your office may be knowingly breaking the federal law, the letter says.
Oops. Looks like you're knowingly breaking the law there, since we told you this was against the law.
In some cases, nearly 8,000 payments have been made to multiple, nearly $8,000 payments have been made to multiple individuals every 2-week pay period.
Nah, man, the corruption in the FBI. Remember that hamster that used to turn around? I miss that hamster. The early days of the internet, there used to be this whole thing where a hamster would do. I remember I was just a youngin'. My mom thought that was hilarious with that hamster that would turn around. You guys remember that hamster? I think it was a hamster. Maybe it was a guinea pig. It was some kind of rodent, some kind of small domesticated rodent would turn around and go like. He was great.
Despite many of the beneficiaries of your
He had more talent in his little finger than Donald Trump had in his whole big fat body.
Selective generosity already maxing out on a federal employee's salary. The letter goes on to say it is unclear exactly how much each of the agents has received, but adds this, quote, we can confirm that numerous.
Yeah, I am. Punk rock. That's right, Dean Johnson. Skyjack is a punk rocker. Skyjack is a punk rocker. A punk rocker. Thank you, Dean Johnson. Dean Johnson says Skyjack is a punk. Fuck yeah, I am.
Loyalist employees have received at least 5 such payments in consecutive pay periods, amounting to nearly $40,000 per agent. We can also confirm you have depleted this reserve at such a frenzied rate that some of the payments have bounced back from exhausted accounts. Here's more from that stunning letter from Congressman Jamie Raskin. Quote, we know the agents on your director's advisory team, perhaps better known as the Payback Squad, given
the Payback Squad. What are you going to pay back? All the money that every time you buy me a beer, I got to pay you back. It's called the Payback Squad. You bought me a beer, you're in the Payback Squad. If you bought, I always pay back. Patel is drunk because his eyes are straight. He's like he levels out when he gets drunk. Is that what you're saying? Like he's like this. He's kind of like this, and then he gets drunk and they start to kind of level out because he gets wall-eyed. Kind of like other people when they get drunk and they kind of go like this. Yeah, it's great. Thank you, DS King of Kings. Jubilation for King of Kings. Yeah. I'm a fool. Yeah, I'm a fool for you, Dean Johnson. Fool for you, baby doll.
Reported willingness to
fool for you, Habibi. I need to start saying Habibi more. I gotta say it.
Pursue political targets and overlook pesky legal obstacles like probable cause have received a significant amount of these funds. These Payback Squad lieutenants have repaid your corrupt generosity by polygraphing FBI employees, including members of your security detail and information technology personnel suspected of not fully participating in the cover-up of your excessive drinking habits and erratic behavior. such as the
This is the
famous
Congress
episode in which you locked
Committee on Judiciary.
yourself out of your computer, panicked, and then told staff and allies that you had been fired. For their part, the agents on your security detail have also witnessed your indiscretions when joining you on date nights and bro trips alike. It is not clear whether these bonus payments have simply been a corrupt attempt to slide cash to friends, or whether they are also meant to ensure the silence of the agents who witnessed your inebriation and accompanying professional negligence and misconduct. Either way, these freelance awards appear to constitute gross mismanagement of public funds and an abuse of authority by the director's office. The FBI has not responded to MS Now's request for comment on Congressman Raskin's letter, but it is just the latest episode that raises new alarms about Kash Patel's conduct and willingness to upend the FBI for his personal purposes.
I don't know. I think. Wait a second. Kashyap Patel's not Muslim. Shut the fuck up. This is he's Indian. What are you talking about? Because he's brown, he's Muslim. That's how stupid you maggers are. The fact that Jamie Raskin put that in writing makes me think he's got some shit to back it up. Just saying. Like, you could say a lot of shit, but he put it in writing. He wrote a whole letter and put it down on congressional stationery. I'm thinking, man, I think he's got this boy dead to rights. Sorry, Kashyap Patel. No more UFC fights for you. Sorry. No more heated rivalry cosplay in the locker room of the U.S. men's hockey team for you anymore. Sorry. Dirty cash. Dirty cash has got to go. Man, by the way, speaking of Cash App, I have a Cash App. It's Skyjack Morgan and Venmo. Cash App and Venmo. Skyjack Morgan. It's Skyjack Morgan. Just Skyjack Morgan, all one word. If you'd like to support, independent media, or you can become a Sky City Rebel. You get extra streams, extra chat. You get what do I always say? Extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat.
Kash Patel has hollowed out the FBI. He has repeatedly fired agents in key security positions for political purposes, a series of purges which Ken Delanian has called, quote, without precedent in the modern history of the Bureau. Yet another member of the Trump administration weaponizing his position and putting Donald Trump's agenda and his own grievances ahead of our country's security is where we begin today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. The aforementioned Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian joins us. Also joining us, former Assistant Special...
Should I do Buy Me a Coffee too, Thorne? Is that something I should do? Buy me a coffee? I'll do it if you think it would help, because I am someone who needs coffee.
Agent in charge at the FBI, our national security and intelligence analyst, Michael Feinberg. Ken Delanian, it's an incredible piece of reporting on your part. It's an incredible letter on Congressman Raskin's part. It's probably an obvious question, but can you surmise if it's a whistleblower? I mean, it reads like someone from the inside has provided some sort of accounting of cash payments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Nicole. They didn't use the term whistleblower. The House Democrats didn't, but that's certainly how it appears that they got some information.
I think Skip.
Disturbing new details this afternoon about an alleged plot to attack UFC Fight Night on the lawn.
Have you heard of this shit? I don't want to hear that you guys did. They always like patting themselves on the back. Trust us, guys. You almost died. All of you were almost dead. If it wasn't for us, hey, everybody, by the way, anybody here who's watching right now, you're only alive because I saved you. You're just going to have to believe that. What's evidence?
Of the White House, where about 100,000 people, including President Trump, gathered on Sunday. This plot, thankfully, was thwarted after the U.S. Secret Service and FBI uncovered messages discussing the plan. But the investigation is active and ongoing because there are still suspects at large, we are told. As of now, 5 people throughout America, West Virginia, California, Nebraska, Ohio, they're facing charges, including conspiracy to murder and conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States. Federal charging documents just released.
What is this? Oh, I'm glad you asked. What is this? Well, my name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. And boy, you just stumbled into the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you for being here. It's a good time to be alive. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Well, in YouTube history, actually. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's mostly just news reactions from an anarchist perspective, a total liberationist type vibe. You know what I'm saying? You're picking up what I'm putting down. You smell what I'm cooking. Great. If you want to share what the deal is and how you feel is, then go ahead and click that link in the chat and you can join. It's a call-in show too. Man, it's everything. It's so much more than a podcast. Some people say it's better than podcast. So much more than a podcast. That's the point. So go ahead. Get in here and you can have fun. I'm not gonna give you any hassle. Slow down, Turbo. It's gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right, baby doll. Don't worry, Habibi. We love you. Oh, Edward Thornton thinks I should do a buy me coffee. I should do a buy me coffee and share that on the new on. Okay, I'll do buy me coffee. I don't give a fuck. Sure, I'll do it. Yeah, why not? I'll just set it up. Trust us, bro. We saved your life. Trust us.
Claim that the suspects plotted to kill government officials and others. One document reads, quote, the co-conspirators.
These guys all looking scared. What is with the look at this shit? Hold on.
Where the co-conspirators would have snipers prepared to kill certain high-value targets. The co-conspirators' murder plot appears to have been motivated by their anti-government ideology.
Anti-government ideology. Oh, they're coming after the anarchists.
As for specifics on that anti-government ideology, court documents indicate that some of the group, quote, may share some Christian-based, unquote, ultra-religious ideology. One of the suspects allegedly said he wanted to target a U.S. senator because that senator had, quote, taken money from the pro-Israel lobby and supports them. CNN's Brian Todd has
white Christian nationalists.
The concerning
oh no wonder it's not making national news.
Details of this plot.
An energetic, crowded UFC event at the White House with President Trump in attendance, members of Congress and VIPs, all potential targets of an alleged planned attack using drones and snipers. And according to the Secret Service, there are still suspects on the loose.
That's not Secret Service.
According to a federal law enforcement official and criminal complaints obtained by CNN, a group of alleged online extremists planned and coordinated an attack at Sunday night's UFC fight on the White House lawn in order to, quote, jumpstart a revolution in the United States. But they were thwarted.
It was a serious threat. It was an active plot, and it's ongoing.
According to a criminal complaint.
What do you mean it's ongoing? How's it ongoing?
The plan was to, quote, stage a demonstration on the north side of the White House, then detonate drones over the arena, forcing the attending crowd to evacuate, where the group would act as snipers to conduct shootings of the members of the crowd and HVTs, high-value targets.
Good plan. So wait a second. You just blow up the drones over the crowds, and everyone's like, get out of here. It's time to evacuate. And then you just wait for them to run out. That's kind of like what we did to the Indians, except without the drones, right? They'd start fires inside the middle of a town, and then as the American Indians ran away, they would just circle them and kill them as they tried to escape. That was how the Pequod all died. The Pequod. You ever notice that the ship in Moby Dick is also called Pequod? That was intentional. It's called a reference. You got to get the reference. You got to know history. It makes everything so much more enjoyable when you know history, you know? Like the Pequod were a race of Indians that the Americans just killed all of them. They killed all of them. There were no Pequod left. Now they say they found a couple, but for hundreds of years they said there were none. And they named the ship in Moby Dick the Pequod.
Including, quote, both wealthy people and politicians.
Call me Ishmael.
Retired FBI agent Richard Kolko says it's not likely the alleged attackers could have enacted their plot in full, but they could still have inflicted some significant damage.
If they had brought firearms, brought explosives, come to the area, found out where the perimeter was, and gone forward and carried out some sort of attack, people could have died, people could have been hurt, and it could have been very, very serious.
How did you thwart it? Did you find the drone? I want to see some pictures of some drones.
According to court documents, the online group were ex-military, Christian-based, and anti-government, with anti-Israel and anti-Jewish views. The Justice Department has charged 5 people across California.
So liberals. Liberals!
Missouri, Nebraska, and Ohio in the alleged plot. The investigation began when the mother of a 19-year-old in custody, Tyson Proper, alerted authorities that she was concerned about her son, who she says was communicating with radical people online and amassing an arsenal of weapons, including, according to Proper's father, an AR-style rifle and several boxes of ammunition.
And this mom did exactly the right thing. She knew something was up with her son, something was wrong, and she picked up the phone, made the call, and probably saved lives.
The charges include conspiracy to murder and conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States. Now, as for the one defendant, Tyson Proper, the criminal complaint does not say that he purchased any drones, but it says he did purchase multiple firearms and ammunition. Tyson,
is that against the law now in America? Buying firearms and ammunition? What the hell? That's not against the law. I'm telling you, they're going to take away the Second Amendment. I'm telling you, they're going to take away the Second Amendment. This is how they do it. Drones. We need more drones. Now we need more surveillance because of this. Now this is how they do. They're like, oh, we caught some mofos. They were gonna kill you. I swear to God. How do you have any evidence? We don't need evidence. Trust me, bro. They had guns. Well, all of us got guns. What do you mean? What's the problem? That's something I wanted to talk to you about. You're gonna have to get rid of the guns. Why? Well, because this guy bought guns, but he didn't do anything. We think he was gonna do something. So we're going to have to take all your guns. Okay. Also, only the government's allowed to have drones now. Wait, what do you mean only the government's allowed to have drones? How come I can't have a drone? Because only the government, because this guy, he was talking about drones. Did he buy any? No, he didn't buy any drones. Did he use any drones to kill anybody? No. But he was thinking about it. So we're going to say that you can no longer have drones. Brilliant. Brilliant. That's how they're going to do it. Okay, that's how they're going to do it. You notice also they came from all these different states. They're also going to make it so that you can't travel between states. You wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. The only ones who won't try to take it apathetic Democrats. That's funny because when Donald Trump was president, he did an executive order banning the sale of bump stocks and other weaponry. It's so funny you say that because Donald Trump also said he wants to get rid of habeas corpus when it comes to we need to take away the guns, then establish whether or not they're crazy. Remember he said that? It's funny you say that because Donald Trump always talks about taking people's guns. Donald Trump is the first president to brag about how many guns have been confiscated. In Washington, D.C., there was a running tally. I couldn't fucking believe it. On Fox News, look how many guns were collected. We're collecting all these guns. We're cleaning up all the guns. What? Why are you bragging about taking people's guns? That they're just getting you normalized, baby. They're just getting you normalized. Why are you saying that it's okay to take my guns? Yeah, bump stocks. They're against the law. Not anymore. Not anymore. Thought crimes. Yeah, this is a thought crime for sure. For some reason, yeah, economic zone's coming, baby. I'm telling you. Be careful. Be careful what you wish for, maggers. You want ultimate control, all security all the time. You want surveillance on you all the time. You want to make sure that nobody has any guns. You want to make sure that nobody has drones except for the state. Get ready.
Proper has not yet entered a plea. CNN has reached out to a public defender listed for him. Jake?
All right, Brian Todd, thanks so much. Let's discuss with CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller and former CIA counterterrorism official Phil Mudd. John, this was not a lone wolf attack plan. This appears to be highly coordinated.
It's so funny
these messages
because
where snipers.
It was verified that Kamala Harris owned a Glock. And now I hate Democrats for all sorts of reasons. Don't get me started on all the reasons I hate Democrats. But and again, if you hate Democrats and Republicans and feel like a political orphan, please subscribe to this channel. If you think that Republicans and Democrats are just a unitard party, please subscribe. If you don't and you just like having robust chat, like the video, like the live stream, it'll make the chat a little more lively. The likes are for the chat, the subscription is for me. But every time they do this, like Kamala Harris said she had a Glock. They verified that she owned a Glock. She said, I'm a gun owner. You can verify that. Yeah, I've got lots of videos on my YouTube channel of me with guns. But if you have a gun and you know how to use it, I say kudos. That's how you are as an American. You think Donald Trump has ever fired a gun? Donald Trump's never had a fucking driver's license. You think Donald Trump has ever discharged a firearm in his life? Have you ever seen a video of him doing so? Have you ever seen him holding a gun other than on his NFT on his NFT collectibles? The guy's never touched a gun. He's a pussy. When you take away everything from people, suddenly the idea of dying for a Star Trek future becomes a lot more palatable to the common man. Man, I don't know. I love the idea of a Star Trek future, but I think that is just an idea from a bygone era. I don't even know if that type of thing's possible anymore. Forget about warp drives and everything. I was trying to do the Star Trek theme for you. Dun 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 dun. Thank you, DS King of Kings. Jubilation for DS King of Kings. I don't think we're gonna have a Star Trek future, man. Maybe after 100 years, yeah. Bro, you look like Elon Musk. I know Elon Musk. He likes to spend a lot of money trying to look like me, man. The richest man who ever lived. He's the world's first trillionaire. He spends most of his money trying to look like me, bro. It ain't gonna happen. This is God given. You can't look like me. You can spend all the money in the world to try to look like me. The guy keeps on getting penis implants. Bro, you're never going to have this epic fury. This epic fury is God-given. You can't just put an implant in and hope that you can get my epic fury. Man, you put your hair plugs in and you kind of look like you got hair now. You get your face stretched out. You kind of look like a lizard person wearing someone else's face. You could get a jaw implant so you look like a real man that could take a punch. But everyone knows if you punch Elon Musk in the face, his jaw would fall off. He's got fake teeth. I never had a cavity. I got no teeth work done. So, you know, he spends a lot of money trying to look like a real man. So it's kind of hard. Yeah. Calling your penis Epic Fury is crazy. What do you mean? That's the name of my penis, Epic Fury. And the name of my punk band is Depleted Uranium.
Where they should be placed, where the drone should be launched. How concerning is this, and how close do you think they were to pulling it off?
Well, extraordinarily concerning. And
look at this. They got the sharp. They circled stuff. They circled things. That's pretty cool. They circled stuff. They circled roads, and they bought guns. Look out.
Did you actually see the
They really did, man. Look out.
agreement itself?
I've seen the agreement, yes.
Oh, so the president showed it to you.
Oh man, Carney's spilling the beans over here. The Canadian Prime Minister's like, man, I've seen that shit. What the fuck?
Well, I've seen the agreement. We have our sources, just like you.
Okay.
God, Canadians are so nice. Don't you wish you were Canadian? I don't wish I were Canadian. I just like Canadian. I like everybody though. I don't know if you noticed. I like everybody. Except when they're trying to tell me that I shouldn't have a gun or something. I don't like that. I like them when they not tell me what to do.
Well, we haven't seen it publicly. It hasn't been released. Is it true? It's about a page and a half?
It is a reasonable length for an agreement, which is.
I'm going to shove my Epic Fury into the Ayatollah's uranium stockpile. The uranium stockpile is time to sprinkle some nuclear dust on you. And my Epic Fury, you can do a boner bump off my Epic Fury. I know you love boner bumps. I love them too. We all love boner bumps. Boner bumps are my favorite type of bump. It's so much better than HPV. HPV is no fun. Lots of bumps on my HPV. I got lots of HPV in my bunghole. Lots of HPV. You know, they say HPV is quite common. It's quite common. Everybody has it, they say. Not everyone has it in their butthole, but me and Farrah Fawcett and I, we got a lot in common. Farrah Fawcett, so beautiful, so jiggly. Jiggly TV. Jiggle TV was so fun. Such a great show. Charlie's Angels. And my Epic Fury got so hard looking at Charlie's Angels, I swear to God. Back when I can get my Epic Fury hard, it was so nice.
In effect, it is a cessation of hostilities. It's a ceasefire for that 60-day period, as you know. But it sets out a series of conditions and what will happen when they are fulfilled. It's well structured. It creates. I actually think, I think it's a game changer, not just for this situation, because
so polite. I mean, Carney's even polite talking about Donald Trump. Like, he's so polite. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
It starts to take off certainly this issue, but it allows us, and this is what's happened in the meeting, to step back, look anew at Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine situation. We had a very, very constructive conversation around Ukraine.
I want to ask you about Ukraine, but on this MOU itself, because the administration has not released the text of it, is there anything surprising in it?
Anything surprising? Look, I think that we all went through weeks and weeks where it seemed close to.
Dude, I know maple syrup's so good. Jacksonville kid, you like it, right? Everyone loves maple syrup. Are you fucking kidding me? Americans, we literally take high fructose corn syrup and put a drop of maple in it, and we're like, this is maple syrup. In Canada, they're mainlining the real shit, man. That's like going down to Peru and doing coca leaves. You know what I'm saying? You ever take a coca leaf? It's so beautiful. It's not like that stomped on cocaine we get in America that came up some Guatemalan's butthole in order to get into this country. I mean, we're talking when you go down to Peru and you get the good shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? That's like when you go up to Canada, you get that real good maple syrup, son. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but their maple syrup's good on their loony. You got to pay with it. You got to pay for it with loonies and toonies up there, man. Loonies and toonies. What in the hell?
Having a deal, but there wasn't a deal. So is the surprise that there's actually a deal? Maybe you could put it that way, but having the deal and then getting behind it, that's what's crucial.
He's so nice. He was so nice. He's say, like all the shit that Donald Trump has said, like get rid of the imaginary line that's a border. There's no such thing as borders. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as borders. Get rid of the imaginary line right there between us and Canada, and then we can make it a one big, beautiful, beautiful country. Big, beautiful country. 51st state. Remember that when he keeps calling Carney a governor? He kept on calling Carney a governor. Guy said Donald Trump's such a piece of shit, and Carney's like, well, let me tell you about the deal. I think the deal's quite good. I think the deal's good. It's good. It's going to be fine. Donald Trump made a great deal. I don't know what everyone's talking about. I don't know what everybody's worried about. Like, I don't know if you guys know about Vegan Gains. There's this Canadian content creator. He's kind of a fascist content creator. He gives vegans a bad name kind of guy. He's really upsetting all the time. He's very upset all the time. And like, he's really big and he's, I don't know, he's kind of racist, kind of mean. And it's funny because if you watch his content, he'll say about a lot. And it's funny because you don't really see kind of like fascist Canadians very often. They're usually like polite guys like this Carney guy. It's kind of nice. I don't know. Big up to all the Canadians. We got any Canadians watching right now? Oh, look at that. Germany and America. Look at Donald Trump's like, oh, I can't wait to wear this. It's going to be so nice. Keir Starmer's like, bloody hell, you fucking bowl licker. You fucking Germans always shoehorning your way into the Americans. Always just sucking up to the Americans, aren't you? Oh, they put 47 on the back. This guy Mertz, he's like, yeah, we have put your name on the back of the jersey. How you say the tricot? The tricot, I think you call it a jersey or something like that. It's going to be very nice. We make it very nice for you.
We were used to be yours.
This is yours. It's not for me. I'm not going to wear it. This is yours. This is yours, Herr Trump. Herr Trump, this is yours. Wunderbar, wunderbar. I love that someone had to say wunderbar. It probably wasn't even a German. Everyone knows wunderbar, right? Wunderbra. Wunderbra. Wonderbra. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Hoffentlich. He's so happy. Look at, he's like a child all happy. He loves gifts, doesn't he? Our president loves little gifts. He loves little trinkets and gifts he could collect. Oh, man. It's no plane. The Qataris gave me a $400 million jet plane. But this is nice. This is nice. It's very nice. Yeah, very, very nice. He's so touched. His love language is definitely gifts, right? Is like, the 5 love languages. Donald Trump's love language is definitely gifts. He doesn't know that in German, gift means poison. It's true. In German, the word for gift is Geschenk. But if you say, because it's kind of funny, Geschenk, that sounds like a shank, right? In English, you say like a shank, but Geschenk is a present, a gift. But the word gift, like the G-I-F-T, in German means poison. He's like, how come Italy didn't bring me something nice? I'm very upset that this German's so much taller than I am. These Germans, why are they always so big and strong, so manly, so handsome? So handsome when he gets in the shower with Arnold Palmer. I can see their schlongs slapping together now. Oh my God. I love women. I love thinking about big schlongs. Love it. Hey, thanks. They'll have to be my final. This will have to be my final. I saw 8647 worn into a local field out here in rural South Central Pennsylvania. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. South Central Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you, DS King of Kings. Thank you for hooking me up today. Thank you for supporting independent media. Oh no, Maroney. I love her facial expressions. She's always doing funny shit with her face. But I think all Italians do that. They're always like, I think that's why Italians make such good actors. Why would Robert De Niro? He's always like, yeah. Kiss, 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 kiss. Uh-oh, France and Japan talking. Careful. Careful. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Kiss, kiss. Kiss, kiss. How come Donald's the only one's how come Donnie's the only one sitting down? I don't know. The Italian looks cute with her little beige suit on. I think she looks cute as hell. Are there only 2 women? Oh no, there's 3 ladies. 3 ladies. That's pretty cool. Ursula von der Leyen. She's with the European Union. Ursula.
It used to be boxing, but now the UFC's.
Used to be boxing, but now UFC. Very Nah, man, boxing's still the shit, man. UFC sucks. Okay, but the women look way more stylish, especially the Italian. She looks stylish as hell. You got to leave it to the Italians, man. They're always going to outshine you, man. They're always going to come in here looking. You know, every time you go to Italy, you feel like a slob. Like last time I was in Italy, I was thin. I was looking good. I thought I was really cool because people kept on asking me for directions and shit. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking fitting in here in Rome, motherfucker. I look practically Italian, man. I was looking, my hair was did, I was on fleek, man. And then I went out at night and I hung out with like a bunch of real Italians. And I was like, fuck me, man. These guys got so much goddamn. It's weird that Italians got so much game, but they're all like staying at home with their mamma mias. They're always staying at home with their mamma mias. What's with you guys? You guys like ladies? I don't know. Italians are funny people, man. I love them. But they are like failure to launch all the time. These dudes are like little babies, but they always look so good. They would have all the ladies if they came to America, but they, you know, she's a cutie. Yeah, Meloni's very cute. Yeah, it's true. Is she fascist? Is Meloni a fascist? Meloni, is she fascist? 3 women. Uh-oh, MAGA's gonna get triggers. There's 3 women out of 7. I think there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 chairs. 11 chairs at that table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 chairs. 12 chairs. And 3 of them are ladies. That's 25%. I mean, shit. How far have we come? Pretty good. And there's 2 missing. Maybe they're ladies too. I don't know. MAGA's gonna get triggered. They hate women. Donald Trump's quiet piggy.
How come you never smile? How come you never smile? The German's smiling.
He's a good person. I'm glad you get to watch. I did that last fight. The last 2 fights.
This loser was asleep.
I saw the last 2 fights. They woke me up for those.
2 guys that couldn't be beaten.
Look at, why does he sit like a troll? God, he makes me want to. He really does make me want to stand up. Man, it makes me want to wear a back brace so that I never look like him. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, put your shoulders back, dude. Oh, man, I hope that I do not end up walking around like this slouched fuck. God damn it. I hope that I never. I'm going to start doing more yoga. That's it. I'm doing more yoga. I do not, in 40 years, I do not want to look like this guy.
British team. You know, with Cries. We wait for him? Are you sure? Thank you, Jonathan. Okay.
Could have been 4 women if not for the U.S. It's true. You're right. You're right. Damn it.
Okay, guys, thanks for joining us. Let's go.
That'd be 33%. Look at him. Look at. Okay, hold on. Bridget Macron appears awkward as Trump holds her hand. I mean, he probably was like,
Don't touch it too hard. I bruise easy. I bruise real easy. I'm bruising. You're cruising for it. My dad always said I was cruising for a bruising, and now I'm
Bernie Sanders. Is he a hunching fuck too? Does Bernie Sanders have a hunch? I mean, sure, but Bernie Sanders, guess what? He's not president. Last time Bernie Sanders ran for president, he'd be out by now. He'd be already done. Okay, so that's Mrs. Macron. She's a mean one. Don't get her mad. She'll beat the shit out of you. Oui, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Oui, mais oui. Bon, mais oui. Oh, le président, c'est comme ça. Sorry bleu. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, look at. Oh, no. This is why he has bruises on his hand, because he shakes hands like an asshole. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at how he does it. He grabs a hand and pulls you in. Like, Joe Rogan has a whole bit on this, that he grabs people and he pulls them. He pulls them real hard because he thinks that's like a show of dominance or something. I don't know why these assholes want to dominate people at the handshake. That's lame, right? Like, I'm gonna dominate you. Like, this isn't like we're just taking pictures, asshole. We're just taking fucking pictures. You don't need to dominate anybody. Nobody needs to be dominated right now. Like, some situational awareness might go a long way. Meeting with Trump, where's the nose plug? Maybe that's why she's uncomfortable. She could smell him already.
Maybe we should stand downwind, stand upwind from Donald. He's like, I don't like the smell of all that Chanel No. 5.
Donald Trump.
I hate Chanel No. 5.
Okay, hold on. Oh, kissed her on. Did he just touch her face? No, okay. He did with his. Let go. God damn this guy. That's how I take all my pictures. Everybody loves Raymond. Who the fuck? Hey, we're all friends. We're going to pretend like we're all friends. Like, the whole world has nothing to worry about, okay? Nothing to worry about. Yeah, total alpha wannabe. Total alpha wannabe. Exactly. Trump the cologne. Do you think he's wearing Trump the cologne? The fight cologne? I think he called it victory cologne or some shit. Like, who takes a picture? Look at this guy. Everybody loves Raymond. Like, he pulls a fit. This is an intentional look. This isn't just like, this is the way this guy thinks he looks handsome. Fuck me, bro. Like, look at Macron. Macron's like, Macron. I'm trying to do the Macron face. Macron's like, Macron's got a kind of devil may care, je ne sais quoi. Those French boys, they always got a little giddy hilt, don't they? They got a little cavalier nature about them. He's like, I fucked 6 girls last night. And Donald Trump's there like, my wife won't even touch me. God damn. The wife looks scared. Yeah, that's the name. The title of this video is from the Washington Post, of all places, is that Brigitte Macron appears awkward trying to, holding Donald Trump's hand. I like her little buttons, though. She's got a cute little outfit on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. Why is he holding her hand? Why? Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
News tonight, the FBI now has.
Okay, that was slightly awkward. Why was he holding her hand? Was he need help going down the stair?
Hold my hand for just a second. Let me get down the stair. This is one stair, but it's a doozy. It's just one step, but it's a doozy. Help me out here, okay, lady? Just don't let him see me fall.
Yeah, that was a little awkward, to be honest. Like, I guess, fuck me, I don't know, man. He lost his balance. I think maybe that's what it was, actually, because he grabbed her like this. He was holding her wrist almost. Bizarre. Yeah, the stair. It's always funny when I see these guys FC, ZV, 7TC saying that some women look like men. It's like, you clearly have no experience with women. You're clearly an incel. You don't know what women are. I got it. You can't define what a woman is. Understood. This is why all of you idiot conservatives always have to say shit like this. You always have to say, oh, that person looks like a man or whatever. You can't define you don't know what a woman is. You don't know what a woman is. I got it. I get it. You like watching men greased up wrestling around. You like watching men's cocks in the shower like Donald Trump does. I get it. You like boner bumps. But there's 50% of the population that are women. You know what I mean?
Disrupted a plot to attack the UFC event at the White House over the weekend and arrested 5 people, including 2 from right here in Southern California. The FBI says those plot organizers were planning to use flying drones loaded.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, exactly. Kieran says, I used to work with disabled people, and the way he held her wrist is how they walked in the stairs. Yeah, it's true. Usually wrist, elbow, because he needs help. That's it. My first impression was that. Yeah, it's always single men that say stuff like that. It's always guys that have like super like something going on in their brains. They're closeted homosexuals. They got some kind of sexual deviant thing going on. Porn addicts. That doesn't look like a woman to me. You look like a man. It's like, bro. I've seen what MAGA women look like. Okay, you don't throw stones in glass houses. You know what I'm saying? Women come in all shapes and sizes, just like men. Last time I checked, most of these goddamn MAGAs, they look like stuffed sausage. Like they look like a fucking 100 pounds of shit in a 50-pound bag. Dems can't define what a woman is for years. Then all of a sudden argues to Michelle. No one's see what I mean? Literally one person that isn't. See, Chad. No one ever argued that what a woman is or isn't. Dems never had to define it. I'm not a Dem. But all you stupid MAGAs are obsessed with the definition of man and woman. You're obsessed. And you can't. And now I understand why. It's because you can't determine it yourself. You can't look and see. You can't, for some reason, tell the difference between a man or a woman. So you need someone to tell you. You need daddy to tell you which one's a man, which one's a woman. You need someone to always hold your hand because you're obviously mentally handicapped. You can't do it. You always want to look under boys and girls, look in their pants to see what's down there. That's the only way to determine, because you're an idiot. You can't just know or not care. No, you need someone to tell you. Why? I don't know. I don't know why. You're obsessed. But you don't know the difference between a boy and a girl. I get it. Just like, this is why people like Charlie Kirk were obsessed with trans porn, because they can't ever get in. They have something wrong
Their wires are mixed up. He hates trans people. He hates gay people. And he says it's only gay if you do it, but you can watch trans porn and that's not gay. Charlie Kirk spoke at length about his gay porn addiction, his trans porn addiction. And you keep on finding these conservatives, that these maggers, they get outed for watching all this gay porn and trans porn usually. And all these OnlyFans models that then out them and show that they're spending tens of thousands of dollars. These MAGA conservative politicians, tens of thousands of dollars to these OnlyFans OnlyFans models, which, it's do what you want to do, but it's very bizarre that you preach hate, but then you're sitting there jerking off to it all day, man. That is. You must be so tied up into pretzels every morning. You wake up, your heart must be beating. You're afraid all the time. Like, dude, just if you like trans, go for it, man. Get a trans girlfriend. I'm sure they're fun. Just treat one with respect. They'll probably be a good time for you, man. No reason to be all up in arms about it. Get all upset. And then you go around telling everybody else they don't know what a man or a woman is. It seems like you don't know whether you're a man or a woman. You don't know whether you like men or women. So you're addicted to trans porn, but then you claim to hate everybody who is trans. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. Like, Charlie Kirk was a devout addict, a self-admitted addict. And now he's getting fucked in all three holes down in hell.
With explosives over the event and then shoot into the fleeing crowd. John Fenolio is live in the KTLA News Center with the chilling details. John?
Sandra Scher, the FBI says this alleged plot was detected just days before the UFC event at the White House on Sunday. Investigators say the mother of one of the suspects in Ohio contacted police reporting concerns about her son's recent firearm purchases and online activities. And then that has led to the arrest of 5 men across 4 states, including
Wait a
two
second.
right
He
here
owned a gun and he went on the internet? Oh, no.
in Southern
That's
California.
it. That's it. In America, you're not allowed to own a gun and be on the internet.
As fans cheered at the White House UFC event Sunday, federal investigators say they were racing to stop an alleged plot that could have turned the night into a mass casualty attack.
It was unique due to the numbers involved, the level of planning involved.
According to the criminal complaint, the 5 men accused in the case discussed using drones loaded with explosives to spark panic, force people to evacuate, then open fire on high-value targets as they fled. 2 of the men charged are from Southern California, 24-year-old Brian Omar Roa of Calamasa, and 32-year-old Michael Allen Thomas of Pinion Hills. The Justice Department says searches of homes.
Dang it. And they were Christian nationalists. Oh no, is that a liberal gun? What's funny is, like, I defend these guys' rights to have guns, and then they come out with guns like this, and I'm like, come on, are these trans liberals who are gonna kill all these guys? Really? I don't believe that this was even a plot, but whatever, man. Keep it going. Tell me more.
And other property turned up firearms, ammunition, and other evidence investigators believe is tied to the alleged plot. Authorities say the men connected through a TikTok community called Vanguard of the Old and use an encrypted signal chat known as Hunters to communicate. Court documents allege Roa and Thomas met in Southern California within the past month to practice marksmanship and tactics. Investigators say the suspects specifically wanted to target lawmakers who had taken money from the pro-Israel lobby. A text message from an unidentified suspect obtained by the FBI reads, "I think I can speak for everyone in saying we're tired of not making stuff happen and tired of being ruled over by treasonous, pedophilic, criminal politicians and foreign agents. When the laws are no longer written and enforced by criminals, that's when I'll care about following them."
There are still suspects at large, and we're going to work it until everyone's been identified.
President Trump asked about the alleged plot while in France.
The attack that I watched with the fighters.
The vice president.
The attack I watched with the fighter. I didn't know anything about attacks. I was just watching the fights. I was asleep most of the time, but I was catching a little nappy poo.
Also weighing in on Fox News.
This is what happens when people turn the rhetoric up so loud that disagreeing with somebody is a cause for violence. That's what the place that we've come to, unfortunately, with too much of our political rhetoric. We got to tell everybody to tone it down.
Tone it down. It's the rhetoric, guys. It's the rhetoric. It has nothing to do with what we're doing, okay? It's the rhetoric. Stop blaming us for doing bad things. It's just talking about us doing bad things that is causing people to get mad. If y'all would just shut the fuck up while we steal your money, then it would not happen. If you would just let us steal your money and rape your children, nobody would want to kill politicians. Just shut up. Just shut up and let politicians rape your children and steal your money. and tone down the rhetoric. Don't talk about us raping your children and stealing your money. And then no one would want to kill politicians if you would just shut up and let us do what we do. Then you wouldn't get killed. Then we wouldn't get killed, or you wouldn't get killed. We're still going to kill you, but we wouldn't get killed. We'll still kill you. Don't worry. We're working real hard with the glyphosate and the McDonald's and all the flesh that animal flesh we keep feeding you, and all of the poisonous gases and the data centers. We're going to kill you, but you need to tone down the rhetoric while we're killing you. Okay. Do not kill us. Tone it down. You're here. I need you about right here. Okay. You need to freedom of speech. Fuck that.
Both SoCal men arrested made their initial court appearances in Riverside County on Monday. A judge ordered them held without bond. They are due back in court for arraignment next month. In the News Center, I'm John Fenolio, sending it back to you in the studio.
Federal marshals sprayed chemicals at protesters outside of the federal courthouse in St.
We're still going to kill you we're still going to shoot you in the face. Shut up and take it. Shut up and take it, says Real McGoy. Shut up and take it. Can I get some jubilations, please? Thank you so much, Real McCoy. You're the best. Thank you. Look at that. We're still gonna shoot you in the streets. We're still gonna hit you with pepper spray and pepper balls and bullets. But tone down the rhetoric while we're kicking your teeth in, would you please?
Paul today. Inside the courthouse, a group faced a judge for allegations that their actions against ICE during Operation Metro Surge rose to the level of being a crime.
The U.S. Attorney for Minnesota announced today's arrests and indictments against 15 Minnesotans. He says that they conspired to impede or injure federal officers. We have team coverage starting with Esme Murphy with more about the charges. Esme.
Well, Amelia, the specific charges against these 15 protesters are conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault of a federal officer, and destruction of government
threats and stalking.
The U.S. Attorney opened his news conference drawing a parallel between these protester charges and the guilty plea of Vance Belter, who admitted killing Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark and wounding Senator John Hoffman and his wife.
Well, when you and I were all together last week, I said that political violence is a national scourge in our times.
National scourge. Stop it. Stop killing politicians, everybody. Stop doing it.
Today, I can disclose to you further actions by federal law enforcement in combating that violence.
U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen said the charges are...
Yeah, I'm an inspiration for what M. Shouty, you're absolutely right. Don't be like me. Yeah, I mean, it takes so long to read books. It takes so long to get college degrees. It's just so much effort being me. You do you. Sit on your couch, play Call of Duty, shut the fuck up. That's it. Don't say anything. Great. You keep doing you. Thank you so much. Don't even put a PFP in your profile. We get it.
Part of the Trump administration's prioritizing political violence. Rosen played a social media post from one of those arrested and charged, Minneapolis resident Kyle Wagner.
Not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your guns and stop these people.
The U.S. Attorney came back to that line.
We're not talking about peaceful protests. His words, not mine.
The Department of Homeland...
Oh, no. Are these guys peaceful? Oh, who's got the guns?
Security official called the protesters' actions part of a wave of alarming attacks on police.
Today's announcement is a result of a thorough and months-long investigation into a deeply concerning trend. Coordinated violence targeting federal law enforcement officers and facilities.
But outside the courthouse, activists defended the protesters, saying prosecutors are trying to stifle their constitutional right to free speech and assembly.
I want to be very clear. Observing is not a crime. Watching the illegal actions committed by ICE is not a crime. Loving your immigrant neighbor is not a crime.
Now, past charges against ICE protesters have brought mixed results. Some have been dismissed, but others remain in line to be prosecuted, including the allegations against prominent activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong, who's accused of disrupting a church service in January.
All right. Thank you.
Not a church service. Just shut up. Just shut up. Let us kill your neighbors. If you would just shut up while we kill your neighbors, we wouldn't have a problem. Just shut up while we throw them all in concentration camps. Shut up. Just shut up. Like that's exactly what they want. They want you to shut up. And if you don't, well, you're in trouble. Yes, indeed.
I love people that just want to do what the government tells them to do and be like, well, Donald Trump's my favorite politician.
A new study is out showing that the city of Los Angeles, well, it's lost a little bit of its luster. Laz, break it down.
More than a little bit, according to this report. If you feel that downtown LA is not a very cool place to hang out, well, apparently you're not alone.
But LA's always had a problem, man. Downtown LA has always been a ghost town. When I was a kid, LA, like there's some cool parts of downtown LA. Sometimes when you go downtown, you're like, man, I would love to live in downtown LA, but it's not like a walkable downtown. It's like it's ghost town on the weekends. It's kind of rough. Like it's clean unless you're in Skid Row, but like downtown it's never been great in LA, not since I was a kid.
Report out this week finds that downtown LA is one of the deadest downtowns in the world.
Yeah, that's it. It has to be one of the deadest downtowns. I think that's always the way it is, and LA's always been that way. It's funny because I always thought LA would have been so. Every once in a while, there's like a downtown renaissance. They open a bunch of cafes and art galleries, and it seems really cool. But they never have like you need a theater district. You need like a Broadway. You need something that's like a real. We have a Broadway, but we don't have like a real Broadway like they do in New York, right? Like we need something that brings the bees to the honey pot, you know. And usually when you have a big theater, restaurants and stuff open up because people want to eat dinner before they go to the theater. They make a night of it. So all these other little businesses open up because of it. You need the arts, but watch, you know, like. Downtown LA, it's expensive to live there. The arts are like there's some cool galleries. There's I remember I did a poetry reading at the Stench, I think it was called. It's a punk venue. There's a couple punk venues. There's some cool stuff down there. It's not completely dead, but I get it. Like for LA, this giant city, for our downtown to be like LA. I'm from LA, and I've been going downtown for most of my life, and it's just not that cool.
If you know downtown LA pretty well, you might say, okay,
the
what's the
stink.
news there? All right, let's get into that.
Yes, the stink. Have you been there, Veg in the Woods? Did we talk about this before? Yeah, the stink. I did a poetry reading at the stink. What they call art in LA is graffiti. Not downtown. You don't really see that much of it downtown. Yeah. Most of downtown is depressing concrete bunkers and stuff. Yeah. And but those bunkers could be turned into cool lofts. They could be turned into cool artists, like warehouse. The warehouse space, we have it in downtown LA, but it's just like no one ever bothered to convert it. When you go to other downtowns, even places that aren't downtown, like the Bronx and Brooklyn, they have spaces like that have been converted, and LA just never has. It also has to do with like LA doesn't have a streetcar system. LA just has those buses that are like not as cool, you know, just like downtown LA just doesn't have that cool factor, man. Hollywood's cool, but it's like, ugh. LA is I love LA. I love Melrose. I love I don't know. There's some cool spots in LA, but it's not great.
About 2/3 of respondents to the Gensler City Pulse survey.
They don't make money, but they don't make money, but they could bring residents. If you convert those places, you can bring residents, and the arts don't bring money, but they bring other businesses come. So like I've done so many studies because I used to work for the American Shakespeare Center, and I was their marketing. I was part of their marketing department. I was like 50% of the marketing department, and we ran the Playhouse and stuff. And there's all sorts of studies that show that if you have an anchor, like a big arts project, that it brings other stuff. Like Disney Hall brought a bunch of other restaurants and want to be around Disney Hall because when people come to the opera or come to a big show at Disney Hall in LA, they want to have dinner before, they want to go shopping, they want to make a day of it. But we have things like City Walk at Universal Studios and stuff that kind of fill that void, or Disney, the Disney downtown Disney and stuff. So California has that type of shit. LA, I know downtown Disney isn't in LA, but it's close enough. And so people go to that shit. People just drive to where they want to go. So downtown's always been kind of dead. You could do it though. If a major renovation could really happen, you'd have to put a lot of money in though.
describe downtown LA as vibrant, but that compares with 80% vibrancy scores for the likes of New York and Chicago. Gensler, an urban planning consulting firm, says,
it's just a big downtown's pretty nuts.
Downtown LA is 11th lowest in the US for being, cool, and 20th lowest worldwide, well below the likes of Sydney and Shanghai. Kelly Farrell, managing director of Gensler's LA office, told the LA Times that the city's downtown has, become more downtrodden because businesses have moved elsewhere. And
that beautiful pool in that hotel, huh? JW Marriott. Crypto.com.
And that's led to an exodus of workers and residents, which in turn has wiped out many.
See, there's the Peacock Theater. I mean, they've got stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. There's never able to make it work in LA. There's just too many problems.
Restaurants and shops. And as a former downtown denizen myself, from when the LA Times was there,
and look, you know what you also see in LA? Where's the green? There's no green. There's no shade unless you're under one of those buildings. There's no shade. Look at even those little tiny little trees on the street. It's just shit, man. And there used to be a river. There used to be. They could have put the river, like daylight the river. That'd be cool. There's plans to daylight the river and shit. It could happen.
Too has left downtown LA. I can attest that the area is just not so fun. Of course, there are pockets of fun and some pretty cool stuff that can be found down there, but generally speaking, it's not New York. It's not Chicago. What can we do? Well, needless to say, I've thought about this, and I've come up with a suggestion.
The other thing about New York and Chicago, though, is that they were invented before, like New York, Chicago came around before cars. Everything was kind of denser and everyone could walk to where they needed to go. Like that culture just isn't so. LA is about cars. They ripped out our subways, our streetcar system, and now we just have cars. I mean, I always lamented the fact that I wasn't alive during the streetcar. Like LA at one point had more streetcar track than any other city in the world. They had the biggest streetcar system in the world, bigger than Paris, bigger than New York.
Although it's not an easy suggestion. My solution to this is aggressive rent control. Stop. Hey, let me finish. This would be the way that you lure back the young and hip into the downtown area. And after they arrive, presumably the businesses will all come back to cater to them. And these would be the cooler businesses, restaurants, boutiques, things like that. Would it work? Well, demographically speaking, yeah, studies have shown that's one way to do it. Would landlords and developers get behind this? Not a chance.
No. Gotta clean it up.
Well, the cleanup for sure. But
Yeah.
See, dumb bitch. We got to clean it up. No, everyone just dismissed it. Oh, clean up for sure. But like, look, cleaning up. More cops? Yeah, nobody wants to live like that. No one wants to live in a place that's like, gotta clean it up, crack some skulls. If you're in the street, you gotta crack some skulls. No one wants to live like that.
Downtown LA used to rely so heavily on foot traffic. I was reading the LA Business Journal recently that vacancies in office spaces are approaching something like 40%.
Right.
And so the people just aren't there.
Right.
And so there are discussions about turning those.
That's the other thing. In the week, downtown LA used to be hustle and bustle, all crazy, everybody. And then the weekend just ghosts, just nothing. You walk down the middle of the street, no one would bother you.
Office spaces into residential housing, commercial spaces into more residential housing. But how do you get the people back there first?
I think one of the problems with downtown LA is it's got multiple personalities. You've got the financial community on Bunker Hill, but there's really not much going on there.
Yeah, the financial district, there's nothing there.
You got the razzle dazzle of crypto.com arena, but it doesn't get much farther than the things that are there. Broadway, man, that's just faded glory there. And then you got Skid Row. You put it all together, it's a hard thing to market. It's a hard thing to characterize. Bringing young people back into that area, then you can start getting shopping streets.
I mean, Skid Row is just...
Shopping streets are the key to an urban city center.
Shopping streets. Those shopping streets are at downtown Disney, where you have to get frisked before you go in, go through a metal detector. Same thing with City Walk. City Walk doesn't have the metal detectors, but it's still like very controlled environment. Parking is handled. You have all of these places you can go for shopping and spending the day. Go to Universal Studios, go to Disneyland if you want, that type of thing. I don't know. You haven't hadn't heard about the streetcars in Roger Rabbit. Yeah, and in Roger Rabbit, they had the streetcars, and he's like, why would you want to build freeways? It's a joke, because that's exactly what they did. In fact, I think it was GM, Standard Oil, and Goodyear, maybe, or Firestone. I think Firestone, maybe. These companies got together, and they wanted to sell buses because of oil, gas, and tires. And they conspired, and they bought all of the track, and they tore it all out in order to sell more buses. And it wasn't just here, it was all over America. They did it all, and they were caught, and they were convicted, and they got a little slap on the wrist that was like the fine was like a price of one bus or something like that. It was ridiculous. But it was definitely they got caught in conspiracy. It's a true, real conspiracy where they got caught and convicted. Nothing happened. There were towns all over America. I've lived in Stanton, Virginia. They used to have streetcars going down, up and down, electric cars, connecting everything, and now they're all gone. They just tore them all out to sell buses all over America instead. Wait, isn't rent control a socialist idea? But that person's CCOT. Yeah, for sure. Rent control would be cool, but it's just regulation of capitalism. I don't know if that's really socialism.
Meanwhile, in Mexico City, Mexico's unofficial World Cup mascot is Merlin the Duck, and he made a cameo in his team jersey. It's been a lot of fun to watch the joy around the World Cup. And in America, there's also more serious storylines, like the Iranian men's soccer team playing in the U.S., specifically Los Angeles, which happens to be home to one of the largest Persian communities in America. So large, in fact, that it's nicknamed Tehrangeles.
Tehrangeles. What do you fuck you? Tehrangeles. No one's ever called it that.
Iranian American fans in LA really made a statement at Monday night's game, smuggling pre-revolutionary Iranian flags into SoFi Stadium.
Smuggling the flag? You had to smuggle flags?
Outside the stadium, a powerful scene as fans handed out t-shirts bearing faces and names of protesters murdered by the regime. All of it comes at a pivotal moment for Iranian Americans in the U.S. and Iran as they try to reach a deal. So it's about more than just soccer. It's about identity and pride, and for many Iranian Americans, hope. Joining me now, an Iranian American.
Isn't that what every World Cup's about?
American who lives in Los Angeles and editor-in-chief of the Foreign Desk.
Yeah, I got an Iranian here. She could tell me how much everyone loves Donald Trump over there.
Lisa Deftari. Lisa, I'd love for you to, I know this is elementary, but help us understand. I got a text from my brother during the game last night. He said, is it just me or are there a lot of Iran fans in LA? And he was concerned. And I said, well, it's the biggest Persian population in America. What's the relationship between that population in LA and the Iranian national soccer team?
I'm guessing Los Angeles has the most, like, ever hear like New York has more Irish people than Ireland and shit. There's like Los Angeles has got almost 20 million people. So I just heard that Los Angeles is the #1 city outside of Iran for Iranians. Is Los Angeles the #1 for any other diaspora? Let's see. It's a top city outside the homeland for several other diaspora. Armenians. Los Angeles hosts the largest Armenians, more Koreans than any other place in the world, more Iranians than any other place in the world, and more Mexicans than any place in the world. So we could call it Mexicangelist, Iraniangelist, Koreangelist, and Armeniangelist. Great. Awesome. Thank you. It's just so stupid. Like, there's a huge number of people in Los Angeles, millions of people. Of course, there are more Iranians in Los Angeles than any other place in the world. Where the fuck else were they supposed to go? Mexico City?
Yeah, great question. And there's so much nuance in this story that relates to what's going on globally with regards to the United States and Iran's regime. As you said, Los Angeles is home to the largest expatriate Iranian community outside Iran. Iranians who have this awareness about we are here because they are there, meaning the regime, who have waited for this moment to potentially see a collapse of the regime so that the Iranians, 90 million of them in Iran, could be free, and Iranians here could travel freely back and forth to Iran, many of whom
90 million. Do all 90 million hate them?
Have either never been to Iran or have not been able to go back. This was a very, very complex moment for all Iranians, myself
If all 90 million people hated that regime, then there would be no regime.
included.
Is it a hard calculation, Lisa, on whether or not to root for the team? Is the team seen as an extension of the regime or a hopeful will of the people in Los Angeles, the Persians in Los Angeles, and maybe a lot of the population obviously at home in Iran?
Yeah, it's very complex. For many, they went there because they knew they were going to carry the old flag, which represents anti-regime sentiments. They turned their backs when they played the national anthem. They rooted against the government. But what happens when those soccer players come out onto the field? There was a split. Some Iranians thought they represent the Iranian people. Some said, no, they are agents of the regime. They're here because they represent the regime. They represent what the regime stands for, and we don't want them on U.S. soil. Or if they were
There's a lot of those other flags I noticed. A lot of those other flags that aren't that lion
world's
flag.
eyes are on this game. We Iranians here want to tell the world that this regime does not represent us.
I like how she speaks for all the we Iranians here. It looked like there were a lot of people with the new flag. So did they smuggle that one in? They smuggled it. They smuggled that flag. They smuggled a flag. They smuggled drones.
Wrap up, but I want to ask each of you a question about the future, because that's what both of you are so focused on. First off, just on your future. There's a lot of people, you've talked about that you're thinking about running for president, right? How is that thought process going? What's the process in that? And I know you're on a listening tour, and I'm curious what you're hearing from people as you've gone around the country, what people are telling you that maybe you've learned that you didn't know before the process of doing so.
What people are telling me includes that they want to believe.
Don't get triggered, Maggers. I know you're going to cry.
in systems, and they've lost trust in those systems.
Yes. Wow. Wow. Kamala Harris, we have lost faith in our systems. How did that happen, Kamala Harris? Could it be that when you were Attorney General and lead prosecutor, maybe it was because you ruined a bunch of people's lives over bullshit drug laws like possession of marijuana, and you ruined people's whole lives over it? Could that be why we've lost faith in our systems? Maybe that could be it. What role did you play? That should be the next question. You're right, Kamala Harris. You're absolutely correct. We have lost faith in the systems. We would love to believe in a system. Wouldn't that be nice if we believed in a system? Wouldn't that be great? The problem is the systems and institutions of this country and every country, because every government is only a threat of violence, they're all unethical and they fail us every time. The institutions, the churches have failed us. The media has failed us. Everyone has failed us. Kamala Harris, the next question should be, what role did you play in destroying people's faith in our system? Americans' faith. Because who cares? I mean, everybody thinks that the American system is broken now. The British think it's broken. The Israelis, they're about to find out it's broken. Everybody knows it's broken, except for like the 30%, those MAGAs. They're still really in. They're still all in. But the rest of us, something's rotten in the state of Denmark. And it started with people like you, Kamala Harris. What did you do to keep this country from turning into a fucking shit show? Well, I followed orders. I was following orders. I was a prosecutor. I was a DA. I couldn't do anything. They call that the Nuremberg defense. She's no different. She's no different. She'll use the Nuremberg defense too. Well, I was just following orders.
What I hear a lot is that people know that at the end of this administration, there will be a lot of debris. I tell them often, I can't guarantee that it won't get worse before it gets better. But the one thing I do know is at the end of it, there will be a lot of debris. And it would be irresponsible to then address that in a way that we only talk about what should we do, what do we need to do to rebuild. If we do that with any sense of nostalgia, that would be irresponsible. Because the reality is,
I've been hearing my whole life how how fair the legal system is, but it's her fault. I've been hearing my whole life how fair the legal system is, but it's her fault. Who told you the legal system was fair? She played a role. She was one of the generals.
even before, there were many things that were not working for a lot of people.
I mean, look, Don Pipo, if I put a gun to your head and I said you can eat shit or drink piss, you got to choose. You might prefer piss over shit. But what does that tell you about our system? Do you think we should have faith in our system if your choice was between shit and piss? You could eat shit or drink piss. What a great system. I get to choose? Yeah, you get to choose. You get to choose.
Status quo is not working for a lot of people. And what the people are telling us is that they want things to be better. And in some places, what that sounds like is we want that to be broken. But they don't actually necessarily mean break it through destruction. But they do mean it has to be better. And I think that people are right. One of the things I think about in the context of the future is Gen Z. I love Gen Z. They are, in the United States, I'm not sure about here in Austria, they are a larger population than baby boomers demographically. They are between the age of about 13 and 20.
Because baby boomers are dead. They're dying. Don't forget. That's because the baby boomers are finally dying off.
8. They've only known the climate crisis.
Got a new poll in the chat.
Crisis. They experienced a pandemic where they lost significant portions of their education and socialization. And the thing I love about this generation, they are so beautifully impatient. They are not waiting for us to figure it out. And if we think about, as we invest in the future of our world, and we are unstoppable, if we think about investing.
I mean, I'll tell you what, she's 61 and she can string a fucking sentence together. I mean, I'll take her over a Donald Trump any day, but still, guys, don't piss down my leg and tell me it's raining. Oh, she would have been great. She would have been great. She would not have been great. She would have been the same as, I don't know. She could talk. That's at least, you know, makes me feel a little bit better that I can understand the words coming out of her mouth. She's not waxing poetic about Arnold Palmer's schlong after everything.
In that generation, knowing, for example, that someone who is 20 years old today, based on all actuarials, will live to be about 100. Policymakers among us, let's think about what are we doing right now that for the next 8 decades of their life will plant the seeds for the majority of the life they have yet to live.
No, it's like left-leaning fascists versus right-leaning fascists. It's like mean fascists versus nice fascists. It's like you know how there's that famous story about the Nazi that came to the concentration camp and the Nazis were pulling the prisoners' hairs and they would shoot them in the head. They pull their hair and they shoot them in the head. And the Nazi came over. He said, "Hey, what are you doing? That's cruel." What do you mean? Well, don't pull their hair before you shoot them in the head. That to me is the Democrat versus the Republican right now. That's the Democrat versus the Republicans. Like, so what? They're going to die anyway. I'm going to pull their hair. Let's add insult to injury. Let's pull their hair before we shoot them in the face. And the Democrats like, hey, what are you, fucking crazy? Don't pull their hair. That's cruel. That's, to me, the Democrat versus Republican. They're both Nazis. They both are on the same side. Just one's not going to pull your hair before they shoot you.
That gives me a great deal of optimism about what we are capable of doing if we think that way.
So all that being said, does that make you more likely to?
I love millennials. They're so darned impatient, blissfully impatient. Yeah, that means guillotines are coming. You realize everyone's impatient. I hope the millennials are impatient, but you know what's going to happen? You know what they're really doing? They're so impatient. They're just keeping up with the Kardashians. They're so impatient. They're just doom scrolling. They're not doing anything with their lives. What are millennials doing? Millennials are in their 40s now. Almost none of them are buying houses. Most of them are still living with their moms and shit.
Does that make you more likely to run then?
Well, no, you started by asking me what I was going to do next. And what I'm going to do next is get a soccer toy to take home.
Okay. All right. Governor, to wrap up with you.
I just want to add here a little bit something, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, number one, she's right about the generation. They're seeing all my movies. So this is what I love about them. They're there with twins and with Kindergarten Cop and Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator 6.
We don't need all of your fucking, we need your filmology, Arnold. Jesus, you were my governor.
There's no difference. Yeah. And so that's just really great. So I see it from both sides. How do we educate them so they go in the right direction environmentally, and how can I make them see my movies? Okay, so this is like, I always go on both tracks. Number two, you talked about her running for president again and all this stuff. I think that we should reveal that I was partially a big supporter of hers and voted for her because she promised me she would do immigration reform, meaning that an Austrian-born can also run for president of the United States.
There you go. JD Vance has a new book out. It's called
Chip does activism. That's true. Political science is not a big thing in the United States. No, neither is civics. Pissing and moaning is all everyone else ever does. Well, that's changing. I mean, there's people in front of our concentration camps causing a ruckus. We're putting people in jail for protesting against the Gestapo. I mean, obviously not everyone is just pissing and moaning. Some people are out there in these streets. I mean, no one's gotten guillotines out yet, but I mean, we might be close. You never know. It could be happening soon, and could be coming to a town near you soon. I mean, people are doing stuff. It's just, it's a slow burn. We're just early on, man. We got to ramp it up though, for sure. I definitely respect what you say, my man, and I agree with what you say. Thanks, Dan Peepo. You talking to me? Sky has to be corrected. A very small group is running things. We can't continue like this. Yeah, but it can't be just done by taxes. Like, that's the thing. Everyone's like, tax the billionaires, tax the billionaires. Dude, we can't allow it anymore. We can't just have, we're going to allow taxes. We're just going to say, let's tax them more.
Cool. They already have fixed it so it won't matter. Like a lot of these guys get 0%. They get like $0 paychecks and shit. So they can't even pay taxes. What are you gonna tax? You tax their stock holdings? Good luck. We have a stock market. The country's run by the stock market. There's no way that's ever going to happen. How's it going to happen with the oligarchs in charge? The second you say things like, "Oh, we think we should," I think we should tax their holdings. We should tax them based on their stock. The first day that you say that, they're going to either kill you or they're going to pay their politician another $1 million to shut you the fuck up and do the opposite of what you say what you told them to do. You could tell your senator all day long what you want them to do because they represent you and you vote for them. But they're just going to go behind your back to the guy who's your real boss, and they're going to just make a backroom deal where they're just going to give him money. There's no way around that until we maybe make it so that corporations are taxed on their gross income instead of their profit. That could be cool. There's things that we could do. But I have no faith left in things like capitalism or the stock market or these tax schemes. Sure, it's a pretty thought to think that one day we'll tax the gross income of corporations, and that corporations will no longer have freedom of speech and be able to give unlimited dark money to candidates and super PACs. Like, that would be really cool. But come on. You think that's going to happen? And like she said, are you patient enough to wait for that to happen? You can't tax unrealized gain. Well, the capital gains tax, yeah, that's well, you can. You can actually, but then there's lots of schemes to do it. But that's an old way of looking at the world. You can't tax unrealized gains. That is all based on the idea that if I invest in, how it started, right? If I put money into a ship, because shipping used to be the first corporations were all about shipping, right? If I put money into a ship, that money isn't worth anything, right? Except it is. That money got onto a ship and I bought some tea, and that tea is worth like 100x what I gave. So it's worth, I could put $100,000 in, it's worth $10,000. So now it's $10,000 is in that ship. Well, I don't have that money. You can't tax me on it until that ship comes in, until my ship comes in. When my ship comes in, I'll be flush with cash. And now I'll have to take that money and then sell all the tea, and then I'll have my $10,000, right? Now you could tax me. But that's not how the world works anymore. We don't work on this like ancient system where a ship goes out to sea for months and then comes in and takes months to then deliver the commodity and sell the commodity. And all these months have gone by and now I pay my tax on it. It's just the world doesn't work that way. And if you can borrow against it, which again, that's the other thing, you used to not really be able, the Merchant of Venice is about this, right? You can borrow against your ship that hasn't come in. Hey, lend me money. I promise you when my ship comes in, I will pay you. When my ship comes in, I'll pay you. If you can do that, then you should be able to get taxed on it. That's how Elon Musk lives, right? He takes out loans, but then the interest that is paid to service those loans, he doesn't pay. He even gets a better tax break there too. Doesn't own a home. You see? That's that 5D chess they're really talking about when they say they're playing 5D chess. They're playing 5D chess on how to make sure that they don't pay anything. They get everything. They take your money, your tax dollars goes to them, and they don't pay any tax dollars. Take tax money.
Communion, finding my way back to faith. The Veep's making the rounds to talk about it, including a stop by the hen house at Daytime TV.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation.
It's got to be hard to watch The View for poor Gutfeld's got to watch The View.
Is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That wasn't a direct.
Joy Behar and look at, they're all looking thin. Man, Ozempic, they're all thin as fuck right now. Everyone except for Anna. They're all on Ozempic. Is that what's happening here? Whoopi and Joy said they're both taking GLP-1s. They're open about it. I'm not saying that like they've said they are. I'm sure, 100% sure that JD Vance is on it. But man, this is like they're taking up like that cast is taking up half the space they used to.
Are you his interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on. Okay, so in the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man.
Okay?
I'm not boneheaded comment.
You say that.
So Joy said when we were all fair that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for Republican. Thank you.
Who the fuck told you that, William Talent? You're a fucking liar. No, he isn't. People say shit like that. You're just wrong.
There you go. Man, if they actually understood context, they wouldn't have a show. Everything they do is out of context. I want to ask you about the title or the tagline, Finding My Way Back to Faith, which text, they wouldn't have a show.
Behar for Republican. Thank you.
There you go.
So Joy said when we were all fair that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for Republican. Thank you.
There you go. Man, if they actually understood context, they wouldn't have a show. Everything they do is out of context. I want to ask you about
why does Donald Trump need interpreters? Why does Donald Trump need this team of people to be like, well, what he actually meant was, what he really meant was, and even Caroline Leavitt, well, what he meant was, I think what the president was trying to say was, listen, if grandpa needs an interpreter, it's too fucking late for grandpa.
the title or the tagline, Finding My Way Back to Faith, which leads to the question, how did you first lose your way?
Yeah, so I want to answer your question, Greg, but Communion is the book. And I got to say, look, man, I've been on the show for all of a half an hour. It's appropriate. This is about faith and religion because y'all need Jesus. That's my takeaway after 30 minutes. But the way that I lost my faith is fundamentally...
Why do people always say that Elon Musk pays more taxes than anybody else in America? He publicly disclosed for one single year $11 billion. Historic bill was largely triggered when he exercised massive amounts of expiring stock options, making him the largest individual taxpayer in history. 1 year. While this single statistic may be true, the broader conversation around his taxes is heavily debated and nuanced. In 2021 was an anomaly because of his 2012 stock option compensation package rather than his typical annual tax bill. Derpy, derp, 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 derp. Low effective tax rates. Critics frequently point to analyses such as an investigation by ProPublica that look at multiple consecutive years because the majority of Musk's wealth is tied up in unrealized capital gains. The thing I just got finished fucking talking about, like unsold stock in Tesla and SpaceX. His effective tax rate during years without heavy option exercises can be quite low compared to his overall wealth growth. Borrowing against wealth. Instead of selling stock to generate cash, which is what I just got finished talking about, which would trigger capital gains taxes, wealthy individuals like Musk often use their massive stock portfolios as collateral to take out ultra-low interest bank loans to fund their lifestyles. Shut the fuck up when liars tell you that Elon Musk pays more taxes than everybody else because in 2021 he had to pony up because he had to exercise some stock option sales. You can all jump off a bridge, but not the Golden Gate Bridge. There's this net that will catch you. Jump off a bridge if somebody's talking like that. My God, like you guys, he's my favorite billionaire. Oh, trillionaire, though. He's my favorite trillionaire, though. Public record. You're right, William Talent. Once again, you come into my chat talking shit. It's so easy to fact check you. Why don't you Google shit before you talk about it, you fucking lying piece of shit? You lying trash. God damn, just trash. Blowing in off the internet, coming into my chat, talking shit, and you're just lying. And it's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. Just lying. You know, like I do the show every day, and every time I'm not even sure, if I'm not even kind of sure about something, I just check to see if I'm not talking shit. And sometimes I'm wrong. And I say, oops, I got that wrong. It's that hard. I mean, should say that's that easy.
Like recently, I was talking about how property tax works, and I got California Prop 13 laws wrong. I got the numbers wrong, and someone corrected me in my chat, and I double checked, and I was wrong, and I was like, oh, I was wrong about that part, but I was right about the other part. So, and I still think about it because, oh, I was so embarrassed I was wrong about something. I guess that's the thing. Maggers have no shame. When I'm wrong, if I say something that's wrong, which makes me kind of an accidental liar, I'm ashamed. I think about it for days later. I still remember the moment someone corrected me and I found out I was wrong. That was last week. I'll probably remember it for another week before I let it go. But you guys, you maggers are such pieces of garbage. You have no shame. You'll just spout lies and just expect everyone to believe it. Thanks for being here. Like and subscribe.
Just didn't seem all that relevant to me. I was raised in the faith. I fell away from it like a lot of teenagers. And, you know, in my life, I cared way too much about things that people care too much about. I cared about where I went to school, cared way too much about how much money I made, what kind of job I had. And I started to realize when I got into my 20s and I fell in love with a woman who's now the second lady and we're getting ready to have babies. And I started thinking to myself, okay, am I actually becoming the kind of person I want to become? And the answer was no. And then I thought more about it and said, well, why is it that the Christians in my life, the people I dismissed as bumpkins or sort of simple, why do they have it all figured out? They're better people. They're happier. They're much more well-adjusted than the people I was around at Yale Law School. Maybe there's some truth to this creed that forms the foundation of their life. And maybe there's truth to the fact that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. So that's ultimately got.
Maybe there's truth to the fact that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I want to be with the cool kids, is what he's saying.
What got me back on the path. And then the book is really about.
So you did it for politics. You became Christian for politics. We know that's really why. Why don't you say it, man? You know that when he talks to his wife, that's what he's like, fuck me. And there's people like that, they get into religion because of politics and they get really into religion. They're like, oh, I really like this. I'm really into it.
Where I went from curious about Christianity to eventually finding my home in a church and raising my family in that church. So, I think it's a cool story. I wrote the book. I should think it's a cool story. That would be bad news, but I'd encourage everybody to take a look at it.
It is a cool story. I have two questions. First one is, I was very impressed with Charlie Kirk's ability to keep the Sabbath and his suggestion that
as a private citizen, he's allowed to promote his book. He's not allowed to do it like in his, so he can't. There's rules, right? Like he can't go as his official capacity and try to sell his book. But since his book is coming out, he can land any interview he wants because he's the vice president, and he can go on all the biggest shows and talk about his book. But it's okay. I like it because it makes the vice president have to go and answer some questions. Sometimes he gets some hard ones. I don't think he's going to get any hard ones with this one, but I like it. He's sitting next to Jessica Turlock, and I think that she might throw something his way. Let's see what happens.
we all do that. And I remember Lawrence Jones and I saying, we should really do that. And I was like, can you do that? I don't know. Can you do you try?
I try very hard, but it's basically impossible when you're the vice president because there are always crises coming up in the world. There are always things, people always have to reach you. And so you can't just set your phone to the side and not touch it. But I do take this lesson from Charlie, which is that, people can always reach me and they always do, but I don't keep my phone around my kids. I try not to stare at it all the time. I try to actually make sure my kids and my family get proper attention, even knowing that somebody might come in from downstairs.
It's so funny because I was thinking about Barack Obama because he's in the news again because of the UFC fight and all that shit. And I don't like Barack Obama either. I think he's a huge disappointment. But he does strike me as kind of a family man, and this motherfucker does not. I don't know why. I just feel that way, so I think it's true. It just seems like Barack Obama he just seems like more of a family man. He had his two young daughters when he was in office, and he brings them up and he talks about them so glowingly. It's the only time he really seems human to me is when he's talking about his kids and his wife and his family. The guy, I think that Barack Obama, though a huge disappointment as a president, and I think like an all-around pretty bad president, but I do think he's kind of just more of a family man than this couch fucking soulless shell of a man who just takes religion and wears it like a suit, just uses religion like a cheap suit, like a costume. He seems like he's not in his official capacity when he comes here talking about, they'll ask him questions because of that, but he's not in his official capacity as the VP right now. He's got soulless eyes. He does have soulless eyes, doesn't he? I mean, yeah, he does actually. when I'm looking at him on a huge screen, and you're absolutely right. He's just like very, very Satan-y. I don't know, man. It doesn't strike me as a family man. Just completely disingenuous. Like, I guess I don't know. Barack Obama seemed a bit realer about these things, I guess.
And interrupt me because there's some crisis in the world. But I think it was a really amazing thing that Charlie Kirk did. And again, it's one of these evidences, like the reason God gave us the Sabbath is so that we would spend more time with our family, so that we would actually focus on the things that matter. And the fact that we've just discarded this is, I think, to the detriment of pretty much all of us.
My second question, sorry guys, is I think it's remarkable to become a Catholic and then meet the Pope.
Yeah.
Because that's different. Like when I'm Lutheran, so we were in line to meet the Pope. We were running late. I was like, you know what, Bill McGurn, you take my spot, because I knew it mattered more to him at that moment than it did to me. And you also were.
He's talking about the book. They're talking about his conversion. The book is about how he found God after he claimed to be an atheist. He was raised as a Protestant. He became an atheist, and then he converted to Catholicism, which is weird choice, but Catholicism's so hot right now.
Were able to be with the Pope's brother at the UFC fight, which I think is so remarkable.
He's an amazing guy, Navy veteran, just really kind of a MAGA guy. He loves the president. He loves the policies, obviously, but more than that, is just a good dude. And it's kind of amazing. You can tell how proud he is of his brother. Imagine how crazy that is.
Yeah.
You're a Catholic. Your brother goes from sort of unknown to a cardinal to a pope in like 3 years. And there was this hilarious thing because we actually brought him to the Pope's inaugural mass. And of course, when he saw his brother, he gave him a hug because it's his brother. And this became a thing in the European press. Like, who is this American hugging the Pope? His brother. Give the guy a break.
Yeah.
Well, if my brother became more famous than me, I'd probably be really jealous. So
You have a brother?
no, thank God. If I did, I'd be.
You're probably jealous because your brother's straight, but God, I mean, think of the dirt his brother has on him. Like even Jesse Waters' mom hates him. Have you ever seen the videos where he puts his mom on the air and he tries to be cute, and she hates him. His mom hates him.
More famous.
It's good that you can admit that, Jesse.
So I was a C&E Christian, only went on Christmas and Easter, didn't really get involved in the church that heavily until Charlie was killed. Greg and I and Harold started doing Bible study. We call it study. We text in the morning when we read passages. And
what? You and Greg? Who the fuck? Wait, who's in your Bible study? Hold on a second.
A C&E Christian, only went on Christmas and Easter, didn't really get involved in the church that heavily until Charlie was killed. Greg and I and Harold started doing.
Greg, Harold, and Harold, who's the liberal on the show, the dude that I hate. He's just like, he's slow. They're in a Bible study text group. I want that text. I want that signal leak. I want that WhatsApp chat to be leaked. Please, somebody get on that. I'd love to see which Bible quotes they're sharing with each other in the morning. It's Bible study every morning. Okay, boys, we're going to wake up and we're going to send each other little quotes from the Bible. What?
Bible study. We call it study. We text in the morning when we read passages. And something's just struck me the last week when I've been really focusing on my relationship with God. And you can speak to him and he can speak to you and you can kind of give away your worries to him. Do you find yourself as vice president during the day when...
No, he said he was a C&E, like the he only goes Christmas and Easter. C&E Christians. They go on Christmas and Easter. They call themselves Christians. That's most of America. They call themselves Christians, but they never go to church.
Stuff's hitting the fan, or you're in a tense moment, flying to Islamabad, communicating with the Lord.
All the time, man, especially in the most stressful, the most intense moments, because you need to be centered and you need to have your eyes on the right thing. And sometimes I just talk to God. I say, God, give me wisdom and courage because I need both right now. And you just feel the sense. Not always that you know exactly.
I got to be honest with you. Watching all these appearances with JD Vance, he looks like shit on Fox News. He looked really good on the last. What was he on? What were you watching yesterday? He was on like CNN or NBC. Like he looked really good. Now he looks like I don't know. He looks like he's airbrushed or something. Something like he doesn't look human.
What to do, but you're in.
He looks horrible. He looks like he's CG. Like someone did the CGI de-aging on his face. He looks like he's got the There's that thing. I think I can do it on this. Let me see if I can do it. I think they're going to do skin. Yeah, enhance skin appearance. Here we go. We're enhancing skin appearance. This is what he looks like. I mean, look what I've done to my face. That's not what I look like. I don't know why people do this. Like, this is not what a human being looks like. This. I have no wrinkles now, everybody. Look at me. Should I do this? This is what perfection looks like, everybody. Yeah, that's so gross. This is what he looks like now for some reason. Do they have this effect on? There we go. That's what I really look like. That's me. I'm happy to look the way I look. I'm fine with this. Look at this guy. No.
In the right mindset, and you have the humility about the decisions that you have to make. So absolutely, I could not do this job were it not for my faith. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people. And I think it makes us all better leaders when we recognize that, we don't know everything. There needs to be a little bit of humility about the way that we do our jobs.
Humility. Yeah, I'm
You
getting
should
into
try
it.
that. That's next week. That's next week in the Bible study.
Jessica's laughing. She's, humility, like Donald Trump. Yeah, he's the most humble.
I'm going to try to sneak in two quick ones as well. So, increasingly across the country, people are running multi-faith households, and you guys are as well. How do you do that and bring that to life for your children?
Yeah, we just don't actually think about it that much, right? My wife has her faith. She was raised in a Hindu household. I was raised in a Christian household, fell away and came back. And we just talk about things with each other. I think she's the most interesting person in the world. She always has an interesting perspective. Like, for example, there's an ancient Hindu text where the very first line is...
Yeah, but you think she's going to hell, right? You think she's going to hell? Your wife's going to hell, right?
Is in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, which, if you know, is the first verse in John, in some ways the most important gospel. So there are all these fascinating parallels and interesting thoughts.
Yeah, it's almost like Christianity stole everything from other religions because it's kind of like a new kid on the block when it comes to stuff like that. Like the Hindu religion is super old, and the Catholic faith is just a blip, really.
She has, but we decided to raise our kids Christian because we just don't want them to be confused. But they know mom's views. They ask her questions, and they're very curious. And I think it makes our household interesting. There's a certain dynamism to it, but it works for us, and we just try not to think too much about it.
And then really quickly, slightly political, how do you process Pope Leo's criticism of the administration, on war and, the treatment of migrants?
So the way that I think about it, first of all, I do think that the media, not saying you, but the media often tries to treat the Pope as this sort of far left guy, where he said it's reasonable for a nation to have borders. It's reasonable for a nation to enforce its borders. Yes, he has said some critical things, but the way that I take it is I try to listen and I try to understand. I try to understand the perspective. But fundamentally, the job that I have is to apply moral principles to the problems that exist. I certainly think the Pope is going to have interesting views on that. I certainly take those views under consideration, but it's not my job to sort of say, well, just because the Pope disagrees with me, I'm going to do something different for the American people. I think he has his role. I have my role. The president has his role. And the Pope's role is as a preacher of the gospel, certainly an important moral voice.
You think, yeah, I mean, average liberal, that really is, I mean, that's JD Vance. He's the average liberal. You're absolutely right. He's the guy that says something like, oh yeah, Donald Trump's America's Hitler, and then goes and works for him, like typical liberal. You know what I mean? Totally. JD Vance is just typical liberal. Donald Trump's America's Hitler. I'll never support Donald Trump, and then goes and works for Donald Trump. Typical liberal.
But I think somebody where you got to weigh everything. You got to say, absolutely, we can treat people humanely. We can also have a border. Part of my job is to balance those things. I think part of the Pope's job is to remind us that we have to always be engaged in that moral balancing act.
All right.
Great.
I'm not in the acknowledgements again.
He always checks.
All right, check out his new book, Communion.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
He always checks to see if he's in the acknowledgements. Cute. JD Vance is, he's only really talking about religion, so it's a little boring, but like, I think it's fun to see that our president pretend to be Christian. It's very Machiavellian, like, oh, I'm Christian now, everybody. Trust me. I don't think my wife is going to hell because she's not Christian. She doesn't accept the Lord Jesus Christ as her savior. My kids aren't going to hell. Your kids are going to hell if they're not Christian, but my kids, they're going to be fine. Don't worry. I'm Christian now, everybody. Trust me.
So with the deal secured, did the U.S. achieve what it set out to do? The Wall Street Journal editorial board writing, Mr. Trump's willingness to use military force when no one else would set back Iran's nuclear program.
That's funny.
Military and industrial base. The result isn't Obama Deal 2.0, because unlike in 2015, Iran's key nuclear facilities are in rubble, and its enrichment of uranium has been halted for the first time in 20 years. There's no denying that Mr. Trump is retreating from his main goals as political pressure is built at home, and finishing the job requires greater military risk. So this boils down to three big questions. What was the main goal? What did it take to accomplish that goal? And are Americans willing to pay the price if more is required to achieve that goal? Joining me now is Louisiana Republican Senator John Kennedy.
Yes, my favorite. Yeah, right. A ding-dang do. It's been a long time. Oh, man, give us some good one. Now, you going to be world-class stupid if you think that we're going to give any hints to the Iranians. Oh, they ready? We don't like them over here in Louisiana. Oh, ding-dang do. Oh, no, I didn't know we were going to have Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana. Oh, I do declare. Oh, I can't wait to hear what he has to say about Iran. Now, I know it's been a long time since I've been on the news.
Oh my God. Thank you for the ding dang dudes. Oh, ding dang do. It's going to be so nice. So nice.
Senator, thanks for being with us here today. Let's get your reaction. From what you know so far, this memorandum of understanding, what is your reaction to this potential deal?
Oh, come on. Hype the stream. Give me some emojis in the chat. Let's hype it up. We got to get Senator John Kennedy. We got to get some people in the chat. Get this algorithm pumped.
Well, here's what I know, Will. All day long, members of the media in Washington have been running around like lizards on a hot rock.
Yes, give it to me like lizards on a hot rock. They're running around like lizards on a hot rock.
Last time, I don't think lizards run on hot. Lizards kind of like do like push-ups on hot rocks. That's when every time I see lizards on hot rocks, they're just kind of like staying as still as they possibly can, and they do a couple push-ups. I don't know why they do push-ups, but they do it. They're always doing push-ups. Fun fact, in Spanish, a push-up is not called a push-up. It's called a lizard, a catija. Do your catijas. They call them lizards. It's a move. Do some lizard. Listen on a hot rock. He learned that saying in Oxford. Yes. Back in Oxford, we always used to say that hound looked like a lizard on a hot rock. Man, already coming in a good. All right, come on. Give me some more. Give me some more Southern witticisms, John.
What do you think about the agreement? What do you think about the deal? What if the deal says that? What if the deal doesn't do this? And I'll tell you what I told them. If you don't know, shut up. None of us.
If you don't know, just shut up. No, that's how we do it. That's the American way. Just shut up.
I've seen the document. Here's what I do know, based on what we've done and what the president and vice president have said. I know that the Strait of Hormuz is now open. The blockade on both sides has been lifted.
It's open as a whole house on a Sunday. It's open as a whole house on a Friday night. That Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz is open as. That Strait of Hormuz is open as a KFC after church. Oh,
know that the price of oil and therefore the price of gasoline is coming down. I know that the document is conceptual, about a page and a half. It's basically a deal to make a deal. I know that Iran is immeasurably weaker than it was.
Did he just say it takes a deal to make a deal?
Deal to make a deal.
What the fuck did he just say?
I know that the document is conceptual, about a page and a half. It's basically a deal to make a deal.
Okay. The document is conceptual. Okay, now shut up. It's conceptual. Now I want to make sure that you know this is a deal to make a deal. What the hell did he don't understand about that? Oh, ding dong do. No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa Sweetser. Thank you very much. Now.
I know that Iran is immeasurably weaker than it was a year ago. We have bombed the crap out of them. There are huge swaths of Iran that look like something out of Mad Max 4.
Mad Max 4? They look like Australia?
Everything looks like Australia. We made Iran look like Australia. Tehran looks like Melbourne. Mad Max 4.
It's never been weaker. We've destroyed most of their nuclear program that we know about. Their fissile material, most of it anyway, is buried underneath the earth. We've destroyed a lot of their missiles and their drones.
Wait, didn't that happen before? Didn't that happen with Operation Midnight Hammer? Boom! That was the old name of my penis, the Operation Midnight Hammer. Boom! Now it's Operation Epic Fury. Whoa!
Drones and their production plants. It'll take 20 years for Iran to recover, and I don't know where they're going to get the money. China's not going to give it to them. We're not. Russia won't give it to them. Now, here's what I don't know. Will Iran make a deal? I don't know. Based on their history, we may be wasting the next 60 to 90 days. These religious zealots that run Iran, they learn to lie before they learn to talk. They think they're on a mission from God.
Before they learn to talk. They learn to lie before they learn to talk. These religious zealots. Now, what I can't stand is a religious zealot. I just can't stand them. Unless, of course, they believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. As long as they believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, then we are copacetic. But I will not abide people who learn to lie before they learn to talk.
Ron, they learn to lie before they learn to talk. They think they're on a mission from God. They do.
That's the thing. Didn't Donald Trump say that he is on a mission from God after Butler, Pennsylvania?
God saved me. Save me. I am your salvation. I am your retribution. I'm your salvation. I'm on a mission from God.
The last time I heard the mission from God was the Blues Brothers. We on a mission from God. We're on a mission from God.
They're crazy as a bedbug. And in the past, they've always lied and refused.
Crazy as a bedbug? Who says crazy as a bedbug? I've not heard that one.
Cooperate. But if they don't cooperate, we have devastated that country so badly. They have no air defenses. We can fly anywhere we want to. Okay. If they start their nuclear warheads program again, we will know immediately, and we can bomb the crap out of them again.
Again. We can blow the crap out of them. We can blow the crap out of them when they do that.
Didn't we always have that power? You see, I think the last deal was if you get any nukes, get any hairy nukes, we're going to blow the crap out of you. I think that was the last deal. One piece of toast dry.
Elwood.
And I think the world is safer for what after what America has done, and that's just my opinion.
So really quickly, Senator, it sounds like you know this as well as I do, Senator. There are some critics, not just within the media or on the left, but on the right, and right there, not just in the media, but around you on Capitol Hill, Republicans who are concerned about what they know of as the potential details of this deal. It sounds like your response is, look, mission accomplished in many of the ways that was laid out. Iran has been set back 10, 15, 20 years. And if the strait is now open, even if they don't live up to a deal or the deal doesn't live up to your expectations, we have in many ways accomplished victory.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, in some ways you can look at it that way, that we have accomplished some kind of victory. We clearly have. It looks like Louisiana. Man, we bombed the crap out of those godless bastards. They think they're on a mission from God. Who are we to say that they are wrong? But we blew the goddamn living hell out of them heathens. And now their country looks like Louisiana Bayou. But I don't think they got many crawdads. Crawdads and gators they ain't got. But we have bombed the living crap out of them. Oh, I do declare.
What I'm saying, I've never thought that we would be able to get their fissile material without sending in American troops. And I was very hesitant about that. I've never thought Iran's going to step up and say, okay, you're right, we're giving up our ambition to have a weapon. And if they said it right now, I wouldn't believe them. Look, their limits.
So if they said it right now, you wouldn't believe them. But you think you won the war?
To what we could do, but we did what we needed to do. And let me say it again. Iran looks like something out of Mad Max 4. There are a lot.
All right, we got it. That's the title, okay? Iran looks like something out of Mad Max 4. Australia. It looks like Australia.
Weaker than they were, and therefore the world's a lot safer.
Plot twist. Mad Max 4 happens in a utopia where everything is beautiful. Damn it. You should talk to George Miller before you used his movie titles.
All right, Senator Kennedy, I think we're going to continue this conversation. I appreciate it. And I think we need to bring clarity on what was our objective, what was accomplished, and if the objective was something more for many of the critics, what would be required in terms of investment to accomplish what you don't like in this potential deal.
Okay, we're going to have to talk about what we did, what was the objective. Wait, shouldn't we have had an objective before we started the war? Shouldn't that have been, usually before you start a war, you have an objective, like what victory looks like, but we never had that. So, well, what was the objective? What did we accomplish? What would you change? I don't know. I don't know why there's even a negotiation at all. This war was bullshit. This negotiation is bullshit. This treaty's bullshit. This memo is bullshit. The deal is bullshit. Oh, they're never going to have nuclear weapons now. Cool. You sure? Yeah. Trust me. Never going to have it. Never going to happen again. Cool. Rad.
Federal authorities say a South American man who is a known leader of multiple terrorist organizations was caught in Mooresville during a traffic stop last week. He is now in custody.
During a traffic stop, what was he doing? Did he run a red light?
Awaiting deportation. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with
He looks like a white
the
guy.
Iredell County Sheriff about the chaotic arrest.
This guy's no friend of America, nor our citizens, nor anybody else in this country. So it makes all of our communities safer. It makes North Carolina, it makes
He's not our friend. We're going to be safe.
the rest of the country safer.
Iredell County Sheriff Darren Campbell says a traffic stop near this intersection on Williamson Road and River Highway in Mooresville last Friday helped get a notorious South American gang leader off the streets. Homeland Security had been following the location of Felipe Linares de Oliveira del Aquila.
Wow, his name is Felipe, huh? He doesn't look so dangerous to me.
The alleged former leader of two well-known gangs in Brazil, designated by the State
What they're so well known. What are they called?
Department as foreign terrorist organizations.
Oh, they're terrorists. Wait, are street gangs in Brazil terrorists in America? Are they terrorists? Okay, let me look up terrorists again. No, a terrorist is a person who carries out violent activity against people or the government in order to achieve political goals. Is that a gang? Is that what gangs do? The reason why we have the word gang and the word terrorist is because they're two very different things. They're not the same thing. Gangs and terrorists are two different things. Stop trying to make them the same thing. No one's falling for it. Wait, are you falling for it? Multiple terrorist orgs. Yeah. Oh, where's modern day Jay? Multiple terrorist orgs that none of us have ever heard of. That's amazing. Great work. Keep up. Heck of a job, Brownie. Keep up the great work.
Authorities say international warrants were out for Aquila, who was in the country illegally. He had been living in North Carolina for some time, even though it's unclear when he first arrived in the States. Federal officials say through intelligence they learned that Aquila was holding his wife against her will and was preparing to flee to Mexico. On Friday, Campbell says
he was holding his wife against her will.
His deputies, alongside Mooresville police and federal agents, finally located Aquila.
I don't think he ever seen nobody, didn't know we were actively looking for him. But once he seen a car, he got uncomfortable. And of course, we were already in position to do the arrest.
God, the way these guys talk, man. Got uncomfortable. He got uncomfortable. We saw the core.
That's when Aquila crashed into stop traffic, jumped out of his car and tried to run, but was eventually caught. Inside the vehicle, officers discovered a gun, cash,
oh my God, he had a Taurus,
and at least 8 cell phones.
It seems pretty incriminating. He had cash. No one carries cash. Oh no, he had some euros there. It looks like he had some euros. He has a wallet. 3 car keys. Oh no, you can't have 3 car keys in America. All these cell phones and a gun. Oh, you can't have these things in America. These things are illegal. You can't have laptops and iPads and multiple phones. You're not allowed to do that. Yeah, I'm taking calls. I'd make up an excuse for me. I am taking calls, Veg of the Woods. Yeah, thank you for the supporting. Thank you for the support. I'm taking calls. Yeah, that's. He's Stalin, Trotsky, Pancho Villa, and Mao all in one. Yeah, he's the most dangerous person to ever live. Yes, we're taking calls. It's always a call-in show. It's a call-in show, everybody. It's a call-in show. This is a call-in show, everybody.
Gang experts say the two organizations.
Link is in the chat. Link is pinned in the chat.
That Aquila is accused of leading are considered some of the largest in all of South America.
They traffic drugs. They are involved in human trafficking, human smuggling, contraband.
Thank you. Can I get some jubilation for Veg in the Woods?
Etc.
Stephen Dudley tells us the groups typically have a small presence in the United States. And that
W's in the chat for Veg in the Woods, please.
Aquila was likely here trying to build a cover.
The United States has a big appetite for drugs. There is a lot of money laundering that happens in the United States.
As of now, Aquila is still in custody here at the Iredell County Jail, facing a number of federal and state charges, along with a deportation order back to South America. In Iredell.
So you're just going to deport him? What difference does it make if he's a terrorist? You're going to deport him anyway. You're not going to do anything to him. You're just going to deport him. Sounds like a good deal. You can do whatever you want in America. They got better deal than me. You mean if I did some terrorist shit, I got to go to jail? But if he does terrorist shit, he gets to go back to South America and live in an island paradise. I feel like he's got the better deal. I feel like they're going to fit better shake, man.
County, Matt Stell, Queen City.
The United States doesn't send bombers to Iran because anybody else commands it to, but it's very clear that Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, pushed Donald Trump to do this. We have an account by Maggie Haberman in the Times about meetings in the Situation Room in which, I think quite unusual, a foreign head of state urged the President of the United States to go to war with it against a third party, against Iran. It's my understanding that when you were Secretary of State, Bibi Netanyahu made the same case. Tell me about that.
Well, you're absolutely right. When I was secretary, it was a constant, theme by Netanyahu and his then government, the then defense minister, Ehud Barak, the former prime minister. It was relentless. It was a constant push. I remember.
What would he say to you?
What?
What would he say to you?
He would basically say, you need to support us in attacking Iran. And back then, this was, 2009 to the end of 2012, we had more capacity than Israel did on several fronts to do that. And so there was a constant argument that we would have. And I remember one day, I was on the phone for hours with Ehud, with Bibi, with others, and they would say things like, our planes are on the tarmac. And I'd say, well, good luck. I mean, great. Why are you doing this?
Where else would planes be other
Yes,
than in the air?
but on the tarmac, ready to take off. Yes. Well, no, they'd be in the hangars, but they were on the tarmac. And you would say things.
You're saying you were being played
all the time. I mean,
by an ally that receives an enormous amount of aid.
Well, of course. And look, Bibi's been obsessed as long as I've dealt with him with two things: Iran, as you know, and his desire to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia. The first formal meeting I had with him in 2009, probably March, at the State Department, it was absolutely, how can we get normalization with Saudi Arabia, and how do we totally decapitate Iran? And he had this view.
No evidence that it was a pedophile, but lots of evidence that Donald Trump was a pedophile. Listen, I think it's really important that she's saying that when she dealt with Bibi Netanyahu, he was trying to push them into war with Iran, because he did the same thing. He's been doing the same thing with many presidents. He's been in office for 30-something years. Bibi Netanyahu's been doing the same playing that same game, giving the same speeches about how Iran's about to have a nuclear weapon with different graphics and different charts. But he's always said the same thing. He wants to go with Iran and normalize relationship with Saudi Arabia. And the fact that she's out here saying it is very important. Very important. I mean, because we just killed a bunch of people, you see, and just spent billions of dollars doing it. And now we have a deal with Iran. So Iran got what they want, and Bibi got what he wanted.
That I think has become very clear.
What did the Americans get? What did America get out of this? Nothing.
In his, dealings with Trump. Number one, decapitate the regime; it will fall. Number two, do enough bombing against enough critical infrastructure. Try to, disable.
There's lots of evidence that Bill Clinton was a rapist, and I believe that he was, but pedophile doesn't seem that way.
The military, insofar as possible, the people will rise up. And that was just never our read about what was going to happen, in part because this is a ruthless, theocratic regime that, at least at the top levels, the clerical level, has a kind of apocalyptic view of their own importance in the struggle against Israel, the United States, the West, their Sunni neighbors, the whole map that they look at. And they are also a regime that learned, sadly, a lesson from the overthrow of the Shah. There's a lot of analysis about why the Shah was finally deposed, but one of the arguments is, at the end, he would not murder his people. He would not order the mass murder of the demonstrators in the street. This regime has no such compunction. So if you have a regime that has already proven, as it did last year, they were willing to kill 40,000 Iranians over the protests that were going on.
Allegedly. Have you seen any evidence of this? They always say this shit, but I've also heard a theory that they were Kurds that America promised that we would do something for if they protested, if they went into the streets. And Kurds have been used as pawns in this game for a long time. I don't know how much I just take that shit with a grain of salt. You always hear like 40,000 protesters were murdered by the Iranian regime. Then where's the video of this? How can we never see this?
If you have this alliance between the clerics and the military, they have enough folks in their ranks to keep moving up and taking over. Our take on Iran was, absent an effective armed opposition, which we've never seen, and absent some kind of internal dissent, whether like a general who would say, I'm not going to tolerate, this any longer.
And not the Shah's son sitting in Virginia or Paris.
I give him credit for being a voice for the aspirations of some of the Iranian people. I do give him credit. He's tried to fill a role that you cannot fill from sitting in Virginia or wherever, but he at least tried to voice the legitimate discontent of the Iranian people. But this regime is not, they're not going to be toppled by, appeals to their humanity, to their, the angels of their, better nature. No, I mean, they are there to stay in power and to promote a, very clear political religious agenda.
So if I hear what you're saying correctly, is number one, Bibi Netanyahu bamboozled Donald Trump, and number two, I don't imagine the intelligence changed radically about the state of play in Iran, that the president ignored not only the advice of his vice president and secretary of state, but the intelligence community telling him on the ground this would be a terrible idea.
Well, I can't speak to that. I don't know what was presented to him. I also think...
Imagine, God damn it. You know what? Again, Hillary would have been a better president than Bill, I think. But, what the 90s were the 90s. Hillary probably should have been president before. But imagine that. Like, I can't speak to that. I wasn't there. Wow. Humility. I wasn't actually there. I don't know. It seems that way.
Coming off the attacks of last June, which I supported. I supported the very specific surgical attacks on the known nuclear weapons sites. Mm-hmm. I believe that was a clear mission with very achievable goals. I didn't know whether you could eliminate the program, but I thought you could certainly set it back. So I think coming off that, which was, from their perspective, successful.
Wouldn't it have been better to stick with the JCPOA and renegotiate an extension?
Well, 1,000%, David. And if you suppose
everyone sees that now, right? That Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA, which is the Obama deal, because he just didn't like Obama. It's the worst deal ever written. It's the worst deal. It's so stinky. It was a stinky deal. And now he's doing the same fucking deal, but worse. It's gotten worse than the stinkiest deal he's ever seen. Do you remember that when he said that? He said that this is the worst deal he'd ever seen. And now his new memorandum of understanding is worse.
Trump had said the following, because when you are negotiating, your strongest threatening military action, not actually taking it. And suppose, Trump back in his first term had said, I'm not satisfied with this agreement. There were, it wasn't perfect. And, I'm sure there are people in this audience that didn't support it, but it was the best deal we could get to put a lid on the nuclear program. It didn't deal with the ballistic.
Look at this. Like, it wasn't the greatest deal in the world. It's the best we could get. Fuck. Don't you miss people talking like this? It wasn't the best we could do, but it's the best we could get. We could have done better, but this is the best we could get. No bullets, no blood. No nukes.
Missiles. It didn't deal with the proxies. So if Trump had said, there are things about it I don't like, and I'm going to walk away from it unless we open up negotiations. And I believe that we need to open up negotiations because otherwise, I might be forced to take action. That then gives you the pressure and the room to try to do something. That's not what he did. He said, Barack Obama did it. I'm out. We're withdrawing.
It's so true. Barack Obama's out, so we're withdrawing. I'm out. He didn't want to open up negotiations. He just ripped it up. And now now there's a war because of it. Just so stupid. Art of the Worstest Deal by Daddy's Favorite Boy. Art of the Worstest Deal.
I'm a deal maker in chief. I'm the deal maker in chief. I'm the chief. I'm the deal maker in chief.
Drop the charges. Drop them now. They were trying to intimidate us and they were trying to scare us.
Chemical irritants used on protesters outside the federal courthouse in downtown.
They're gassing their own people.
St. Paul. It came as federal charges are.
I like that. I love right here. You see the lady in red. She's dressed like the Handmaid's Tale. She's just off the on the sidewalk, just kind of like in the upper left corner of the screen. She's talking to the guy in the yellow.
Filed against 15 people for interfering with immigration enforcement during Operation Metro Surge.
As that unfolded, defendants were making their first court appearances. Pilar Pedraza joins us live from St. Paul with the latest. Pilar.
Well, the U.S. Attorney
Why aren't these people wearing masks? Why aren't they wearing shields for their faces?
announced the indictments late this morning after agents had already arrested most of the defendants in this case. The U.S. Attorney connected some of those defendants to Antifa, which the Trump administration has designated a domestic terrorist organization. That's what the defense attorney for one of the 15 Minnesotans indicted Tuesday morning had to say about the federal conspiracy charges and other crimes related to anti-ICE protests during Operation Metro Surge.
Seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law
endanger law
This guy gasses his own people.
enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting.
According to the formal indictment, prosecutors accuse the defendants of using encrypted chat apps like Signal Messenger,
Oh no, you're not allowed to use encrypted chat apps anymore.
as well as social media, to coordinate their activities, stalking ICE agents, and creating both hard and soft blockades to obstruct federal immigration enforcement operations, as well as de-arresting people already in custody.
This is a fascist prosecution.
De-arresting people. Oh no.
People are being prosecuted for peaceful political dissent.
Defense attorney Jordan Kushner is also defending some of the accused. He believes the charges won't stand, and in court called the prosecution politically motivated.
Yeah, I don't think they'll stand. I think they're going to get thrown out by this judge. I think these judges are going to throw this shit out.
Most of our clients have never been in trouble with the law before. Many are very frightened because now they're seeing charges against them for doing something they knew was lawful.
The U.S. Attorney's Office released these images of the blockades referenced in the indictment, along with others, late Tuesday afternoon. Of the 15 indicted, 12 appeared in court Tuesday. One was already in custody, and 2 defendants were still at large. That includes James Cook's client, Natasha Rackets.
Speak to her at some point, either tonight or tomorrow, and decide what we're going to do in terms of her turning herself in or showing up for the next hearing.
The defendants in custody made their first appearance this afternoon. At
I wouldn't want to show up. I'd be on the
which time the judge told them they couldn't have any contact with each other, and they could not attend any protests while their cases are making their way through the court system. Live from St. Paul, Pilar Pedraza, 5 Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Pilar. And again, 2 defendants still on the run tonight, haven't been arrested.
Pilar, that sounds like a Mexican name.
We're going to be following this, and you can see the full announcement from federal prosecutors today with this story right now in our KSTP app.
When Oklahoma,
I mean, you protest now, you go to jail. But we have First Amendment rights in America, right? Don't forget they arrested Martin Luther King Jr. 30 times and then they murdered him. There's no such thing as freedom of speech in this country. Unless you're like me, the algorithm can funnel me to the people who like what I say. I am not talking generally. Some MAGAs will come in and talk shit, but generally I'm talking to people that the algorithm has served me to. That's how the oligarchs want it, right? They want us in our funnels. They want us only talking to the people that preaching to our own choirs. They don't like it. If I went out in the street and I talked like I do, I'd be dead. I'd be fucking dead. And all the protests I've done in my life, I've been arrested many times. I never had to go to prison. I never was convicted, but I get arrested. I get beat up by the cops. Not beat up. They hold me. They rough me up just for talking. One time I dressed like a monkey. And I wasn't even talking. I took coconuts and I bought, actually somebody else bought the coconuts, but I smashed coconuts dressed like a monkey. Actually, I was dressed like a prisoner, and I had a monkey little mask, a monkey mask on. And the cop tried to fuck with it, tried to bend my arm and stuff.
voters go to the polls on Tuesday, thousands will be voting in a primary for a party that they were not in at the start of the year.
KMCO's Patrick Talbot joins us live. And Patrick, you dug into how many voters changed their party affiliation so far this year.
Since January of this year, more than 7.
And recently, it's so funny. I did a protest in front of a library, which the library happened to be right next to. Okay, so there was a congressperson's office in this building, and then there was an open space and a library. And I was in the open space. We were moving around, and they're like, "There's free speech areas over there." I'm like, "Fuck you! This is public land. Call the fucking cops. Fuck you. Get out of my face." What do you mean free speech area? Get out of my face. Free speech areas over there. Fuck you. How fucking dare you? What gives you the nerve to come up to me and tell me where I'm allowed to be? Who the fuck are you? You don't like what I'm doing? Call the cops, fascist piece of shit. I'll deal with them.
17,000 Oklahomans have changed their political party registration, which means they'll be voting in new primaries on Tuesday. And for some, it was more than just about the candidates.
If I really wanted to have more of a choice or say in leadership, really it came down to the primaries.
Abby Coleman is one of thousands of Oklahomans who has changed their political party affiliation since January 1st of this year. More than 17,000 switched affiliations.
Yeah, I was totally on public property. And these library workers just didn't like that we were out there. We weren't even making any noise. That's what's so funny. We weren't even yelling. We were literally standing with, we're walking around with signs and had leaflets. And still they came out. The truth is, like, everybody wants to say, hey, don't yell because they're gonna fuck with you either way. If you're silent and you're walking around with signs, they'll fuck with you. They'll try to get you to shut up. If you're yelling through a megaphone, they fuck with you, try to get shut up. If you're ringing a bell, they try to get you to shut up. If you're dressed like a frog, they try to get you to shut up. They don't like you talking. They don't like you even making any kind of hullabaloo. Even if it's silent hullabaloo.
So far this year, according to data from the Oklahoma State Election Board. But the biggest movement wasn't between Republicans and Democrats. Almost 9,000 people who were independent voters registered with a political party ahead of the June primary elections this year. 5,300 voters changed from independent to Democrat, while 3,500 voters changed from independent to Republican. Coleman says she was registered as an independent, but switched to Republican because she wanted a voice in races that often determine Oklahoma's statewide leaders.
Realistically, that's where things most likely tend to go in elections. So that's kind of where I feel I could have more say.
Tom Bradley made the same move to close primaries in Oklahoma, frustrating some voters.
As a registered independent, I could not vote in the Oklahoma primaries. Period. It's extraordinarily.
I think you're going to see a lot more of this in Oklahoma. You can't. So all these people in Oklahoma, they were registered as independents because they hate Democrats and Republicans. But now they're having to choose whether or not they will vote Democrat or Republican. So they have to register as one or the other. Same thing here. Like, I have to register as a party affiliate, even though I'm unaffiliated. I do not want to be in a party. I hate both parties, but I want to vote in the primaries. So I have to decide which primary is more important to vote in and decide then. So I have to make all these decisions just to exercise my constitutional right to vote. They make it so hard to vote in this country, and yet that's my right, right? It's my right to vote.
Extraordinarily frustrating not be able to pick the candidates.
There were also notable shifts between the state's two major parties, with 3,090 Democrats registering as Republican and 1,330 Republicans registering as Democrats. For Bradley, changing parties wasn't about embracing a new political ideology, but it was about having a say before November.
I wanted to try to make sure if I could get a little bit of influence into who we're sending forward.
This guy's not Republican, and he's saying I have to register as a Republican. I have to pretend to be a Republican so that I can vote in the Republican primary in Oklahoma, because it's going to go. He's like, well, it's going to be Republican anyway, so I guess I have to register as Republican. This guy's widow peak is fucking legit, though. This guy looks like Eddie Munster. He's got the wrong haircut for this. Why would he cut his hair like this? Did someone do this on a dare? Like, what did he do? I bet this guy plays the best. This guy plays the best vampire in Halloween, right? This widow peak is epic. Epic.
And Oklahomans also saw about 3,500 people leave their political party ahead of the primary elections. More than 1,900 went Republican and more than 1,500 went Democrat, or more than 1,900 were Republican and more than 1,500 were Democrats. Those independent voters can still vote next Tuesday on the minimum wage state question and some local race.
They got to keep switching parties so they can vote in primaries. It's so ridiculous. Just extra work. It's just extra work for everybody. When we could just vote in the why can't we just all vote in the primaries? We should all vote in each other's primaries so we can get the best Democrat and the best Republican. Since this is a fucked up system of two, and since we don't have ranked choice voting, we don't have multiple parties, then fine. Then we all get to vote in the primaries. It's ridiculous that I'm not allowed to vote in a primary. I can't vote in a Republican primary. It's bullshit. I'm going to register as Republican.
Reporting live in Oklahoma City, Patrick Talbot, KOC.
I almost did it last year. Actually, was it this year? I don't know. I had to register recently, and when I renewed my driver's license, I had to re-register, and I was like, I don't want to register Republican. I almost did. I was like, what? I wanted to vomit. I was going to vomit, but maybe I should.
Police are searching for a large group of bicyclists who rode onto the northbound 605 freeway in Whittier yesterday afternoon.
Drivers spotted dozens of riders, including a young child, pedaling in the traffic lane.
Including a young child. Where's the young child?
Near Pioneer Boulevard. The group exited the freeway shortly after.
Why is this against the law? They own it too. Why is it against the law?
Riders vanished before California Highway Patrol
vanished.
arrived there. The driver who took the video tells us there were 50.
They're ghosts. They were ghosts the whole time. Ooh, they vanished.
50 to 100 people in that group.
Someone crashed on the freeway, and also there was a kid that was also riding. So, yeah, I saw that, I recorded it, and then I called the...
So, you snitch? You little fucking snitch with your Totoro. You little snitch-ass bitch. How dare you?
I let them know that there was a child. There was a person with a very bright shirt that was guiding everyone from the back.
Oh, yeah, he must have been the ringleader of the bicycle group.
And he had 605 on the back of his shirt, so I don't know if that's like a certain group.
That's the name of the highway.
Unbelievably dangerous there. Investigators now tracking social media to identify the group behind this dangerous.
This guy's doing Sherlock Holmes work for the cops, making the cops' job easier. Your job is not to make the cops' job easier. All right? Don't talk to cops. Stop talking to cops. I hope this kid goes to jail because someone else snitches his ass out. When did this country become a country of snitches? Like, I expect Germans. When I lived in Germany, Germans are always like looking over each other's fences, like, "Oh, what do you got over there? Fucking, I'm gonna call the authorities to make sure you're doing. Oh, how come you're not? Better make sure you like. If you wash your car in front of your house in Germany, someone's called. You're gonna have the police at your door. The police are coming. In America, if somebody called the cops on me for washing my car, it would be so offensive. Like, even HOAs, you know, they've got people that walk around, these busybody Nazis walking around, making sure everyone's HOA shit's proper, doing the cop's job for them. You violated the HOA subsection, burp, burp, burp. The regulation subsection paragraph. These sons of bitches, I swear to God. They're bicycling. Oh my God, they're hurting people.
Freeway ride.
Today, House staffers are on the ground in Bryan, Texas, visiting the federal prison where Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. We're going back to Camp Bryan. Going back to Camp Bryan. She's in Texas. Let's go check in with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Currently serving her 20-year prison sentence for sexual
G-Max. She's such a nice one.
trafficking. And they're investigating claims she's gotten preferential treatment after her sit
No razor wire for her. No razor wire for her.
down with Todd Blanche, who you know wants to be the Attorney General. Joining us now is Virginia Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, good to see you. I understand it is staffers from your committee and the Judiciary Committee who are at Maxwell's prison today. What are the biggest questions you want them to answer?
I think the biggest question is how and why was Ghislaine Maxwell transferred? And it came obviously on the heels of her really extraordinary interview conducted by the deputy AG at the time, Todd Blanche. You know, Pam Bondi told the committee that it was a Bureau of Prisons decision to transfer Maxwell to that cushier situation. I'm highly skeptical of that claim. So, you know, it'd be, I think, a real service if an answer to that question came out of today's visit, but I'm not sure that.
Yeah, I know it's a Europe thing. It happens to you in Denmark, Norway, Austria. Yeah, you know, in Austria, I was in Austria. I think they're more chill actually than Germany, but it's funny because you know who came from Austria, but I don't know. When I lived in northern Germany, also was more like that than southern Germany. So, but it was still like that in southern. I was talking to my friend about it, who still lives in Germany, and it's funny because like I'll go years because I miss Germany for so many things. I really love. I've little homesickness from being there, you know, for so long. And man, when I talk about she was talking about how her baby daddy, they called the cops because he was washing his car in front of his house. And I was like, oh God, it gives me this cringy anger. I felt so just corralled in Germany. You're in a corral. We're in a corral. I hate that feeling. America, we're supposed to be free, man. Turning people in for riding the bike. Fuck you. If someone ain't swerving like a drunk, don't call the cops. Actually, don't call the cops. Don't bother. You're just bringing in stress of your life. They're just gonna fuck with you later.
But it will.
If these staffers do in fact find out that Maxwell is getting special treatment, what is it that your colleagues can do?
I hope the bicycle crew, I hope they find that kid. You know, if the news could find him, these bicycle gangsters could find him. I hope they find him and just like fill his house up with bikes. Just do like weird, absurd shit. Just fill his whole house with bikes. Just with bike tires.
We've seen a lot of reporting about how other folks inside the prison have attempted to be whistleblowers. They have
beat him to death with bicycle chains.
Faced retribution. It seems like there is something that is being hidden.
Well, one, I certainly would hope that all 100 United States senators, Democrats, and Republicans would take that information into account as they consider Todd Blanche's confirmation. In my view, he's disqualified himself in any number of ways. But if there's clear evidence that he essentially gave Ghislaine Maxwell lenient treatment in exchange for her proclaiming Donald Trump's innocence, that would absolutely.
You have no idea who came from Austria? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger is who I was talking about. You know who. You know who came from Austria. That guy. You know that guy. The guy with the little mustache.
Be disqualifying.
I'm glad you brought that up. Todd Blanche is meeting with senators this week. Interestingly, I was on with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse earlier. He says he does not have time on his schedule currently with Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is making the time, though, for a number of Republican senators, including Senator Cassidy, who he knows he needs to win over in order to get to the number he needs for a confirmation. I think there's a lot of debate about where to press this candidate for AG, where to press this nominee for AG, because there are so many directions for
Mozart was also from Austria.
Democratic senators to go. And if you had the ability to question Todd Blanche, what is it that you would most want to know, given this DOJ's efforts, weaponization, the Epstein files, so much more?
Well, I think obviously weaponization needs to be a key line of inquiry, but the Epstein files as well. And look, Todd Blanche is the one who said there were 6 million files. Todd Blanche is the one, according to Pam Bondi, who said we're only going to release the 3-ish million files that have been released because the rest are duplicates. Todd Blanche is the one that oversaw the operation to, in my view, illegally redact files that should not have been redacted. And then again, illegally reveal information related to survivors of Epstein's crimes that should not have been revealed. Any way you slice it, his management of the Epstein files release process has been a complete and abject failure. To then promote him to Attorney General after that complete and abject failure would be a puzzling decision, and I hope senators won't make it.
Congressman, I saw this new reporting.
How do I stand for the human rights? What do you mean, how do I stand for the human rights? All the way up.
In the New York Times out today about what happened inside the jail where Epstein died back in 2019. The Times spoke with more than 40 inmates, jail employees, lawyers, federal officials, law enforcement officers, some of whom never talked to investigators. I know that will not surprise you given the work you've done on the committee. The report found Epstein's behavior showed he intended to kill himself for weeks before his death. Which questions do you still have? Who do you still want to talk to when it comes to this specific question?
I was going to say the Von Trapp's type picks. I didn't think anyone would know.
Given that it has fueled so much of the energy around the Epstein file release.
So we spoke, as you know, a few weeks ago with one of the prison guards who was present in the facility on the night that Epstein died. Look, I think the leadership of the MCC, the leadership at BOP at the time still have important questions to answer about the incredible, shocking failures that took place there. When you read that Times article and if you read the transcript of our interview with the prison guard, it really was a tragic comedy of errors in that facility that led to, as it appears, Epstein being able
with like Dromio in them. I mean, comedy of errors. Some people think it was Shakespeare's first play, a comedy of errors. He had 2 twins, both lost at sea. One was the prince and one was the servant, and then they ended up in the same town. And of course, hilarity ensues. Right, the one servant sees his master and he thinks that he's serving his own, and they all get confused. It's a fun play. It's funny. I really like that play. Dromio
to kill himself, and that facility is closed, thankfully. But I have deep concerns about BOP's ability to run similar facilities and ensure the safety of everyone inside those facilities, given the scope of these failures.
Congressman, before I let you go, there's reporting from CNN, a group of Epstein survivors met privately with members of your committee that includes Chairman Comer. They want more investigations. Were you in that meeting? And if so, what can you tell us about what transpired?
I was not in that meeting. I don't know that Democrats were in that meeting. I think it might have just been Comer and perhaps some Republicans, but I don't know. I have been in touch with survivors over the last week, and I think they're absolutely correct. And look, this is something we Democrats on the committee, myself and others, have been calling for some time. If there's one thing that our committee's investigation has revealed without a doubt, it is that the DOJ, FBI investigations of Epstein were wholly insufficient and inadequate across multiple administrations, by the way. They never interviewed Epstein's accountant, never interviewed Epstein's lawyer, never interviewed Les Wexner, the financier of much of the enterprise. Our committee did those interviews, but I think we have demonstrated a need for the Department of Justice to reopen this investigation, conduct those interviews and others, and follow the leads that we've developed wherever they might lead.
Why won't the Department of Justice look into the Epstein thing? It's so weird. Wonder why they won't.
You right now.
You ever wonder?
Why for you was it important for you to come?
Speaking of Austrian, I want to know what this Arnold. He's so senile at this point. He doesn't make any sense. He tells old man jokes.
Here, halfway across the world, with a Republican governor to Austria. What's the message you're sending just with your presence here today? Yes, Madam Vice President. Yeah.
First of all, I thank Mr. President, Mr. Chancellor, for the warm welcome and the words that you spoke this afternoon. I think that what Governor Schwarzenegger has been able to do over these 10 years is the short answer, which is this is an issue that impacts us all. We are increasingly, as a world, interdependent.
I can't hear.
And when we think about one of the most pressing issues, that is everything from a national security issue, Mr. Chancellor, you mentioned that, to what we must do to care about the health and well-being of children, and how we can think, Mr. President, you talked about innovation and economies and growing economies. The governor has talked forever and done extraordinary work that is international.
Is that Tim Walz?
For recognizing the power of local, state, and federal governments to actually not only speak about reform, but implement bold, innovative policies that within the lifetime of that office holder can have an impact on, again, the economy, the health, and the well-being of the people. All of that to say, this is an issue that should be thought of as nonpartisan. And especially
The English grooming gangs, where they go around and they just take poodles and they like make the poodles look cute. Is that what they do? What are English grooming gangs? English grooming gangs, just street tough kids roaming the streets with clippers. Every time they find a stray dog, they make that dog, they snatch that pooch and make that pooch look hella snatched.
especially in this year, 2026, it should be something that gives us a sense of encouragement and ambition. As the governor says, where we should be unstoppable in knowing that there is so much that has already been done and can be done.
That is Tim Walz. What's he doing in Austria? Why is he there?
In a way that builds industries and creates efficiencies and creates leadership around helping the people see what can be unburdened by what has been.
But to that point, that this should be nonpartisan, Governor, in the last 10 years, it seems like everything has gotten more partisan, and including sometimes this issue. What is the message you're trying to send by having the vice president here? Sort of the big message you're sending to the world?
Well, I think that the message here is, as you can see, we have people from the Green Party, we have Democrats, we have Republicans, we have people from the Conservative Party in Austria, we have everybody here, because I always say that the only way we can resolve this problem is if we work together. So this is number one. Number two, I mean, Kamala, when she was Attorney General,
Kamala Harris, Kamala.
has to go to make sure that this is going to be done, and that people can pollute, and that people go to follow the law. And she, when she was Attorney General, she did an extraordinary job to really push back on the big polluters. So to me, I felt kind of like, I never felt like she was doing that as a Democrat. I felt like she was doing that as a public servant, because she was elected by the people to protect the people of California, right? So, and she did that. She fulfilled her obligation in a perfect way, and so this is why I felt it was very important that someone that believes in that subject would come over here, and also let's not forget, I was a voter for her.
Yes, you did. You endorsed her. Yes. Yeah. But
Congratulations, you voted for Kamala Harris. Get a round of applause for that. You get a round of applause for voting for Kamala Harris these days.
On the issue of what,
Like how unpopular does Donald Trump have to be that you get a round of applause for sharing that you voted for Kamala Harris? Holy shit, man. This is how bad it is in America. That's how bad it is. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go.
we will do to terminate pollution and to save our planet.
We are going to terminate pollution. Yeah.
The policy must include, and my experience as Attorney General reinforced that for me, the policies must include accountability and consequence for bad behaviors. The other piece of it that I think is increasingly becoming important as we...
I'm so fucking sick of this blah, blah, blah about the environment. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the environment. It's over, man. Game over, man. Nobody cares. If they cared, that they would change their personal habits. They can't even do that. People can't even change their personal habits. Like, nobody cares. They don't care. Try to get elected on the green initiative. People have ripped AOC a new one. When was the last time you heard AOC talk about the environment? When was the last time you heard her talking about the Green New Deal? They don't even talk about, no one talks about it because no one gives a shit. Nobody cares. Shit, and people don't even care about, I have people in my chat every day defending surveillance. They don't even care about child molesters. They don't even care that Donald Trump threw a baby overboard in Lake Michigan. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care that he raped his wife, that he paid a prostitute with campaign finances and got himself caught doing 34 times felony. They don't care that he stole all that top secret shit and left it in the bathroom of Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom. That's why we need a ballroom. We need to hide all of the documents. And he lied to the FBI. They don't care. Nobody cares. Like, the bar is so low at this point. This is the thing. She's like, I love the millennials because they what? They don't give a shit about anything. Most people don't even care that we have. Most people don't even care that he has. That he bows. What do you mean that he bows? That he bows. Lost a war to Iran. They don't care. They care about gas prices. Kind of. Americans kind of care about gas prices. They kind of care about grocery prices, but not really. Like, that's the thing. Like, what do Americans even care about anymore? There's a few of us out here caring about things like democracy and freedom of speech and the right to bear arms and self-determination. That's the thing that scares me, is that when the federal government does finally fall apart, which it will in my lifetime, I think, the people who are completely unprepared, what are they going to do? Completely just like all they ever cared about was playing video games, never cared about anything else. I don't think they're going to be okay.
Here's a sentence I never thought I'd say. The Secret Service is pissed off at the FBI. Specifically, 3 people familiar with the incident tell MS Now that Secret Service officials are mad that this morning, Trump's FBI Director Kash Patel prematurely announced the details of a sealed and ongoing criminal investigation.
They might try to claw down the door, but they won't have guns. You know, they won't have what they need to claw down my door. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking I'll hopefully I'll have a community again and be able to. I don't know, man.
Into a plot to attack Sunday's UFC match at the White House. Now, the sources say that roughly 10 suspects had not yet been arrested and placed in custody when Patel made his announcement. The sources say that the Secret Service and the FBI.
Yeah, it's not about preparation though, but they are ill prepared to adapt. Do you know what I mean? They're not primed for adaptation. They never left their parents' homes. They never cared about basic shit, knowing basic shit. They don't know anything. They don't know the basic stuff, how to do things. So that's the problem. And the less they know, the more they're dependent on central government, which perpetuates the problem and also accelerates the problem. Because the more they depend on the feds or any central government, the more they depend on central government, the more they're ill-prepared. The more ill-prepared they are, the more they depend. So they never learn to adapt. They never learn how to do things. Like, how many Americans do you think know how to? I mean, shit, dude. I've seen things where Americans don't know how to, like, young people, they don't know how to cut an avocado. Like, they don't know, like, seriously basic shit. I'm not talking about like audio, auto maintenance or anything, which will be a thing of the past too. But like, I'm not talking about trying to turn plastic into gasoline so your car will run or something. I'm just talking about like basic shit. Because it won't happen overnight. It'll happen in these like patches and it'll happen slowly, but it's happening. Like, we're in the middle of it. It's already happening and people are ill prepared to, they won't be able to adapt.
Had been partnered on the investigation and had planned to make a joint announcement about it later. But the sources say Patel jumped the gun. This morning, the deputy director of the Secret Service responded to a question about the FBI revealing their investigation. And while he never said Patel's name explicitly, just listen, it's kind of obvious who he was talking about.
I'll tell you, Clifton, you think they're trying to have sex? Americans aren't having sex. Young people aren't having sex. We've got a birth rate problem. People are not having sex. They're watching porn. They're not having sex. They have no connection with other people. They don't know how to connect other people. Like, this whole thing, usually non-alarmist, but get your can freeze-dried. Yeah, exactly. I mean, 10,000 years of small community agriculture. Okay, so here's the problem with this. And I'm with you, Chris. You know I agree with you. But these folks, they don't even know how to have community. They literally are sitting in boxes all day. They don't talk with anybody else. They have sex with themselves. They don't meet girls. Girls don't meet boys. I mean, dude, when I go out, I just see they can't afford to go out. They can't afford to go out. They can't afford to go have a beer or something like that. %16% of British kids don't know how to eat an orange. They don't read, so everything they learn without being taught by someone. That's the other thing. They don't know how to learn. That's a thing. Like, I agree that it's not preparation, it's adaptation. Totally. But if you don't know how to adapt, reading, listening, building community, talking, they don't know how to do these things. I'll tell you what, tonight I have my book club, and that means I'll have to go into this town center thing that I have this little, it's basically a giant strip mall. And there's a Barnes and Noble there, and I do my book club there, and I'm looking forward to it. Then afterwards, it'll be 8 p.m. And I'll tell you what, I'll go to the bar there. There's a brewery there, which is like kind of the only bar in my immediate area, and I'll have a beer there. And I'll tell you, I'll report back tomorrow about what it's like. And I have a real sneaking suspicion that I know exactly what it's going to be like. It's going to be pretty empty by 8 p.m. They will be mostly middle-aged people, older than me probably, are going to be there. And no one was talking to strangers. People who come together, they talk together, but they don't meet others. When I was a dashing young man, devastatingly handsome, I would go to bars, I'd talk to fucking everybody. We'd all be talking. We'd be, tonight we're all friends. That doesn't happen anymore. What's wrong with centralized government? Isn't the government's job to promote the general welfare? Governments can't be lying to us, can they? I prefer not to think about that very much. God damn it, Edward Thornton. I was falling for it when your sarcasm almost got me. Exactly. I mean, it's crazy to me that now that MAGAs are insanely into centralized government, which is not the Republican. Like, that's why I say Donald Trump was not a Republican. He knew that he could sucker Republicans to get him into a lofty position of power, and now he's trying to consolidate that power as much as he can because he thinks he's going to live forever. But these guys always think they're going to live forever. And I kind of feel like I'm going to live forever, but I know I'm not, Thank God. Thank God.
A phrase I learned early in my career in the New York field office, and that's don't choke on your own smoke. Anyone that believes that case was worked in a bubble is naive. I'll tell you the Secret Service led that investigation from the beginning. I'll tell you that it's ongoing. In order to maintain the integrity of the investigation and the security plan, we chose not to leak it.
That's quite the subtweet there, isn't it? Well, the Secret Service chose not to leak the details of this criminal investigation prematurely because that would be dangerous and stupid. People familiar with the incident are now leaking like a sieve about Kash Patel and how dangerous and stupid it was for him to leak those details. And that fits a larger pattern we have seen over Patel's
Man, Kash Patel, they're railroading this guy. He's almost out of here.
Tenure as the director of the FBI. Over and over again, we have learned about one scandal after another because people inside
Cool jacket, bro.
Patel's own FBI are so alarmed they leak to the press. Remember when the New York Times reported that Kash Patel had assigned a SWAT team to escort his girlfriend around?
Yeah, I remember that. That was fucked up. There's his girlfriend right there.
The FBI actually ended up confirming that was true, saying the extra protection was needed because of threats. But we only learned about that scandal because an FBI official briefed on the matter chose to tell the New York Times. Remember the Atlantic's reporting on allegations of Patel's excessive drinking? We talked about it on the show that night with the reporter who wrote it. Patel sued the Atlantic over that reporting, denying all of it. But that reporting relied on more than 24 sources, including then current FBI officials. Kash Patel has had so many scandals. And now the Democratic chair of the House Oversight Committee, Jamie Raskin, is alleging that there might be more scandals.
Dude, the fact that Jamie Raskin wrote all these scandals down, damn, man, there's no way he doesn't have recordings and affidavits and shit. That Jamie Raskin's not going into this with just his dick in his hand. He's coming in here blazing like this, putting it on congressional letterhead, talking about Kashyap Patel. Woo, boy's got some splaining to do. I think Kashyap's done, man. This is it. This is it. Finally. I mean, come on. Look at this guy.
That have never come out because he alleges that Patel may be buying people's silence with your tax dollars, by the way. In a letter to the FBI, Raskin alleges that Patel has given FBI employees more than $1 million taxpayer dollars from a slush fund. Raskin alleges that payments of nearly $8,000.
This is going to ruin Kashyap, too. I mean, you think, I don't know, he'll probably be on Fox News here. He'll probably have his own show on Fox News.
Each have been made to multiple individuals every 2-week pay period, despite those individuals already maxing out their federal salaries. Raskin alleges that the payments are being made to a, quote, curated group of agents who are willing to carry out Patel's unlawful partisan and personal orders, as well as to Patel's security detail. As Raskin puts it, it's not clear whether these bonus payments have simply been a corrupt attempt to slide cash to friends or whether they are also meant to ensure the silence of the agents who witness your inebriation and accompanying professional negligence.
Oof, well, they're also meant to ensure the silence of the agents who witnessed your inebriation and accompanying professional negligence and misconduct.
Hard to know. Joining me now, Senator Adam Schiff, a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which of course oversees the FBI. Okay, where to begin? What's your thoughts on those Kash Patel stories?
This is what happens when you take someone who is completely incompetent and you put them in charge of what had been the premier law enforcement agency in the country. He was so unqualified for this position. His only real qualification is that he was willing to do anything Trump wanted. But that doesn't substitute for being competent at your job.
Well, Chris Wray also
retired. He resigned. Chris Wray, coward.
So we've had embarrassment after embarrassment.
Make him fire you.
After embarrassment. If these latest allegations are true, it goes beyond embarrassing to potential violations of the law. If he is misappropriating federal funds to pay off people in the Bureau or elsewhere, that is a very serious matter. He could find himself under investigation. So you wonder how many embarrassments to the president is he willing to take before he does something. The president, I think, values Patel and his, just dogged determination to do anything the president wants. But right now, he's doing something the president doesn't want, which is continually drawing attention to himself with embarrassing activity that compromises investigations.
My mind goes to some very dark places when I think about this question, but why do you think the president keeps him around?
Well, he doesn't want anyone of stature in these positions, nobody that can stand up to him. He certainly doesn't want a Mueller or a Comey or someone of that kind of gravitas. He wants someone who will do his bidding. He wants someone that he can manipulate, that won't challenge him.
Yeah, I mean, he was a podcaster before. He's got a personal brand. He's already got it all set up. I'm sure he'll be on Fox. He'll have some mass media. Like he's not Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino's not going to be prime time. Although Dan Bongino's on Fox all the time, he doesn't have his own show. But I think Cash would get his own show.
Anyway, and that's Patel. That's why he was chosen. He was
like, don't forget. I mean, they gave Sarah Palin her own show.
The guy when he was on a staffer on House Intel that would do Devin Nunes dirty work, and now he's willing to do dirty work for the president. That's why he's kept around. But he's been embarrassment on the Epstein files and created problems there, promising that the FBI director had the black book on his desk, and then he becomes the FBI director, and suddenly there's no black book. So it is just a continual embarrassment to the country, to the president. But more important, our public safety is sacrificed by this, by his premature announcements in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and now the premature, credit claiming, but investigation potentially compromising statements about this latest plot on the UFC fight.
It is. There's a lot to work with. Should the Democrats be in the majority and
I don't think it'll take that long. I think Donald Trump will axe him. I don't think it'll happen.
decide to investigate or look into Patel? You are one of the many people who've been targeted by Trump's Justice Department under Trump's direction, as we've all seen it. Another person who announced yesterday that he was being targeted is, of course, Governor Gavin Newsom. I know you spoke with some of my colleagues about that last night. But I wonder, as we're thinking about, because we've been talking about the Georgia races tonight, we've been talking about politics, as we think about if Democrats have the majority next year, you're on the Judiciary Committee, Trump is still going to target his political enemies. He's not going to stop. He's going to have people in the Department of Justice that does that. What changes? What can a Senate majority do to kind of hold them to account or even stop that?
Well, we will, of course, do oversight of the administration, but judging from his first term, when we subpoenaed, for example, administration officials in the Russia-Ukraine investigations, we basically stonewalled the subpoenas. In fact, Trump was impeached in that first impeachment, not just for trying to extort Zelensky to get him to help cheat in the election, but also because he was stonewalling congressional subpoenas. So I don't think we can expect a whole lot from the administration, but we can subpoena the private sector, and they will need to comply. So all of the crypto deals and meme coin dinners, the UFC fight, all the back channeling on the Paramount Skydance and Warner Brothers mergers, where there were promises made of changing editorial content, all of that kind of corruption, potential corruption, we will be able to look into.
Iran is such a big topic, but I got to ask you about it because I
don't think they're ever going to do that. He knows Cash is about to resign.
But we were just talking about this, and I saw the same quote where a White House official told CNN that people shouldn't read too much into the language of the MOU. This was an anonymous quote to CNN about the agreement that the administration announced, describing it as a political document. I thought that was so telling. What should people understand about what is and isn't actually happening here?
Well, when the administration's best line about their own deal is don't read too much into it. Yeah. Don't expect too much out of it. What we're going to show you whenever we deem you worthy of seeing it is a political document, so don't pay attention to it. What you should really pay attention to is not anything the Iranians are willing to sign, but it is some kind of private commitments we've gotten. Well, we've seen the administration, the president's representations about how eager the Iranians are for this or how much the Iranians want that. It's all turned out to be BS. So what can we really conclude from what we're about to see, this vague document, this political document? Well, it appears they're not willing to stand behind it. It doesn't say very much. It is basically an agreement to agree at some later point in time. And it shouldn't give really any confidence that there's any of the difficult diplomacy that's been done or that is likely to be done in the next 60 days. Hard to see how this ends well. It sounds like it will either end in a face-saving non-agreement 60 days from now or resumption of war.
Senator Adam.
That's exactly what's going to happen. That nothing happened. We went to war for nothing. We didn't achieve anything. We lost a bunch of money, a few lives. They lost a bunch of lives. We lost face. We look weak. We lost. We lost the war. Again. It's an embarrassment. It's just such an embarrassment.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused of killing the United Healthcare
Yeah, there
CEO,
we go. Man accused,
to
allegedly.
appear in court later this morning. And if you're sitting there at home saying, didn't you guys do this story earlier in the week? Well, yeah, but there was a problem. they needed to do this again because after a clerical mistake postponed yesterday's hearing, one of the prosecutors admitting it was his fault, saying that while they had the proper paperwork signed that would allow Mangione to be transported to court from jail, they did not deliver it as required.
Looks like the Keystone Cops strike again. Oopsie daisy. We couldn't get you to the court on time. So much for a speedy trial being your constitutional right.
Joining us now, host of the Crime and Justice podcast and the weekly rap sheet on Fox Nation, Donna Rotuno. Donna, when I read the story, I was like, was this Groundhog Day? We just did this earlier in the week. But this is a major issue, I think. In your estimation, is this a common error or does this really call?
I tell you what, my take on Adam Schiff, he's a Democrat. I'm automatically not a fan. He's a senator, automatically not a fan. But he talks pretty straight, man. He kind of tells it the way it is. He doesn't usually mince words. I kind of like his vibe. But, California senator, how much love is he going to get? But I don't know, Senator Schiff, he's not the worst senator. I mean, look what they got in Louisiana. Now that run around like lizards on a hot stone on a hot rock. That run around like lizards on a hot rock versus Adam Schiff, who's like, this is a political document that doesn't mean anything other than an agreement to agree on other things later. There's still a lot of hard diplomatic work to go through. And the best thing the Republicans can say about it is that it's a that don't expect too much about it from it and don't read too much into it. I'd much rather have someone who talks like that than someone says, they're running around like lizards on a hot rock. And I hope that they all come down to the lick log on the farm because I like to see them come around here and get their minerals.
To question the competency of this prosecution team with something that, quite frankly, should have been simple, clerical, done.
Well, sure, absolutely. And he was supposed to be in court yesterday. So you're right. We did just do this, and it was yesterday morning. The bottom line is this is the prosecutor's job to make sure that the paperwork is delivered to the sheriff's office, to the jail clerks, to make sure that they get the body where the body needs to be. Does it happen all the time? I hate to say it does. Does it happen in high-profile cases? No. And the reason it doesn't happen is because all of us are watching. For the run-of-the-mill cases,
oops, we lost the paperwork.
I would say it happens in my office probably once a week that someone is not brought where they are supposed to be. But when it comes to these types of cases, this normally does not happen because look at all the people that were in court yesterday expecting something to happen.
Okay, so to my question, I'm going to press you on this. Do you, as a defense attorney, for lack of a better word, I apologize for the crassness of this phrase, smell blood in the water when you see a prosecution that maybe not operating on all cylinders here?
I mean, I don't necessarily know if you can say that this mistake is indicative of the fact that they're not going to do their job when it comes to prosecuting the case, but it definitely is a circumstance where it does make the office look bad and it makes them look like one hand does not know what the other hand is doing. So they admitted their error. My guess is it will not happen again. As we have seen, though, in this case, they did not win the motion to move forward on the charge that would have put him in prison for life on the murder charges involving the terrorism counts. And I was surprised that this office did not appeal.
It was a tie. That's what Caddyshack, right? Is that Caddyshack?
The court's decision. So, they have not pushed as hard as I think they could here. So we'll see what's going to happen moving forward. But this case is going to trial in September. And I know today the judge is going to put parameters on that. They're going to talk about the jury selection process and how that's going to go. So we should have some more answers.
Yeah. We bombed your school children and you killed 13 of our guys. Let's call it a wash, huh? Let's call it a wash. Yeah, we spent $100 billion doing this shit. But can you at least recognize Israel as a country? Everyone's doing it. And we'll let you sell all the oil you want. I know that's what you've always wanted. And we'll give you $300 billion. How about that? That makes it $500 billion for this whole escapade, this little excursion. A little excursion. It's a little excursion. This little excursion cost us a lot of money. Thanks, Donald. It cost us all money at home, too. We had to pay all that gas, high gas prices. Everything got more expensive. All thanks to this little thing. Thank you, Donald. Great job.
Today, at least about how this trial will look.
I mean, when this case broke, this seemed like a slam dunk for the prosecution. But when Mangione hires an amazing defense team,
how amazing do you have to be if they're fucking tripping over their own shoes?
And then the prosecution starts making questionable decisions. You have to ask yourself, what could happen at a trial? And it is concerning.
Free Luigi. Hashtag free Luigi. Free Luigi.
I want to get your quick thoughts on this, Donna. Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Hoyerman delivering a soulless stare in this newly released mugshot ahead of his sentencing today. Expected to receive multiple consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole as per his plea agreement. 20 seconds we have remaining. Do you expect the judge to follow the terms of that plea agreement in sentencing?
I do. I think this is going to be very performative today. We know what's going to happen. He's going to be sentenced to at least 3 consecutive life sentences. He has said that he will sit down with the behavioral unit of the FBI. He will be interviewed. He is going to go to prison forever. I do not think this is going to be anything that we're not expecting today, and I don't expect fireworks.
Yeah, we are going to expect victim impact statements. Those are always very, very tough to listen to, but important to the healing process. Donna Rotuno, thank you so much.
Luigi Mangione and Chuck Mangione, my favorite people.
His reaction.
I mean, what's so bad about Luigi, huh? Free Luigi. It's his time to get out. He didn't do nothing wrong. He's innocent. He's innocent. Luigi Mangione's innocent.
Fox News contributor, former FBI director Dan Bongino.
There we go. I talked about Cash. We got to bring up
I'm getting to
Danny
the point
boy.
where I'm livid. Joe Biden is 4 of the top 10 FBI most wanted in 4 years. Under Kash Patel, you were there for 6 of them. We've gotten 8 of the top 10. You see the crime rate, murder rate, violent crime down dramatically in every category around the country. And all of a sudden, we're surprised by this. Where was that? Where was the FBI those 4 years? I'd like to know the answer to that.
Well, they were there. They just had the wrong priorities. It had become more of a, like political bouncers in a political bar or club. And they were really holding a lot of the field agents and a lot of these field officers had nothing to do with a lot of stuff, holding them back. The priorities were all wrong. One of the things I did right away, Cash and I worked on immediately, was we went into CTD, the counterterror division, and we asked them, how are we risk banding these threats? And some of the threats just were not commensurate with the asset allocation, Sean, at all. We had a lot of this, as you said, it seemed like politically motivated threat banding on the counterterror side. And we found out a lot of it was coming from these partnerships they had under the Ray Comey FBI with, unbelievably, 8 entities like the Southern
Look at this blue-haired, purple-haired liberal Donald Trump.
Poverty Law Center has their own legal problems right now. Well, we
so gross. This is so gross. Ugh. This makes me sick. I don't know who's the guy on the right. Ugh.
Immediately discontinued that nonsensical relationship and got down to business. And we asked people to justify why, in fact, this was given.
I read this thing in Wall Street Journal. Like this is the, or maybe it was a Washington Post. I read this article in the Washington Post about how the UFC fight really showed us the America that we needed to see. This is the America that you need to see. This is us now. This is what America is. Idiocracy.
And all of this manpower, this perceived counterterror threat, and the Islamo fanatics or whatever it may be, were not getting that proper attention. And once we got done with that and let them go rest bad guys again, you saw the numbers, man. Spreadsheets don't lie.
They don't lie.
The first lady. Yeah, the first lady. Ivanka Trump is the first lady. Of course, Ivanka Trump is the first lady.
And there's one other thing I don't think people pay enough attention to, and that is that the most preventable national security disaster, 12 million unvetted illegals that they denied were coming in the country. We don't know how many got away.
What?
We know they came from over 200 countries. Many were terrorized. You inherited that problem.
Terrorized? They were terrorized? They were terrorized,
these
everybody.
people, terrorists, murderers, cartel members, gang members, child molesters. The list is dramatically high. So you had to add a national security threat that the country never had before. How do you find these needles in a haystack?
Yeah.
How can we find more people? This is America. You're not supposed to be able to find me. Fuck you.
The way to do it is you deport the whole haystack. Then you don't have to worry about the needles. And that's what President Trump did. And that was the revolutionary approach he took to law enforcement. Listen,
that's revolutionary. It's revolutionary to just kill them all. When someone says kill them all, that's not a new idea.
It's easy for me to throw these accolades around. I'm telling you.
It's not a revolutionary idea to put people in concentration camps.
I was there. Like, I saw it. I had been a Secret Service agent for over a decade of my life. I had worked with federal task forces on financial crimes, counterterrorism, everything. Never had a president, any Republican or Democrat president, by the way, was bipartisan, ever taken seriously the deportation on a large scale of people in the country illegally. Never. He said, listen, we're just going to get people out who are here illegally. If 10% of them are criminals who committed a crime other than entering illegally, that's a whole lot of people. And by pure math, it's going to drop the crime rate. And I'm sure there are going to be people in there as well who may have been planning potential mass violence or counterterror. It's not hard when you get common sense back in the.
Yeah, it makes common sense. If you put everyone in concentration camps, it solves crime. Mussolini, he was able to destroy the mafia by putting people in concentration camps and murdering people in the street, mass graves. Mass graves does lower crime. Yeah, it works. Mass graves work. Is that how you want to live? Mass graves, lower crime. Mass graves, it'll lower crime. Or we can just, make sure everyone has enough so they don't commit crimes. That would work too. But we don't. We might have to tax the billionaires a little bit more. No, we can't do that. All right, mass graves it is. Mass graves. Don't want to tax the billionaires. Mass graves. All right, here's the last one we're going to do today. I got to show the house today because I have someone coming over to look at the house. It's going to be kind of a short. I wanted to do. Who's he talking about? Obama? Yeah. The deportation. Yeah, deport everybody. Barack Obama actually did go after people with criminal records first, and then they went after people who had recent arrivals, and then they started going back and back and back. So Barack Obama did it a little bit more thoughtfully, but he still, and also did the DACA thing, right? The Dreamers, the deferred action for childhood arrival. That was important. But yeah, I mean, he did put people in concentration camps. It's not a revolutionary idea to put people in concentration camps. But again, you could do it with clipboards, really. In the beginning, you don't need soldiers in the street pulling people out of their houses. You could go look for people in prisons, wait for them as they come out. As they come out of prison, you can deport them. And that's what Barack Obama started out with, because the criminal justice system is always arresting people. A lot of times they arrest people who are undocumented, and they end up in jail for varying amounts of time, and then they call the government. They say, hey, we're releasing one of these guys, and then they come and they pick them up. It's that easy. They just come front door-to-door service, and then they get on a plane to deport them. That's the easiest way to get those violent criminals off the streets, is when they're deported. When they get out of jail, you just pick them up. Unfortunately, I think it was something like 30% of the time the Trump administration isn't even picking these guys up. It's kind of funny.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. On Friday, Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire as his spaceflight, internet, satellite, social media, and AI conglomerate SpaceX went public in the largest IPO in stock market history. Musk formed SpaceX in 2002 with the goal of colonizing.
You think sissy SpaceX is kind of annoyed?
Mars. The company's based in South Texas in a city controlled by Elon Musk, known as Starbase.
I've been there. I mean, it's over by Houston. I've been over by SpaceX.
Which SpaceX has used for rocket launches since 2014. Environmental and conservation groups recently filed a federal lawsuit seeking to block a land swap that would give SpaceX more than 700 acres of a national wildlife refuge in South Texas. We go now to Becca Hinojosa, co-founder of the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, part of the lawsuit against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which approved the land swap. Becca, thanks so much for joining us from South Texas. Explain what this lawsuit is all about.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on Democracy Now! Last week, we were a part of a coalition that filed a lawsuit to block the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from giving.
Oh, how much of that was government welfare? Almost all of it for SpaceX. I mean, SpaceX was just about bankrupt in 2008 or 9. We gave them almost $2 billion in NASA contracts. We just handed them $2 billion to bail them out with the promise that they would keep the prices low when we hired them, when we became their customer. So rather than putting money, risky money into our own projects and organizations and infrastructure, we gave it to a private company, and we became their customer. It's a classic shell game. It's a classic fleece, a classic con. You could take your money and give it to the billionaires so that they can risk it, gamble it with it. And when they win, when they lose, that's our money. We lost it. But when they win, they keep that money, and they become trillionaires. That's the lesson here. Almost all of the money for SpaceX actually was paid for up until now, up until the IPO. All of it was paid for by the taxpayer, you and me. Did we get a piece? Did the United States government? Did you get it? Did you get your check from Neuralink or Starlink? Did you get your check from Starlink? Because you should be getting a check. That was us. We paid for that. Did we get it? Did you get your check? No.
SpaceX and Elon Musk more than 700 acres of public land to expand the dangerous rocket facility and to continue their unnecessary rocket launches. The lawsuit was filed by Center for Biological Diversity. And let me make it clear, SpaceX built its massive facility and company town called Starbase on top of wetlands and in the middle of a major wildlife corridor. This was a pristine beach that's next to thousands of acres of protected wildlife habitat for threatened and endangered species like the ocelot, the albino falcon, sea turtles, and migratory birds. There should never be a SpaceX rocket facility or any kind of industrial facility in this area. SpaceX has already burned down dozens of acres of wildlife habitat, is dumping polluted water on our beach, has sent rocket debris into our communities, into communities in Mexico, and these rocket launches have disrupted numerous airplane flights over the years.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The billionaires are playing with their toys, and we're gonna turn them into trillionaires.
We've been outspoken about the dangers and risks of SpaceX in our community for over 10 years now, and we will continue to do so.
And Becca, if you could talk a little bit more about these, especially these rocket explosions. We're talking about an area of the United States, the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, that's overwhelmingly Latino and Mexican American, includes some of the poorest counties in the country, and then yet they're being subjected to these environmental impacts.
That's correct. My community is majority Latin, brown, indigenous, mostly an immigrant community. Right now, Musk is testing his Starship Super Heavy rocket, the largest rocket in human history in our community. Elon Musk is using our impoverished community as his laboratory to blow up dangerous experimental SpaceX rockets. And truthfully, his rocket testing sounds like a bomb going off. I can hear the sonic booms. I can feel the earthquakes in my apartment about 20 miles away from the launch pad. What it feels like is this SpaceX rocket testing is like Elon Musk bombing us.
Yeah, what do you know? But they're Mexicans, so nobody cares. They're Latino, who cares? Don't forget, when they built Dodger Stadium, they just burned down Latinos' houses with them in it. Some of them, if you refuse to leave, they just burned them down, killed people, because they wanted to build Dodger Stadium.
And could you talk a little more about this city he's created, Starbase, basically for his employees?
Yeah, so last year, Elon Musk established his own company town on our beach called Starbase, where those in charge of Starbase have direct ties to SpaceX. It's clear
I never even heard about Starbase.
that Starbase is acting only in the interests of SpaceX. For example, SpaceX will buy land and Starbase will annex it. And Starbase, Elon Musk's company town, has essentially militarized our pristine beach. They have a lot of surveillance. They have a lot of police activity. They've made our beach feel very unwelcome. They actively deter people away, and they close the highway to the beach.
I want to go to Elon Musk.
So they just took a natural resource that belonged to all these people.
Speaking on Friday.
I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but we should give it a try, because if we don't, if there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization. And that's what SpaceX is all about, is to take the fiction out of science fiction and create an exciting, inspiring future for everyone.
So that's Elon Musk. If you can respond to that, Becca Hinojosa, and also simply to Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire, making its debut on Wall Street, SpaceX, in the largest IPO in history, from your vantage point there on the border in Texas.
No one should invest in Musk's corporations, because it would mean expanding his toxic data center, his SpaceX operations, thereby making Musk's sacrifice zone of Black and brown communities even bigger. We're urging everyone to stop Elon Musk's sacrifice zone and to defund Elon Musk.
Defund, he's a trillionaire, lady. It's over, man. Black and brown people are always getting the short end of the stick because they're politically vulnerable. That's what happens, man. These companies go to places where Black and brown people live and they shit on them, and no one cares because Black and brown people are too busy working to be politically active. They don't trust the government, so there's that. And the government's actively trying to kill them anyway. So it's difficult. You get screwed. No one's going to speak up for you.
And this idea of a one man having a net worth now as a first trillionaire of nearly half of the people on the planet, the 46% of the poorest inhabitants of planet Earth?
It's absolutely disgusting. And that's why our community has been protesting, resisting SpaceX's colonization of our community for over 10 years now. But we can't be the only community speaking out. We're urging everyone to take action and mobilize to stop Elon Musk's obscene wealth.
Let's go through some of the proposals. Last month, SpaceX filed a proposal seeking to build a 6-mile-long, 16-inch pipeline to bring in massive quantities of natural gas from the port of Brownsville to Starbase to fuel its massive new rocket Starship. The underground pipeline would cross protected wetlands lands and wild refuge. And SpaceX is discussing the potential purchase of 136,000 acres of land owned by ExxonMobil on an undeveloped stretch of Louisiana's Gulf Coast. That project's environmental footprint would dwarf the already significant Starbase operation. Becca Hinojosa, if you could comment.
Yes, communities all across the country are reaching out to us, asking, how do we resist Elon Musk's colonization? That's what we need to do, is we need to work together, all of these communities, to resist. Elon Musk is also pushing forth with a massive land grab in our region. Right now, they're trying to, obtain the 700 acres of wildlife habitat, but they're also trying to take over another 7,000 acres of our Boca Chica beach. What we need to do is work together to stop this.
And Becca, what's been the response of your elected officials, especially your local elected officials? I can understand why the Governor Abbott and the top state officials would be supportive of Musk, but what about the local officials?
Can we get some Melania coins in the chat? We got a lot of Melania coins. We got a Melania coin emoji. Someone wants to buy some Melania coins. It's going to the moon, guys. It's going to the moon.
All of our local officials are ignoring community concerns. They're ignoring community members speaking up about their homes shaking, about their windows cracking, their home foundations cracking because of SpaceX rocket launches. We've seen elected officials take money from SpaceX here and lobby in favor of more bills that benefit SpaceX. Which is why we need to, mobilize together because our elected officials are selling us out to Elon Musk.
I should have sold my Doge. Let's see. This is just today, man. Doge is up. No, it's going back down. Did Doge go up when he? No, shit, didn't really go up. Why didn't it go up? How come Doge didn't go up? Elon Musk owns all that Doge, 87 cents. Damn, man. God, man, this is good time. Let's see, 2026, it was up. I should have sold it. I should have sold it back then. I should have sold my Doge. I bought some Doge right when he bought Twitter because I thought he was going to do something smart, but then he didn't. He didn't do anything smart, and now it's all down here. He's not really pushing Doge anymore, I guess. He said all his. Damn, it's too bad. What if you invested 5,000? If you invested 1,000, made it in Dogecoin exactly 5 years ago, it'd be worth 14,000 to 60,000, depending on the exact date of purchase. Oh Lord. Let's see, 5 years. When did he buy Twitter? I think he bought Twitter here. Oh, damn, I should have sold it right here at 46 cents. 18. I think I bought it when it was like. When did he buy Twitter? When did Donald Trump buy Twitter? Not Donald Trump. What did Elon Musk buy Twitter? January 2021. Okay. January 2021. January 2021. Damn, I can't even go back that far. But I think that if I go January 2021, oh, look at this. It went up. I should have sold it then. I should have sold it. So I bought it like right here. Now it's all the way down here. It's only 8 cents again. It's all the way at the bottom. Damn it, buddy. This was back when Doge was all the Doge stuff was going on, right? Yeah. Right when Donald Trump was getting elected, and it went back down. Shit, bro. I should have sold it back in May 2021. Oh well. I guess I'm just not one of the lucky ones. I'm just not one of those lucky ones who's going to make a bunch of money off of Doge. I only bought $100.
Becky Hinojosa co-founded the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, the group part of a coalition that just sued the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for giving 700 acres of public land to SpaceX. Beck is an environmental community advocate with the Grassroots Collaborative. Another Gulf is possible.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Well, that was a fun show. I'm glad we did it. I'm glad we had a good time. Thank you all for being here. I did have some Gutfeld and other stuff I wanted to get to today, but let me see what time it is. What time is it? Do we have enough time to do this? Oof. All right. We got one more video because I want to watch my Gutfeld. I didn't get enough Gutfeld today. We're going to watch Gutfeld. And no good. I can't do guitar today. Wednesdays are weird. I got lots of stuff going on. I got to go open an estate account. I got to have a show. I have a showing. I have to eat at some point, and then I have another showing, and then I have to go and make an estate account, and then I have my book club. It's a crazy day today. It's a crazy day. Berkeley Boys. Yeah, I want to have a Berkeley. My show's called Berkeley Boys. Me and Greg Gutfeld. It'll be great.
I agree. Good evening, everyone. We have a great show for you tonight, a special one. Joining us for the whole hour, the Vice President of the United States, James. Yes. But first, a segment on the benefits of balance of nature.
Is he in Tyrus's chair?
I'm kidding. To the monologue. All right. An Iran agreement is set to take effect on Friday. This after 10 weeks of bombing, talking, and more bombing. Sounds like someone describing a Jimmy Kimmel monologue. But the war wasn't really 10 weeks long. For most of us, it was 5.
That's rich. I mean, do you remember when Gutfeld got laughs? No? Good. He never gets laughs.
decades, and it certainly was 50 years of aggravation for Trump. He's been talking about Iran since Pelosi's first eyebrow lift. He was calling out the threat back when Bill Cosby was America's dad and Caitlyn Jenner could still pee standing up. See, Trump is the first context president we've seen in ages, meaning the decisions he makes now come after watching others screw up forever. While other leaders let the regime become a bigger pain in the ass than a cactus suppository, Trump laid out how he felt about Iran early in the 80s. And when Trump shows up, he looks around, sees how bad it is, and appoints himself the guy to fix it. If he was any better at fixing things, he would be counting votes for the LA mayor race. Yeah.
Because the mayor race was fixed.
All right. I don't need it.
Yeah, it looks like you just bombed, asshole. Making a joke about Jimmy Kimmel bombing and then just bombs.
But for example, for years, the border has been more open than Rosie O'Donnell's mouth when it sees a sardine. Trump says, let's...
Rosie O'Donnell jokes, great. The border was never open, has never been open. Did you say book club tonight? Yeah. Well, I have a book club tonight. Maybe we should do another book club for the... I love this book. I'll tell you what, we'll do another book club. Do lots of book clubs. I read too much. That's the thing. I read so many books. It's hard to think of how many book clubs should we do? Thank you so much, Veg in the Woods. How many book clubs should we do?
Close it. North Korea, more of a headache than a Kamala hangover. He says, let's treat it. The reflecting pool is grosser than James Carville at a nude beach.
The book is called The Country Under Heaven. It's a book by Frederick S. Durbin. It was fantastic. I really liked it. It is like Lovecraftian horror told through an anarchist lens of the 19th century post-Civil War West. That's what the story is. It's pretty rad. I loved it.
Clean it up. And enough with the weak shower heads. I need an executive order. Call it maintaining acceptable water pressure in shower heads, which he did in April 2025, repealing Biden-era definitions, rescinding restrictive rules in favor of simpler standards. Thanks to him, my scalp has more dimples than a golf ball. Then there's incandescent bulbs, dishwashers, even low-flow toilets. Trump sees a problem.
Well, you know, if you're going to do, I'll share a link. I'll share a link today. How about that? I'll share a link and we'll do a show about it.
And suddenly he's James.
I would think about reaching out to the author to see if he'll come on the show.
Taylor singing "I'm Your Handyman." So then there's Iran. He says, I'm sick and tired of a half century dealing with their terror and threats. If I want to live in fear, I'll ask Katie Porter to send me nudes. I know.
It's going so well.
The mullahs can end up with peace or end up in pieces. This isn't an Obama who's
end up with peace or end up in pieces. Nice.
Sent pallets of cash like it was a closeout deal at Costco. And he's not a peanut farmer like Jimmy Carter, who, when it came to foreign affairs, was a peanut farmer. In his first
he had to, you know, sell off all his peanut farms because of the emoluments clause. Donald Trump has not done that.
term, Trump gave
He wasn't as corrupt as Donald Trump.
them a preview, not with endless talk, but with a drone strike. The mullahs should have known something different was in the air, mostly the fine mist that used to be General Soleimani. So you see...
Assassination of a foreign leader.
Thank you. All right, I'll take it. So you see it's a pattern, and for some, the pattern can conflict with other things you expected from Trump. Some Trumpers weren't thrilled that he attacked Iran. After all, he said no wars, but consider the guy you chose, whose instinct is to solve lingering problems. He can't help it. Whether it's crime in D.C., drugs killing America's kids, or the smells Biden left in the Oval Office bathroom. It would drive Trump crazy if he didn't attack the problem. It's like dangling a pork chop in front of Chris Christie. Or...
Dude, it's just all fat jokes. It's like nothing of
a
substance.
toy poodle in front of a hungry Barack Obama. He ate a dog. So
What? He ate a dog? What are you talking about?
Trump has competing urges. One is don't start wars, you can't finish quickly. The other is Iran's a threat. Let's ask why and solve it. So you can see how you voted for one, but still understand the other. And hell, it is why you elected him 3 times.
Period. Did they really elect him 3 times to go to war with Iran? Is that what happened?
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Damn, I was hoping we'd get a little laughter from. I didn't hear JD Vance laughing. Did you hear JD Vance laughing? I did not. Well, that sucks. Let's end on a brighter note. Let's see if there's something good left.
Well, the reviews are in for the deal Donald Trump claims that he has with Iran. The Wall Street Journal, the conservative Wall Street Journal, says Trump stages an Iran retreat. That's Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal headline.
What? Trump stages Iran's
for its
retreat,
which says there's no denying that Mr. Trump is retreating from his main goals as political pressure has built at home, and finishing the job requires greater military risk.
It's retreat.
And the right-wing publication, the National Review, delivered its review under the headline,
National Review was started by William F. Buckley Jr. It's a pretty fucking conservative rag.
The Trump administration thinks we're imbeciles. That is exactly right. No one insults the intelligence of Trump supporters more than Donald Trump. And here is the way Donald Trump treated the supporters who he thinks of as imbeciles today when he described
I think Gutfeld insults the intelligence of Trump supporters.
in the so-called memo of understanding that he claims the United States and Iran have agreed to.
There's so much interest in the text of the document. Why not release the top?
Yeah, Lawrence O'Donnell saves mainstream media for me. He's the only one I actually like.
Why not release it before?
Because I'd like to get a formal setting first before we do that, but I have no problem with that. It's good document. Here's what it says: Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
Only an imbecile could think that that would be some kind of breakthrough in 2026, to have a written agreement that says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. 11 years ago, Iran put this in writing in the publicly released 18-page written agreement negotiated by Secretary of State John Kerry and agreed to by the United States and 5 other countries. Quote, Iran reaffirms that under no circumstances will Iran ever seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons. So Donald Trump's big claim today, after going to war with Iran, is that his war has convinced Iran to put in writing exactly what Iran put in writing 11 years ago without a war. Yes, Donald Trump thinks you're imbeciles if you believe that. Donald Trump is approaching his so-called deal with Iran the only way he knows how, which is to lie about it nonstop. That is what Donald Trump wants Congress to do, and has now obtained a copy of talking points that the White House has sent to congressional Republicans. And the first line is a lie. The talking point that Donald Trump wants congressional Republicans to use is, quote, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. President Trump drew that line and enforced it when no other president would. So
yeah,
Donald Trump believes it is impossible to sell his so-called deal with Iran without lying about President Obama's comprehensive deal with Iran 11 years ago that successfully prevented Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons.
11 years ago, that's ancient history.
Trump rule of doing business for himself and for congressional Republicans. First, you lie about the deal that President Obama negotiated through Secretary of State John Kerry. So yes, the National Review is right. Donald Trump thinks that Trump supporters at the National Review who supported his election are imbeciles.
Yes.
And he always has treated you that way. He has always lied about Iran. And the editor-in-chief of the National Review still said, vote for him, America. Vote for the pathological liar who treats his voters like imbeciles and always has.
They originally wrote that we will not.
Because they're imbeciles. They treat you like imbeciles because you're imbeciles. Like if you're supporting Donald Trump, you're a fucking imbecile.
Develop a nuclear weapon. I said, no, you're not going to develop it. You're not going to buy either.
No, I said, no, you're not going to do that.
That was Donald Trump, treating the National Review editors like imbeciles today. President Obama already negotiated the you can't buy one deal 11 years ago. Iran, in writing, pledged to President Obama and other countries that Iran would never, quote, these are the words, seek, develop, or acquire any nuclear weapons.
What do you know?
Acquire means buy. Seek means buy. So no, Donald, you didn't come up with some new brilliant idea if you managed to get Iran to say exactly what they said 11 years ago in writing.
Except we made more concessions.
I watch these politicians. I watched Senator Reid that nobody ever heard of the other day. Well, this deal is the same as the deal with Barack Obama. No, this deal is a wall to a nuclear weapon. His deal was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal, they can't have a nuclear. They get blown up. If they have a nuclear weapon, they get blown up. In his deal, they were allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
That's a lie that Donald Trump must keep telling in order to try to desperately justify his war in Iran, which most Americans oppose, and his deal with Iran that is so embarrassing he can't let the wording of it become public. Donald Trump's desperation only got worse today as he continued to speak, and so he drove himself to ever more demented levels of lying, claiming that President Obama was on Iran's side, and that Israel literally would not exist today were it not for Donald Trump.
Oh.
And Obama was on the side of Iran, not Israel. And he made the deal. That deal was a disaster. I terminated that deal. And if I didn't terminate, and it was very tough after the termination, and if I didn't do that, Howard knows better than anybody. If I didn't terminate that deal, I believe that...
Howard knows it. You know, Howard, back me up on this, Howie. Howie, back me up.
Howard Lutnick, of course, owns Tethercoin, which is another United States a counterfeit dollar, crypto counterfeit, which is just like Donald Trump, who owns USD1. They don't own all these stable coins.
Howie, back me up, buddy. Come on now. Back me up.
Israel wouldn't be here right now.
Oh, where would Israel be?
They were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon...
It's always 2 weeks. Why is it always 2 weeks?
On Israel, if it weren't for the United States of America, with me, because Obama was the opposite,
Howard Lutnick.
Israel would not exist right now. Israel would have been blown off the face of the earth, 100%. And every smart person in Israel knows that.
They all know that if it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel should suck Donald Trump's diaper.
Every smart person in Israel knows that the National Review is right, that Donald Trump thinks that they are imbeciles. Every smart person in Israel knows that Israel already has nuclear weapons. Every smart person in Israel knows that Israel knows exactly how to defend itself against any form of attack. And so every smart person in Israel knows that they do not have to thank Donald Trump for their very existence on this earth.
You have to thank him. You got to thank him. Donald Trump is turning on Israel. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Tonight. Every smart person in Israel knows that Iran was not 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump.
All these MAGAs are going to have to flip-flop again. They flip-flopped on guns. They flip-flopped on the First Amendment. They flip-flopped on Epstein. Do you remember when they're like, we got to get the Epstein? And we're like, guys, Donald Trump's on the Epstein. No. And then the Epstein file comes out. They bring it on out. What they brought out, they didn't bring it all out, and Donald Trump is on every page, and they're like, but there's no proof though. You guys flip-flop more. Zelensky's a hero. No, he's a dictator. No, he's great. Mamdani is evil. Mamdani is great. Like, you guys have to fucking go back and forth all the time. Wait for it. MAGA is about, all these MAGAs are about to remind us how much they've always hated Israel. They're going to be like, oh, yeah, I always hated Israel. Yeah. That's how it's always been, for sure. And also, we love Saudi Arabia, and we love Omar, and we love Oman, and we love the UAE. We love them. We love Iraq. What do you mean? We always loved Iraq. Like MAGAs, man. Do you remember when Donald Trump used to say ISIS was the biggest threat to the United States of America? ISIS, look out. We're going to destroy them. Oh, all those UAE, all the Dubai, all those guys in Abu Dhabi. We got to get them. We got to get them. Saudi Arabia, they're evil. Remember that? Pakistan, evil. And now already MAGAs, they love all those Muslim countries all of a sudden. Wait for it.
Cannot talk about his negotiated outcome with Iran without insulting every smart person in Israel and everyone else in the world, including those editors of the National Review who suddenly feel like imbeciles for the first time. No American president has ever insulted the people of Israel the way Donald Trump did today, claiming that they owe their very lives to him. Donald Trump claimed that the people of Israel are completely dependent on him and him alone.
Yes, he's accepting crazy gifts. Martin Felix, now he's out making deals with all of them and setting up resorts over there. Yep. Now he's making multi-million-dollar deals with all of those guys. He's taking $400 million gifts from Qatar. They think that they're on a mission from God. Qatar. Those Sunni Muslims. Ooh, those Sunni Muslims, just like Saddam Hussein. Sunni Muslims? You don't like those guys, I thought. No, we like them now. I didn't know you liked them already. Huh. Interesting. But you love Israel still. Yeah, we still love Israel, but we really love the Middle East. We love those Gulf states, those Arab Gulf states. They're our favorite. We're best friends with them now. Crazy.
Donald Trump insists that if the Iranian dictatorial regime suddenly obtained a nuclear weapon, they would immediately fire it at Israel. If true, if Donald Trump really believes that, then he must achieve regime change in Iran. How could Donald Trump possibly leave in place people who would immediately nuke Israel if they could possibly get their hands on a nuclear weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you talk about regime change. I never cared about regime change.
Never cared.
What?
So,
I never cared about regime change, never cared about it. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to let them do everything. They sell all their oil. All I care about was nuclear weapons. That's it. All I care about nuclear weapons.
Again, I don't believe the regime change, and I've watched regime changes for years. They never work.
Donald Trump said that minutes before he said that the Iranian regime he is deliberately leaving in place would immediately nuke Israel if they could. Yes, Donald Trump proves in his rambling madness every day that he thinks Trump supporters, people who believe him, are imbeciles. Donald Trump seems to demonstrate every day that he believes that the people who believe him and everything he says about Iran are imbeciles. It took the Trump supporters at the National Review 10 years to figure out that Donald Trump thinks that they are imbeciles. Here's Donald Trump, the pathological liar, who today said, "I never."
It took him 10 years, but don't worry. Maybe the others will. It'll take some of these MAGAs even longer.
about regime change, calling for regime change on the very night that he launched his war in Iran.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
It turns out the great, proud people of Iran, as Donald Trump calls them, are not Trump-believing imbeciles. They don't take life advice from Donald Trump. The people of Iran know that Donald Trump lied to them and that the hour of their freedom is not at hand, because Donald Trump said today that the dictatorial regime controlling Iran, oppressing the people of Iran, leaving everyone in that country living in fear of the regime, quote, were nice to deal with.
We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people.
Very rational, very nice, very nice. Do you remember he's saying they killed 50,000 of their own people?
They were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people.
Nice to deal with. Tell that to the Iranian people who live under that dictatorship. Nice to deal with. Donald Trump has never met dictators he doesn't think are strong and smart and nice to deal with. And now the people of Iran have to listen to Donald Trump telling them how smart and strong their oppressive regime is. The regime that crushes their hopes and dreams. Donald Trump launched a war that has achieved nothing, and Donald Trump will spend the rest of his life lying about that.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad that Larry O'Donnell always lays it down straight for me. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. This is the end of the show. We aren't going to play guitar tonight. We got too much going on today, unfortunately. I think you're amazing, though. Why are white people such drug addicts? Man, I don't know. Fentanyl is tearing apart my community. Fentanyl is killing us, man. Why are whites dying from fentanyl? We're just more susceptible to it, you know. It's because it's in our DNA. We just love fent. We just love that fent. That's how it is. Yeah, Iran was a manufactured war to cover the Epstein files. Yeah, maybe. I think it was just a way to get that oil, baby. Way to get that oil. Want more oil? Yeah, we got more oil. Oxycontin. Man, white people love Oxy. We love Oxy and Fent, man, for sure. We love it. Thank you all for being here. I think you're amazing. I think you're great. I finished this show called Widow's Bay last night. It's so good. Have you seen it? It's on my ex's dad has Apple TV, and so I have his password still, so I still watch the stuff, and I really like it. And it's fantastic. I love that show. It's got Matthew Rhys in it. It's fantastic. I think it's another horror genre, but it's funny and smart, and it's from the writer of Parks and Rec, like Parks and Rec, and it's like horror, except it was written by the person who did Parks and Rec. Do you like Parks and Rec? It's so fantastic. It's fantastic. I was really glad to have watched it. No guitar. I'm sorry. No guitar. Yeah, I can't do guitar today. I have to spruce up the house before I get my first viewing today. No, we don't need your comments. Thank you and goodbye. It's a horror comedy and short story of Stephen King. What is? You love that show? It was so good, right? It was great. Blessings. Yes. Widow's Bay. Widow's Bay was such a good show. I think it's one of my favorite shows to be on TV lately. It's one of my favorite shows of the year for sure. I loved it. Good luck with the viewing. Thank you. Hopefully I'll get an offer today, because I got this idea of a house that I want. Sky, Jack, you are speaking my direct language right now. Yeah. Fentanyl is a curse, so is meth, because it kills white people. Is that why? Martin, they send Sky money to insult him. It's hilarious. They do sometimes. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Oh, Widow's Bay, though, it wasn't a short story. I looked it up. It was completely original for the show. I thought it was a Stephen King thing. It's not a Stephen King short story. I had a whole thing where I was looking up the origins of it and who wrote it, because I wanted to know if they had written any other books. I thought I love the show so much. I started looking into who wrote the book and are there any books by that author I could read? And it was like, no, it's not from a book. It was a totally created and directed by, and what did they direct? She also wrote The Haunted Mansion in like 2023, which I never saw. But she wrote Parks and Rec, which I think is hilarious. So she's written a lot of horror and comedy. And this movie, this show was great. Yeah. No, it's great. It's great. I thought it was wonderful. Quantum Leap. Quantum Leap was great. Do you remember the original Quantum Leap? Apple TV is killing it lately. You're right. I got to be honest. Like, I thought Pluribus was solid. I thought For All Mankind is fantastic. But Widow's Bay by far my favorite. I think Widow's Bay is my favorite show of the year. I think Widow's Bay might be my favorite show of the year. I like it more than For All Mankind even though For All Mankind's great. I started watching Star City. I watched the first. I haven't gotten into it yet. Thank you so much. Thank you. I need that good luck. Thank you, Smoking Blondie. Thank you. I need to. The show with Jason Momoa. I don't know what show that is. Oh, Severance was okay. Yeah, Severance was okay. Pluribus I thought was a little bit better, but I also watched Ted Lasso this year. Ted Lasso was pretty good. I like Ted Lasso a lot, but Ted Lasso came out a couple of years ago. That doesn't count. I need to read I got a letter from the IRS, Smoking Blondie, so I got to read that. I'm going to send you a copy, and I got to open up an estate account today and do all this extra stuff. I'm stressing, but I'm not going to stream for the rest of the day. I hope you guys have a great day. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll post something in the community tab. If you are part of the community, I'll post something in the community tab about the book, about the horror book that I thought was wonderful, and I'll tell you more about it later. I want to get the author on the show. I think that'd be so cool. I think it's possible. I think we can do it. All right. I want to say thank you one more time and goodbye. Illegitimate, non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other. The animals need us most of all. And Godspeed, rebels. Take care of each other. I'm rooting for you. I think you're doing okay. Keep on keeping on.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.